friends. We finally have some Diablo news. It sure took some time. Yo, what's up, my friends? Gonna get these drops to go a bit later. We got Diablo 4 roadmap revealed just 30 minutes ago. I'll link this to you if you want to read on your own. We'll check it out. I haven't read this. There's an article and there is an interview by Riker as well here going over the entire roadmap. And we're going to check it out. As apparently we're getting a new endgame, leaderboards. We just have to wait a little bit longer, it seems. So obviously we've been waiting quite some time already for a lot of the It Can't Be Worse Than PoE's update. I mean, let's... we'll check this article, we'll check the interview and all that stuff, and then we shall see. And then after that, guys, we're probably going to be back to playing some Path of Exile 2. Hey, thanks, No Mercy. Let's go. New DLC. Yeah, they announced... I don't know exactly what they announced. So let's read here. So the Age of Hatred persists. Diablo 4 2025 roadmap, my friends. What's the new endgame? Yeah, let's see. Whet your appetite for continued demon slaying across Sanctuary with a look at our 2025, so this year, roadmap. The Age of Hatred kicked off with the launch of Diablo 4, and Lilith's resurrection was proclaimed by Mephisto in Research of the Vessel of Hatred. Throughout 2025, you will experience the spread of Mephisto's influence through new seasonal themes and quests as we get closer to the release of our second expansion in 2026. Kev Soldier, thank you so much for 16 months, my friend. Let's see it here. So this is the full thing. Let me go make myself a bit... I guess like this. Oh, we can go over here, actually. This is fine. Okay, we can be just over here, guys. This looks fine, yes? All right. Okay, so witchcraft. Yeah, this is what we already had, right?
Earnable feline pet. Yoo-hoo.
Wait, more pets? People always love these freaking pets, bro. What about all these pets, man? Beliar's Return, Boss Powers Quest, Operation Incursion, and Fable Feline Pet. 2-year anniversary, new IP collab. Okay. And then we are getting in... Can I go to full screen, actually? Yeah, we can. Okay, then we're getting the Sins of the Horadrim. Wait, they don't even have the exact dates. July, September. Okay, so it starts in July, yes? That makes sense. We get Horadric powers. Wait, does that mean Horadric's cube? Hey, cheers, Jeff. D4 better than PoE? Guys, you can just play more than one video game at the moment, yes? Wait, is this meant to be a seasonal power? Yeah, we don't know for sure. It could be. It could be. But okay, Horadric powers, quest and reputation board, dungeon escalation, earnable pets, infernal chaos, chaos power quest. There's also an interview with the lead developer. Chaos powers, quest and reputation boards. Infernal Chaos, Infernal Horde Update, and Earnable Pet. New IP collab. New expansion, new ranking system, and leaderboards in 2026. Oh man, that's gonna be still cool, like a year away or something? A year away. New ranking system, leaderboards, new armory, whispers, quality of life updates. New layer boss quality of life, Requiem season journey, new nightmare dungeon activity, console mode, and more to come. Bro, this doesn't really give that much information. No? Okay, there's more details here. Gaze into the flames, a closer look. The fires of the burning hells grow with vigor this year. In addition to seasonal content and permanent Endgame editions, you'll see a roadmap that we are bringing 2 IP collabs into Diablo 4. Is that gonna really like affect the player all too much? We can't shed light on them currently, but we're extremely excited to meld the Diablo universe with a universe that complement its dark themes. Here's a deeper look at a handful of features. Okay, daring wanderers can clash with Belial and 2 bosses from Vessel of Fatehood as part of the updated layer boss system. Okay, this one we kind of already knew, right? In a way, at least. Infernal Chaos, Infernal Horde, Sins of the Horadrim. We return to Nightmare Dungeons with new activities and interactions that let you progress the dungeon's intensity. Okay, this sounds good though. That sounds like a, you know, the extra difficulty in endgame system. I hope. And then maybe Horadric Cube in a way? PoE collab. Yes, okay. Okay, I think it's very unlikely, but maybe. I think it's very unlikely. But so you're telling me there's a chance? Yo, how does it take another year, man? It's 2025. Let me see, like, what people are saying here. I made this post, by the way, you can check out. Yo, D4 bad? I don't know, man. Can't wait. This may bring me back. New class 2026. Yeah, Paladin. I mean, this was kind of the idea, but we don't know. Proven many times. What's this guy on about? But yeah, how are people on the post itself? They say when the new season starts. April, what is it? 29th. Yeah, it starts on April 29th. This is in a few weeks, guys. That game. Okay, let's keep reading though the details. People are so negative these days. None of these seasons should in any way be interesting. Okay, I'm looking forward for the Horadrim one. Like the boss power, people are having like very mixed feelings about this one, right? And I can understand why. 3 weeks, yeah. I mean, that's still gonna be quite some time until then, right? Okay, what else do we get? Let's read. Infernal Horde update. Infernal Horde is becoming more chaotic as we put new choices into your hands. Maybe they're finally gonna make the Infernal Hordes like part of the end game, like where you can actually make it hard. Advanced options between the Infernal Waves. I like that they keep improving the system, but does it warrant like a full seasonal theme? Maybe I'm just like not a creative thinker, but like, is that really that much content? Dungeon escalation, like this one, I definitely like sounds very interesting. Great Terror of 150, I will see. Now this is in April, like 29th of April, guys. 29th of April. 29th. I need both of this, I guess. Quality of life updates. Beyond season updates, there are other permanent additions coming. Frequently requested feature, keyboard and mouse support for consoles. Yeah, okay. Core system updates, both Battle Pass Season Journey. Many of the updates coming into as a result of your feedback. Man, I don't know about you guys, but this seems... I expected a little bit more information, no? I mean, let's see the interview, I guess, but... this is like 1 page. I would have hoped for some more information, at least. They did not talk about loot filter, no? Did I miss that? New layer boss. Like half of this is information that we already had. It's a roadmap. Yeah, I mean, okay, but you can like release some more details, no? Seasonal enemies, new choices. Yeah, lots of ideas. Well, let's see what they like. Did they go into more details in the interview? Let me see the intro of this. So this is from Riker, guys. I'll also link this. Here, this is with the expansion lead, I guess. Brett Gibson.
Folks, this is Riker.
Brett Gibson is awesome. I met him not so long ago, last year.
We just got the reveal of the 2025 roadmap for Diablo 4. Here's the roadmap right here, but I also got an exclusive interview with Brent Gibson, game director on Diablo 4, to ask him about basically what is just a whole bunch of teasers for what we can expect for Diablo 4 coming in 2025 and beyond. On the roadmap, we see what to expect in Season 8, Belial's Return, as well as Season 9, Sins of the Haradrim, and Season 10, Infernal Chaos, as well as what's going to be permanent additions to the game, separated out at the bottom here. So take a moment to take in what you're seeing right now on the screen. We're going to move now into the interview with Brent Gibson, where we're going to talk point by point on what a lot of these things could mean.
I'm interested.
So our first ever Diablo 4 roadmap.
Yeah, Brent Gibson, this guy's great. Like, he made some pretty good stuff.
And the first thing that strikes me, we are seeing content, first off, all throughout the rest
when
of
I talked to him, he also renewed the game.
Year, but it's not just season.
But let's see
8,
if he
9,
gives
10.
details,
We're actually
man.
getting season,
or if it's like all PR talk.
Names here with a few bullet points of what to expect. I didn't realize you guys had season themes planned out so far in advance. We're season 7 now. Did you guys, is this the norm, or for purposes of building a roadmap, did you guys have to commit to stuff further in advance, stuff that normally would be more in flux?
Well, I think for the first time we're in a position where we can do this. You know, when the game released, the base game released, we were getting an influx of all of this feedback, right? And so we were trying to figure out the right order and operation to like continue to iterate on the game and address that feedback. So we were very reactionary in that state. But the closer we got to expansion 1 with Vessel of Hatred, things started to become clearer and clearer on what we should be going after. And so we're finally in a state where we have a very strong idea of what we want to do with the game, which allows us to kind of project out and create some fun themes and brainstorm a little more freely. And we're finding ourselves in more of a proactive state than a reactive state. So
that's good.
Largely that's where that comes from. And then secondarily, like we want to hold ourselves to pushing this game and continuing to add really great stuff to it. We want to be able to polish it. And
this was the game director for Vessel of Hatred, guys. It might be for the Paladin expansion as well.
And in order to polish it, we need to know what parts of the game need that attention so that we are in a great position leading into 2026 with the expansion, which we want to make sure we're in a great spot to build upon everything that we have.
You touched upon being proactive versus reactive. You've historically been very reactive. Moving forward,
I mean, they kind of had to be reactive because there were so many bugs in the game.
Do you think with a firm roadmap, will it be harder to be reactive, or are you affording yourself some room in there for that reactivity in case something were to come up?
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, as you get further into the year, we know that we're going to discover something. And so we want this really to be a living document where today we're talking about this stuff. We have a lot of commitment to going after these things. But if we get a few months down the road and there's something that really needs to be looked at, we're going to do what's right for the game. And so we're giving ourselves that flexibility while trying to really drive towards a target. And so, you know, 3 months from now, 6 months from now, we may be talking about some differences on the roadmap, and then we'll have something to talk about at that point, and it's going to be largely driven by the fans that are playing the game. So feeling pretty good that we have a plan that we can get out there with and have conversations with folks like yourself.
Wonderful. All right, well, looking at the specifics on the roadmap, we see in a couple places a new IP collab. For those who don't know, an IP is an intellectual property. So like Diablo is an intellectual property. Other games.
I don't know if that really means for the players. I hope he asks, like, what does that mean for like the player? You know, like maybe we get some skin.
Other, you know, it could be a movie, whatever. Other universes or other IPs.
Okay, I mean, okay, if they make a movie, like the Netflix co-op on Diablo movie, I would dig that.
Other games, other, you know, it could be a movie, whatever, other universes or other IPs. Evidently, you can't speak to what those IPs may be, but for a Diablo player,
movie.
What does a new IP collab
what does it mean?
Is it new?
That's a good question.
Shop skins? Is it new events? What kind of scope can we expect?
Yeah, the spirit behind a collaboration is to find dark fantasies that fit really well with our dark fantasy, right?
Yeah. If it means you can just buy skins, it's an L, dude. You can spend more money.
And so, you know, first off, the goal is to make sure that we're true to the brand and we're not doing anything that is actually jeopardizing that cool dark.
Gonna drink a holy drink, guys. Milkshake.
Identity that we have. The other portion of this is that we are role playing in this game these crazy power fantasies, and we're inspired by things all of the time. You know, we read many books, we watch many shows, we play many games, and every once in a while you come across something you're like, yeah, that fits. And so the goal is to come out with a whole suite of cosmetics that allow you to
just cosmetics?
role play inside of that fantasy inside of the Diablo universe. And so you'll see, you know, we got the new reliquary system coming up. We'll probably talk about that a little bit. And that gives us a great platform and opportunity to offer some of those collabs.
Reliquary.
So no Hello Kitty Island Adventure, but
no.
the World of Warcraft skins, would that be an example of an IP?
Wait, no Hello Kitty in Diablo, guys? What the hell? What about a boob slider? No Hello Kitty, okay.
Collab? The ones that we already got?
Yeah, that's like an internal one, right? Like it made a lot of sense.
People wanted a boob slider, man, in the character selection.
It's inside it's inside Blizzard, which, you know, we know we have fans that play both games very
Simple
deeply.
gamer.
But we want to branch out a little more than that. You know, so I'm not going to spoil what the collab is.
I want my Hello Kitty skin on my bob, man.
We definitely don't want to go down the route of
come on,
you know, rainbow armor and French fry swords.
But they did this in Diablo 3, man. We had the Rainbow Ponyland cow level.
We don't. I say it often, like, don't betray the brand. But there is a lot of opportunity out there that is super cool.
You hit upon reliquaries. I think we're going to learn more about those soon. Anything you can tease about them in the interim?
Yeah, you know, looking at the way that we were approaching battle passes was kind of like the old way of doing things. It didn't give the player a lot of control or agency over what they wanted to go after. And so we are going after something a little more modern that breaks things up in a way where players can be more specific about the things that they are chasing from a cosmetic standpoint. So, you know, whether it be seasonal theme stuff that they're chasing, or we have a collab that's out there, this will give the players a lot more choice along the way.
So we've had Loot 2.0, Progression 2.0, Reliquaries are basically Battle Pass 2.0?
That I think that's fair to say, yeah.
All right. We also have here a Season Journey update. Anything you can tease there?
Yeah, of course. You know, when we look at the Season's Journey, it was so directly tied to the Battle Pass. And with us moving to Reliquaries, it allows us to open up growth for the Season Journey itself. And so moving forward, you know, we can do some great, interesting things like nesting objectives inside of chapters now.
I like that.
So you can have a major objective.
But this is just more ways for us to spend money, guys. And have some more control of how we spend it or what we spend it on.
That has smaller objectives that build up to it, nested in. And we can start rewarding you inside of the Season's Journey itself. with rewards along the way, and so there's more granularity to getting rewarded, so you don't have to finish an entire chapter to start seeing some of the benefits from that. So it kind of breaks the handcuffs off and allows us to do a lot more, and that's something that we'll continue to invest in as we go along the way.
On the topic of the season journey, we've seen in the past people feeling the need to complete content in Torment 4 in order to complete the season journey. Now, you guys have recently said that the objective is for 10% of players to be hitting Torment 4. Does that mean we're going to see a shift in what kind of goals there are in the season journey?
Yeah, one of the overarching things for 2025 is to, bring challenge back into the game. Now, I want to be really specific. It is not to turn the game up to 10 for everybody. This is a game that is about the way I play. I like to log in. I like to just relax. It's my end of the day stress reliever. And so we're not going to do anything that jeopardizes that. But there are players that really like to be tested. And so getting to a spot with some of our activities,
that sounds like Endgame.
Some of our guided systems like this to create those spikes in the appropriate places is something that we want to continue to look at season upon season. So it's like what you see with what some of the power adjustments that we're putting into season 8. We take a look at what the boss layers look like. Is there something we can do there? We know we got a lot of high-end players in that activity. What does that mean?
I still wish they would just bring back the Abattoir of Zero of Season 2. That was amazing, man. Fighting those, 3 blood bosses, blood seekers in the end, that was sick.
But we also don't want to lose the accessibility. And so it's a dance as we go along. I heard your stream where you're talking about some people like cake, some people like pie, and that is the dance we're doing. Both. I like cake, by the way. My brother likes pie. But like we're not gonna sacrifice one for the other, and we're gonna continue to play that dance and getting to the game where it needs to be for everybody.
It's a tough dance. It's a tough balance to strike for sure. So looking forward at Season 9 here, Sins of the Haradrim. I know previously we've seen teases, I think it was, we've seen teases that we'd see a familiar face returning for a previous season.
It's always
Given
like that.
Haradrim are people that we've tended to know in lore, might we see any familiar faces, or we can't talk to that?
Well, I can tell you that continuity is a piece of feedback we get a lot. If you look at season 5, we referenced Lilith and the way that impacted that faction. You saw it in the dialogue. Is probably one of our most charismatic NPCs we've ever had.
No, they were just hinting at Endgame. Abattoir of Zero is not back yet.
And so we know that continuity of what's happening in the world, or what has happened in the world, is pretty important. And so season upon season, you're going to see that connective tissue kind of filtering.
This is the game director for the next expansion, I think, as well. Brad Gibson from Blizzard. He was the game director for Vessel of Hatred. And it sounds like he's going to be the game director for the Paladin. We'll see.
And leading us down a road, no pun intended with the roadmap, getting us to the next expansion.
It's the boss room.
And so I won't share the details, but the Haradrim is a very strong theme in the game. And I mean, anybody who played base game,
it's going to be Paladin.
It's a big part. But for those who haven't, our lore is very deep. We have some really cool themes that have more story to tell that we haven't already. And so, yeah, that'll be a pretty interesting season.
We see we're going to be getting Haradric powers with this season. So we've had vampiric powers, we've had witch powers, boss powers. For all of those, we kind of, just from the name, can know what to expect, right? Blood powers, bats and whatnot, and what a boss does.
Right.
What can we expect from a Haradric power, given the Haradrim are pretty varied in their powers? They're anyone can really be a Haradrim if they commit to it.
Yeah, one of the things, we're talking 6 months out, right?
Haradrims.
Maybe a little less than that. The power set itself will make a lot of sense as soon as you're inside the theme. So it's very hard not to spoil things, by the way. And obviously Haradric power is way more specific than saying boss powers or chaos powers. Those are big nebulous categories. I think you can fill the imagination, but we're being a little more specific with this one. And so, yeah, I feel like without spoiling anything, the idea here is that it should support the narrative and the theme of that season. And there's obviously a lot more inside of that banner that would unpack to support that.
Man, I can't help it, but this is like a lot of PR, yes? Like, he just not giving away any details, man.
But we're looking at these as tight thematic packages, and so you'll see more.
You can only like try to read between the lines and try to figure it out.
See dungeon escalation. This is presumably the
one.
seasonal activity. Anything you can tease there?
I really hope this is gonna be some endgame stuff, man.
Is this like the name to me?
This is like the PR schooling, man.
I think of like maybe a progressively harder dungeon. You keep going deeper and deeper. Am I anywhere close?
Well, your predictions are always pretty close. One of the things that I wanted to point out here is the fact that every season is focusing on an activity that needs some kind of update to shore up our foundation, to like strengthen our core. And we've gotten mountains of feedback on Nightmare Dungeons and the situation that they have been in season upon season. So we know they need attention, right? And so this was a really good way to say this season we are putting our attention here. And so the dungeon escalation, the new activities that we're adding are all a part of the feedback that we've been getting from the community along the way.
Hopefully this gonna save this game.
Hopefully, man. We hope so.
You know, what you can expect when you come into the season is that you'll be interacting with Nightmare Dungeons in a different style of activity. And we're going to see how that goes. I'm super excited about it. We're in meetings about it pretty much every single day at this point. And hopefully that gives a system that needs a lot of love the attention it deserves.
Yes.
The other thing to point out is that, you know, we're not only doing this with activities that need that attention because of the feedback. Infernal Horde's going great. You know, lots of players play it. They really enjoy
So they're gonna double down on the Infernal Hordes and make it part of the end game.
it. Like
we just had a great milkshake.
Look at all
strawberry milkshake from home.
The numbers, it's
10%
like
off, sugar free.
high sentiment, and
Right
tons of daily players are in there all the time. We are still going to invest into those as well. You know, keep the shiny jewels as shiny as we possibly can, and continue to provide updates that are going to be meaningful for everybody. And so what you can see with the seasons upon seasons is that, you know, we are really strengthening the key activities that we feel are very important for the game, creating quality and consistency so we can swing super hard in 26.
Oh, they're gonna come out swinging, guys. Yes, hey Mark S, thanks so much, man. 21 months of support, appreciate it. He wants to come out swinging. You know what's also gonna come out in 2026? Path of Exile 2. I don't think they're gonna make it this year.
The key activities that we feel are very important for the game, creating quality and consistency so we can
Dude, man, if it's gonna both come out at the beginning of 2026, bro.
swing super hard in 26,
Swing.
right? So that's the goal.
All right, so season 9, big for Nightmare Dungeon.
Yo, yeah, GTA is also gonna come out, man. Are we gonna get this after GTA 6?
Then season 10, Infernal Chaos, is going to be big for Infernal Hordes, which, as you said, you know, beloved activity. I know I've seen big for Infernal Horde.
Okay, but like, did he like really say like what the dungeon escalation is? Like, he said so much, but he didn't really say anything. I mean, I like Brent, but this is like so much PR, man. It's just like a politician talking. Like, say so much without saying anything. Man. I mean, it's a cool name. Hopefully it's an endgame. I mean, they said like they're gonna make the Nightmare Dungeons hard, like somehow. It's like, dude, it's like the average politician, dude. I don't know if I'm gonna play GTA on console, guys. Leaderboards. Yeah.
It's which, as you said, beloved activity. I know I've seen people say like, oh, like they added this great thing and then they haven't done anything with it since. Like, so yeah, one thing I noticed about the map is, if I'm remembering it correctly, there's a place early on where it feels like it could potentially open up into a couple different wings. Could we expect either new maps or new paths to open, or what kind of do you have any idea of a kind of a scope to expect from Infernal Hordes updates?
Okay.
One of the things that we want to give players is more choice, right?
I like that.
And so choice is definitely a part of the design. How that unpacks, we'll wait until we get to the spot we can talk about it. But the focus that we've had on this is like choice and variety. It already has a pretty good mechanism for that. It's like, but what if we can take that one more step further? And so instead of like creating something completely different to add to the activity set, it's like, can we actually inject that difference into this activity itself? And so more choice is definitely the name of the game for that one. And you'll see it when we get a little closer.
Fair enough.
Man, like, what did he say? Like, nothing.
Fair enough.
Again.
And we see chaos powers. You kind of mentioned them before.
Like, he just doesn't say anything.
So chaos powers as well is something that I don't know so much what that means. But I guess when I think chaos, I think a lot of randomness. I don't know if that's necessarily what's being channeled, or more chaos in an infernal sense, more like evil chaos sort of thing. Where were you guys leaning with that name?
Well, with the chaos powers, will make a lot more sense, similar to the herodic powers, as soon as we get to a point where we can talk about what the activity is and how that ties in. If you've noticed, been tying the seasonal powers to an activity type to really refresh it. So
where can you see the interview? Okay, I'm gonna link this again, guys. This is from Riker CJ. Hey, folks, this is Riker. He's asking good questions, man, but he's getting those PR answers. Here's the video. Leave a like, leave a comment, man. Riker is great. One of the #1 sources for any type of like gaming news. He's awesome.
Mechanically, we want things to work in concert
with no problem.
Check the powers and the activity combined. We also know that this is a system that allows us to do experimentation.
They're talking about the roadmap that they
classes,
just revealed.
Right? And so when we're trying to focus in on experimentation, we have a single system that speaks to many, many players. And so you will see certain things return from time to time, but this is also a place where, like, okay, we can ask the team, okay, chaos, what does that mean to you? And then they can be a little more wild with it in a safe and controlled place. And like I said, it also provides that focus because there's a lot going on in the expansion right now that needs that attention. And so where we can make big impact for all players, we can do something maybe a little more radical once we get out to the expansion itself.
And we see a couple of teasers for 2026. New expansion, obviously expansion 2, we know is going to be coming up. Are we going to have to wait until 2026 to hear anything about it? Or, we have Gamescom coming up. We have the Xbox Games Showcase. That's all happening this summer. Might we get a summer reveal of the expansion?
I can tell you right now, we have a whole team dedicated at what that whole unpacking looks like. And we're going to be unpacking pieces over several different events over time. So I'm not going to reveal what those events are and what's happening in
Gamescom.
But I can tell you that, like, the amount of energy and attention that this is getting right now is far beyond what we did with Vessel of Hatred. And
he says the expansion going to be bigger. Listen to this again, guys. Listen to this again.
Is far the amount of energy and intent.
I think for Vessel of Hatred, they didn't do that much of like marketing budget. You remember, like, on the launch, they had like Megan Fox and they had like the Times Square ads for Diablo up and all that stuff. And with Vessel of Hatred, it felt like there was like not that much marketing budget, and it sounds like they're going to do a lot more.
and attention that this is getting right now is far beyond what we did with Vessel of Hatred.
That's cool.
And we're crisper with our designs on what we want out of the next expansion as well. And so that's putting our team in a really fantastic spot to start talking about this as early as we possibly can. We're just not ready yet.
We see new ranking system and leaderboards. What's the difference between a ranking system and a leaderboard? Are they the same? Are they married systems? Are they two entirely different things?
They're two entirely different things that are meant to complement each other. So we're in a process right now where we know we want to bring leaderboards back to the game.
Yes.
We took a first stab at it early on.
But they did it for the freaking Gauntlet. Nobody wanted it for the Gauntlet. We wanted it for Abattoir of the Year or the Pits, but not for the Gauntlet.
After shipping the base game, and we learned a lot from that experience. And so now that we've gotten past Vessel of Hatred, we're looking at all the class stuff that we've injected, and we needed to kind of take a deep breath to bring harmony back to those classes. Now that we're there, we know that bringing challenge back into the game is critical, and it actually speaks to the audience in two different ways. You have leaderboards that speaks to the elite, right? This is a place where everybody, I was using an analogy the other day where it was like, everybody plays basketball, every little kid plays basketball, they all think that they could become Michael Jordan, right? And so the goal is, let's make it to the NBA. And the leaderboards is a place where the best of the best can kind of show off.
But I don't feel that's necessarily true, because I remember from Diablo 3, the leaderboards is not necessarily only the best of the best. Like, even as an average player, you can see your rank on the leaderboard, and you don't have to compare to literally the best player out there. You can compare to your friends, you can compare to a streamer, you can compare to your clan, whoever is best in your clan or highest rank on leaderboards. Like, there was a filter in Diablo 3 where you could filter, like, only the clan, only my close friends or whatever, right? So I don't think it's only for the, like, giga rank 1 player. Like, you can compare, you can even compare to yourself from yesterday, exactly. Like, the sentiment, you don't have to compare to, like, the top all the time. And you can also see what build the top players are playing. Like, that's going to help you a lot. Like, if you're a new player, you're not sure, you haven't watched, like, my tier list videos, or you haven't watched any build guides and stuff, you can, like, just see from the leaderboards, like, what the top players are playing, and maybe you want to play that yourself or something, right? So I think there's, like, a lot more use cases. Maybe he'll talk about it.
Let's make it to the NBA. And the leaderboards is a place where the best of the best can kind of show off. But we don't want to isolate just those.
I think he
players. There's a lot of casual players out there.
Elon was blasting hard on Abattoir of the Year. He would have been on top on those leaderboards. Like, the community leaderboards, he was on top.
Just want to have the opportunity to be like, hey, am I doing good? Am I going after these challenges? Was beating that activity the way that I did it considered a good thing? And so what we want to do is have a ranking system that speaks to everybody, that gives you every casual, a sense of progress and value.
Okay, that's good. Yes.
And then graduating the
leaderboards is something for everybody.
Elite into the leaderboard and giving them a space to, like, really press hard. So we're working on all the details for both of that, but hopefully, we can come up with a pair here that speaks to the entirety of the game and give something for everyone to chase.
All right. You mentioned the Gauntlet. From your view, was the Gauntlet an unsuccessful game system?
No, actually, I think like I said, the Gauntlet taught us a lot.
I think it was. That's a good question, man. Was the Gauntlet a fail?
The one thing with the Gauntlet that I've reflected on is that it is a separate activity that sits to the side, and which is a good way to control the leaderboard, and that makes sense.
I mean, he's right in terms of learning what not to do. I think it was a good experience.
But it'd be nice if we had something that was more core to the game.
Yes.
And
more challenging.
And speaks to a more broader set of the things that you're doing in the entirety of the
There
game.
also needs to be a reward to it. Like, if there's no point in even doing it because you don't get anything out of it, that's also bad.
And so we've taken that learnings and took a step back and said, hey, if we were to go after this again, was the Gauntlet the right place to go? And I think right now we're determining, no, I think we can do better. And so we're going to pressure test that. I really want to be in a position where I can talk to the community and make them a part of its development along the way. And hopefully we're back on camera here soon and can have a real conversation about it.
All right. So the Gauntlet was removed from the game. Was it because there wasn't enough player engagement, or was it just that you guys reached a point where you thought we can do something better than this?
Yeah, we reached a point where we felt like we could do something better with this. And instead of like being distracted at like grinding it out with that, we're like, hey, let's take a pause and refocus that energy on the way we feel like it would, have a better impact.
That's fair. I know a lot of players have been saying from the start, why can't you just add leaderboards to the pit? What are the challenges in implementing leaderboards into Diablo?
We're not going to
4
bring
that
it
maybe,
back, no.
The average person might not think about?
Yeah, we've got a game that allows people to really play the way they want to play. And so you've got all the progression of your character and building up your power over time, but we know that the leaderboard needs to have a certain level of control, right? So no one likes a cheater. We need to be in a position where we can like avoid people cheating and creating...
in the Gauntlet, Kuna is here. Yeah, in the Gauntlet, there were so many freaking exploits. Like, there was the death exploit, there was a time exploit, there was like a ton of RNG involved in the different things. There was like multiple group exploits, like holy shit, man. Like, there was even like, I didn't even play anymore when when most of these exploits came in, but there was like even more exploits, like with some infinite spawning monsters and shit. Holy fuck.
Distrust for the system. And we also know that there's a certain element of skill that needs to be present. And so when we go to inject something like this, if we have not taken steps forward to addressing both of those things, then we're starting in a bad place. And so that's the heat of the discussion right now, is what activity suits this best, and how do we address those two things as we continue developing it?
Alrighty. Well, the last thing that I can see here on this roadmap, and I did a forensic investigation in Photoshop, and this clearly says new something something SS. So that says new.
Okay. Look, man, Riker. He's gonna be the paladin, guys.
Class. All right, not fooling me. So on a scale of 1 to paladin, exactly how much?
He like did forensic investigation, bro.
Paladin will the paladin?
Wow, like the woodchuck.
Wait, it wouldn't be a paladin?
I don't think it would be a Diablo interview without asking more questions about the paladin.
It's gonna be a paladin,
we've heard it 1,000
man.
times. I think I'm on record going, heard you loud and clear. So we have not revealed anything.
There's no way it's not gonna be a paladin.
But I am really excited about the class offering coming up for the expansion. I think we're gonna surprise.
I'll start paladin. Yeah, paladin is the way, man.
What we have in store.
It's gonna be like Spiritborn.
Sit tight. Keep on talking about the paladin every single day, and hopefully we get to that day when we release, everybody is
class
pretty happy.
offering.
So that was my interview with Brent
I want a
Gibson.
witch
If there's one
doctor.
thing that I probably should have asked, would have been about endgame meta progression systems. It's something that's been on the minds of a lot of us. Myself particularly, I've been beating a dead horse about this for over a year now. It's not something that I saw tackled on the roadmap itself, so I figured it's kind of outside of the scope of what they have planned, but that's why I wanted to ask, okay, is this everything we're getting, or are you affording room for potentially pivoting or changing things as needs may arise within the community? So,
2 new classes.
Question for you folks, if you feel as strongly as me that adding some kind of endgame meta progression system, we're talking about something like Path of Exile's Atlas of Worlds or the Monolith of Fates from last Epoch, if something like that is important to you, make your voices heard. The devs have always shown that they are very, very receptive and open to steer things in the direction that the community wants. Otherwise, folks, I invite you to leave a comment below with your thoughts on the roadmap, on the interview, and we'll thank you for watching. Special thanks to my supporters for making these videos possible. If you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up and subscribe to join Riker's Raiders for more Diablo content.
Yeah, so what are you asking? Like what the IP collab is? Yeah, check out Riker, guys. Plenty of things. I mean, he did say some stuff, but it was mostly PR talk, yes? Is this going to be better than PoE? Guys, you don't have to make a decision. You can play and enjoy, and call me crazy, you can play and enjoy both video games, guys. You can play both of them. You don't have to decide. Oh, man. This will never get old, dude. This will never get old. I know, it's crazy, right? Oh, man. I must pick one, guys. You get crucified if you play both games. What? That's madness speaking. It's like always like community, Diablo versus PoE, and then they fight. Like, why? Stop fighting. Yeah, eventually we're gonna get set items. Holy shit, man. Every game is bad. D4 bad, PoE 2 bad, what the fuck? The plan looks good. So, I still would have wished for a few more details, no? You know, like, half the stuff we already knew. And maybe I just expected more. Like, maybe this is just like what it is gonna be. But you know, like, all the stuff on the left side, we already knew. But yeah. This sounds good. Dungeon escalation and then, like, confirmed leaderboards. And then here, the forensic analysis. I love this part. He does like a forensic analysis. New class. Yeah, but is it gonna be a year away, bro? We're gonna get GTA before leaderboards, guys. GTA 6 is gonna release before. Yeah, Horadic powers. I hope it's gonna be like Horadic cube, something. Yeah, I know, GTA 6 releases this year. I mean, that's what the meme goes. Well, we're not gonna get the leaderboards before GTA 6, guys. Unlucky. Yeah, but like, I don't know what the difference between this one is then. Yeah, Mekuna, you were asking about the IP collab. They didn't go into specifics. I really hope it's Netflix. Or some... I don't know. Like, I wish they would make a Diablo movie. Like, I don't know. That'd be so sick. But it's mostly gonna be like, you know, another franchise that they collab with that fits like the grim tone and stuff. In 8 Monaten? I mean, this doesn't say early 2020. It could be 1.5 years, guys. It's gonna be Paladin, yeah. He confirmed it basically again. He didn't say it, but he confirmed it basically between the lines. He said, I'm on record that we hear you. Like, we want the Paladin, and then he said, like, I'm on record that we hear you. So, it's gonna be like, I don't know if they're gonna call it a Paladin. Like, they might call it the Holy Knight. They might call it the Crusader, like Holy Paladin, whatever, right? But it's gonna be a Paladin. Doom collab? Yeah. We're gonna get powers every season. Yes. Yes. Grüße gehen raus. Doom Gaming. Aus dem schönen Sauerland. Teufel 4 Straße. How do you translate roadmap in German? The age of hatred continues, guys. Jesus. The Night of the Lich King. Wait, what was Riker? Like, he also made a video about the expansion name, right? What did he call it? Wait, I need to find this. I think he did do it. What was the name that he gave it? Oh, there it was. Fuck. Shit, bro. You not had this in here? We all knew this. Maybe it was at the very end. What did he say about release date?
Let's talk release date. So first off, I think we're going to get the full reveal this summer. Either at...
That's going to be in 2 months.
Microsoft's Xbox show, or later in the summer at Gamescom. I think those are going to be one of the 2 places that Blizzard's going to do the full unveiling of Herald of Darkness. I don't think there's going to be a BlizzCon this
Herald of Darkness
year, and I don't think, even if there was, that they would wait until BlizzCon to do the reveal. Now, Diablo 4 released on June 5th, 2023. Vessel of Hatred released on October 7th, 2024. That's 15 months later. So I think it's going to be another 15 months to Expansion 2. I think it's going to be on a Tuesday, so I'm going to say January 6th, 2026. But
wow, that early in January?
there is one problem with that January date, and that's the fact that it's right after the holidays.
Bro, that's in like 8 months.
So during the back half of December, a lot of employees are taking their time off. Early January as well.
I think it's going to be March. And then it's going to be exactly releasing when PoE 2 is releasing.
Well, so the odds of an expansion actually launching right after, or any kind of major release, even a season happening right after people are returning from vacation, is kind of unlikely. So I think they're going to have to push that back a few weeks, probably into February. So maybe we can go with a February 11th release date then, to give them about a solid month of being back to work at the office to prepare for this significant launch. At that point, we'll be roughly around season 11. They might push it to season 12.
Wait, season 11, so... Wait, September, October, November, December. But that means season 10 is gonna take forever. Yo, he might be right, though. Looking at this. He might be right. Because there's no season starting in December. Huh. Oh, man. Yeah, but like, look how long the season is. This is July, August, September. This is 3 months, yes? But this is September, October, November, December. That's only 4 months. April, May. This is like 3, 4. I don't know. It's just Scorpio. But maybe, man, maybe. Did he never, like, show this? Templar. When does he show the freaking name? This is the story cinematics.
Akarat is all going to be a big part of the story, which again ties very well into having this holy class and even it being the Templars.
Yeah, this is
his old.
This is always like, I think, where they should make movies like this, like these cutscenes. Like, holy shit, man. Yeah, I mean, do you not think I know this KaiTuber? I'm just pointing out that all the dates have 3 months, and that's a 4-month season, and then we still don't know what's coming in December. You know what I mean? Dude, I remember this scene as a kid, dude. I was fucking scared, bro. I was fucking scared. It was a bit different quality, but man. That was sick. Leaf, man, what's up? It's a 4-month season. Yeah, but why would it be so long? But then he could be onto something with the January date, no? Like, if we're basically saying there's nothing happening starting in September, why would the season 10 be so long then? Because then they would have made September to November, start another season in November, so then in February, March, they can release the expansion. But it does sound this is going to be like pretty early year. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, we'll see. I'll probably talk about that. That would be lit, though. I would certainly love that. Okay, we're quickly gonna make a summary, guys. Herald of Darkness. Did he not have an image for that? Maybe not. No, it just shows the YouTube video. He was cooking. I mean, that was a 30-minute interview. I'm probably gonna make. I'm gonna talk about the roadmap. I'm gonna talk a little bit about the interview, I guess. That was a lot. Full news article as well. But yeah, probably also gonna be talking about my opinion a bit. I don't know if it's just me, guys, but I was kind of hoping for a little more details, maybe. Maybe that's just me. Maybe that's just me. But it is what it is, friends. Lightning Spear, yeah, let's go. Yeah, we're gonna play it in a bit. That's the plan. I can cover this. I mean, it's cool we're getting leaderboards, guys. That's really cool. Hey everybody, it's Rob here. We finally got the Diablo 4 roadmap for 2025, and they just confirmed they are putting leaderboards into the game, and we're getting sort of new endgame content here with dungeon escalation and harder nightmare dungeon activities in general. I'm going to link all this post here. There's a ton more details. There's also an interview with Riker. You can find all the sources below. Let's talk about the roadmap and the details here. So this roadmap is for the year 2025 and also a little bit of a preview of what's to come in 2026 with the new expansion. So we already know we have Witchcraft and we have the Belial's Return here starting on the 29th of April, guys. So in a few weeks from now, the 29th, the season is going to start. That's in exactly 3 weeks from now, and we're getting the boss powers. This was already confirmed. We're getting the new layer bosses. Then in July, we are going to get the Sins of the Horadrim. And with this, we're going to get Horadric powers, quest and reputation board. So this kind of sounds to me that we are hopefully getting like some way of Horadric's cube as well, maybe where we can extract these powers or we can do something with those powers. But we're definitely going to have quite some power creep here and going to get a pretty strong with those Horadric powers. And then here, a new dungeon escalation event. There was a few more details that were talked about in the interview that we'll cover here in a second. That this is basically like, it seems like some sort of like hard endgame activity where they put like different tiers on some of those dungeons and have like a way to escalate the dungeon to make it a lot harder. On top of this, obviously, every season we're going to get an earnable pet. And then for the 29th April season, we're also going to get a new IP collab, and a 2-year Diablo anniversary is going to be in the summer. There's going to be an event for that as well. And they talked a little bit about the IP collabs. They definitely want to do something that fits the dark theme of Diablo 4. But I would also like to see, and maybe a revival of like maybe a Netflix collaboration, because I know Blizzard was already working with Netflix in the past, and then there were some problems, but I would love to see, you know, a Diablo kind of movie at some point. This was not announced, but just looking into some of these like cool cinematics that we have, especially in Diablo 4, but also here in Diablo 2 back in the days, and having like some sort of, you know, like Diablo movie or Diablo series, that would be just so sick, basically, to me. So maybe this is at some point on the horizon. We'll see. Then we talked about the next season here in September. Season 10 is going to start, and this is going to focus on the Infernal Horde. That's been basically a fan favorite feature, and they also wanted to basically work on the system even more and make it also harder. So there's going to be new chaos powers coming, quest and reputation board. It seems like they are really doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on these, like, you know, having like a seasonal power board. Like we had the vampiric powers, then we have the witch powers, then we have the boss powers, then we have the Horadric powers, then we get the chaos power. So it seems like we're always going to have this like kind of like progression borrowed power board with reputation and quests, plus the Infernal Horde updates. And they also hinted that this is going to be potentially very challenging. And then maybe this is also going to go into the leaderboards. We'll see. They weren't really clear on what the leaderboards will be for. But this I could possibly see being one part of the systems where we basically get like a crazy like Infernal Hordes, different rewards between the waves and different ways to juice and basically make the player decision to make the content hard, basically. This is all going to be under the Age of Hatred continues. And then also new pet, new IPable collab. And then they talked about 2026, and it looks like they're hinting towards the expansion coming early in 2026, early here, with this new ranking system, with a new leaderboard system. And then you can see here, there's also something new, something written. And Raika in his interview, he did some forensic analysis of this, and he was zooming in, and you can kind of see here new .c and then double S. So this basically will mean that there's a new class coming, guys. I mean, we kind of already knew this. There's going to be a new class, and they also hinted in this in the interview with Brad Gibson, who is the director of the expansions of Diablo 4. Great guy, and he's working on this, and he was not denying that it's a paladin, guys. So most likely this is going to be a paladin. The paladin will be coming here in early 2026, I hope. And looking at this roadmap, it kind of lines up a little bit of an early release, because you can kind of see by going over the dates here that all these seasons are like three months long. And then the last season, season 10, Season of Infernal Chaos, looks to already be 4 months. And then this, to me at least, copium, fingers crossed, hints to a January release of the expansion and of the paladin. And this also is kind of going hand in hand with what Raika was hinting at in his video. So we'll see. I mean, obviously, this is just speculation. This doesn't say it, but it looks to be early 2026 for the paladin, whatever they're going to call it. They might call it Crusader, they might call it Holy Knight, But it's going to be like a sword and board holy archetype class, like 99.9% basically. People want their witch dogs, yeah. And then they also talked about more permanent addition to the game that comes with each season. So in Season 9, Sins of the Horadrim, we're going to get this new Nightmare Dungeon activity. We're going to get console support for keyboard and mouse and much more quality of lives. We're going to get these reliquaries and we're going to get a season journey update. They talked about this a bit more in the interview as well, where they basically want to make us as the player be able to choose a lot more in terms of rewards with those season journeys. So we will be able to, choose which direction we want to go for the rewards and stuff like that. Then they also talked more details about the ranking system here in the interview, and they basically said they did learn a lot from the Gauntlet. They said the Gauntlet was a good learning experience for them here in Riker's interview with Brett. I'm going to link that below, by the way. That's going to be it was a good experience for them what not to do. So they want to involve a lot more of those players in the leaderboard. So the way I understand it, the leaderboards also, in my opinion, are not only for the top players. A lot of people remember it from Diablo 3, where you can compare to the top players and you can check out their build, you can see what they're playing. It gives you a good idea of like what's strong right now. But you can also compete, within your clan, within your guild. You can compete within your friend list. You can even compete with yourself from yesterday. You don't have to, compete, for the top ranks of the leaderboard. Like, you just compete, in your friend circle and see who is maybe the highest there, or like, I don't know how you compare yourself to like a streamer or like, to your friends and stuff. So they also want to involve a lot more people in this like ranking leaderboard system, and hopefully they're going to have this inspect function so you can really see, what kind of build people are playing over there and what they are basically doing over there in the leaderboards. And I think this is going to be amazing, and I hope there's going to be like, some rewards locked to this as well. I think, you can say a lot of negative things about Diablo Immortal, but there was always, some participation like trophy for like, being in the, I don't know, top 1,000, top 10,000 in the leaderboard. Like maybe you get like some reward to it, similar how it was to the Gauntlet, just like a more juicy, like a cool reward of some sort. That would be cool. Overall, guys, with this interview, there's a lot of exciting stuff coming for Diablo for sure. And I'm just really excited for the expansion. Like, a Paladin was definitely my favorite class in Diablo 2. Like, you had this like auras, you had the cool holy attacks, and getting something like this, and obviously getting a continuation of the story. And hopefully this time, because a lot of people were disappointed that we didn't finish off Mephisto in the Vessel of Hatred expansion. And hopefully this time, in early 2026, fingers crossed, we'll finally, fully beat this Mephisto guy, this guy. And maybe then we'll actually face Diablo, because Brad in the interview, he also hinted at that that the new expansion is gonna have to do something with the Horadrim, and that's also gonna have something to do with the Paladin most likely. So I'm super excited about it. Check out Riker's interview. I'm gonna link that below. Ton of cool stuff happening. People are discussing it already. Let me know what you think in the comments. I was kind of a bit hoping that we're gonna get a little more details, like just, learn a little more about it. This is basically like a one-page post here that goes a bit into this as well, but it's not really like all too crazy details. They basically just teased us, but more stuff to come here very soon, they said. I'm fully expecting the expansion to be released to be announced this summer, and the class to be announced as well, latest in August with a Gamescom. So we'll see. Paladin, fingers crossed. Let me know what you think in the comments. I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you soon. GG. 3 more weeks. I mean, I hope. I'll link this again, yeah. This is the Riker interview of the roadmap. And there's the roadmap itself. I'm going to this on YouTube as well. Good stuff. Back to D4, about 8 months. Yeah, let me see what people say here. Oh, this Rob guy. Leaderboards in 2026 is crazy. I mean, I agree with this guy. No, it's gonna take so long for them, yes, to bring this into the game. For leaderboards, we need balanced classes, yeah. Only thing bad in Immortal is the pay to win. Pretty good game overall. I like to focus on like PvP and stuff. Yeah. Diablo exists to sell expansions. Oh man. People say on the forums. Oh, actually we can check down here as well. I've played since launch. That roadmap confirmed until they figure out what to do with the game. Borrowed powers has been done to death. Revamped D2R roadmap. Man, that'd be sick. I don't think they'll do that though. Yeah, the office is great. It's almost like a dungeon, dude. Dungeon office. Yeah, what they say here. Nightmare Dungeon rework, yeah. They could just bring back the, what did they call it? The material you could juice the Helltide with. Profile Mind Cage, that one. Yeah, 2026 seems very late, man. We already waited so long and we have to wait another year, basically. Keyboard and mouse support on console. Yeah, that's nice. They should put leaderboards for everything. Yeah, they're not going to put it for everything. I mean, they're going to put some leaderboards. We are too late. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, Profile Mind Cage. That was cool. And if they have this for the rest of the activities, the hordes, helltides, bosses, like all this stuff, that'd be cool. Maybe even something more for the Dark Citadel, dude. Overall, I felt the Dark Citadel was a big L. Yeah, we need other activities that can be done without feeling like I'm losing 50% XP. This is also a good point. Like, if you want to do anything in the game, you must do pits, basically. And that's also kind of annoying. Hear me out, Nightmare Dungeons, but purple. Oh, man. Brutal. To level to 300 in Helltide. Yeah, that's definitely a good point. Like, it's... I think it's okay when Nightmare Dungeon... when the pit gives the most experience. But it should not be like 10 times more experience. This guy is mad about this stuff. Roadmap of seasonal powers. What the heck is this? Man. Yeah, I'm not the only one, at least, with that. Like, I was hoping we get to see more details. The image is cool, but this? Man, this is gonna be like, I don't know, another color of Helltide and powers again. Come on. Reliquary, he talked about that. I didn't understand that fully as well. I don't know when it was. He did talk about the Reliquary. Crusader when? It's gonna be Paladin, boys. It's gonna be a Paladin. Here.
Where are we going to be going? What we've seen with Expansion 1 Vessel of Hatred was they added
he talked about class.
And use Codebreaker. So diving into the new expansion and what we can expect. Let's start off with the thing that I'm most confident in, and that's the new class. I am 99% sure that the new class is going to be something like a paladin. It might literally be the paladin, it might be a crusader, or it might be the Templar. We'll explore those options in a bit here, but it is almost a certainty that we're getting the paladin analog, the holy warrior with a shield. This class has been immensely requested. It has been the most requested class since the release of D4. Yes, there's a lot of love for the Amazon as well, but really, the paladin has been the number one. Every campfire chat, people are asking, paladin when? Paladin when? When the Spiritborn was revealed, while some people were hyped for a new class, a lot of people were disappointed that no paladin still. A lot of people are saying, I'm not buying the game until they add the paladin. And in interviews, different devs and Rod Ferguson, they've kind of alluded to, calm your pants down, paladin is coming next.
And he confirmed it today in the interview, guys. He confirmed it basically. He didn't like right out say it, but he said he's on the record saying that we hear you. So this is going to happen.
With the Spiritborn, they were saying how they wanted to do something completely new because the previous 5 classes have been something that already existed, right? They were bringing back old classes. Again, 4 years ago, you can look at my analysis that allowed me to predict the Rogue and the Necromancer was all based on what classes previously existed. With the Spiritborn, they wanted to do something new, but it sounds like with the next class, they're gonna make people happy, give the people what they want, and that's gonna be the Paladin or Templar. Or
you gotta give the people what they want, man. It's an easy W for them to make it Paladin. Like if they make anything else, people are just gonna be mad, you know. And it's in their financial best interest to make Paladin.
Crusader. I think it's not gonna be the Crusader, and I think they might not even call it the Paladin. It'll play like the Paladin. It'll make Paladin people happy, but it might be the Templar because at this point, while there's a lot of nostalgia for the D2 Paladin, I think they've largely realized that the majority of their player base now is D3 players and new players, and there's not as much D2 fans left playing D4, so I think they're not going to care as much to cater to that nostalgia. And I think there's not enough nostalgia for the D3 Crusader, but you were a Templar, John Da. Cormac the Templar. In Diablo 3, a lot of love for this character, for this hireling, and I think it's a good way to bring back this holy class in a way that still feels like a paladin, but has something new with it. And
I think they should just call it paladin, man. I mean, Crusader was not liked as much as a D3 class, right? I'm not a fan of paladin myself, but Diablo 4 needs it. Yeah, we're going to Score Wars. Again, a fight against
they can actually bring back a little bit of Amazon fantasy.
You were the Templar.
Spear and javelins, right? Bow-wise, we got things
PoE
covered
right now
with the Rogue, but nothing has spear gameplay. The Templar, your Templar follower in Diablo 3, his starter weapon is a spear. Yes, he can use a sword. Yes, he can use a mace, but he starts with a spear. So imagine the Templar class being this paladin that also has spear skills. Maybe you can spec into different things. You don't have to go spear, but it's again a way of capturing, because I don't think we're going to get an Amazon class. I don't think it's ever going to happen because Amazons are lore-wise and just in people's mind very gender-locked, as they could only be female, and I don't know that they're going to do any kind of class that is just going to be one gender. Now, some issues with the Templar theory are that the Templar Order was immensely corrupted in the end of Reaper of Souls, and Cormac quit. He killed the Pope of the religion, the Grand Maester, I believe it's called, and he quit, and it was a fully corrupted order. Now, maybe he's going to reform the Templars. Maybe he'll form a new order and call it something else. But I think it'll be really cool if we see Cormac again. We've seen Lyndon the Scoundrel. We've seen Diablo 2 NPCs, so Cormac can certainly still be alive 50 years later. And I can see him as the new Grand Maester of the Templars, or maybe they'll call them something else. But he might be a key NPC as well in the story of the expansion.
Paladin.
Now, region-wise, where are we going to be going? What we've seen with Expansion 1 Vessel of Hatred was they added the southern half of the eastern continent, the jungles of Nahantu, which are very much aligned with the Spiritborn class. There's this marriage of here's this new class and here's where he's from, and it all is thematically fit together nicely, and in my interviews with Brent Gibson, the game director, they basically expressed that that's what they like to do. They like to kind of make this complete package, ensure the content they're in is synergizing. So,
and today he confirmed again, it's Horadrim.
If we're getting a paladin type character, where does it make sense for this character to come from? Well, the Templar Order was situated in Westmarch. Westmarch being the capital city of the Kingdom of Westmarch. So if we go now west, because there's nowhere else to go on the eastern continent, we have it all. So we're going to be sailing west, in my opinion, to the western continent, to the region known as Honduras.
Makes the
now,
most sense.
Honduras encapsulates a lot of Diablo 2. That's where we're going to find Old Tristram and New Tristram. It's where we're going to find Lut Golain. It's going to be the monastery where we met Andariel in Diablo 2. It goes all the way to Westmarch to the west. It's this entire sort of southern half of the western continent. That would also leave the northern half with Mount Ariat and the Dreadlands as stuff for future expansions. The next expansion could do the rest of that continent, and then that still leaves us with the Scovos Isles to the south and Shansai to the north. The Scovos Isles being where the Amazons are.
I think this might even be 2 expansions up here.
From, and Shansai being where the wizards are from. Now, it's possible we'll actually get to visit Shansai in expansion 2 for narrative reasons, because they've established that Akarat is from Shansai. Now that Akarat is back, in a way, it is possible he's going to go on a pit stop to Shansai, and Shansai is certainly too small of a region to have its own expansion. But I do believe that Westmarch is going to be a key location in the next expansion. Now we know that after Malthael reaped Westmarch, there's a great devastation there, right? It was an immense capital city. Now, the most recent lore from the Book of Lorath is that people are still living there. It's not the same as it once was, but it's not just overrun with monsters and in ruins, so it is inhabitant, and life is kind of starting. There's suggestions that things are starting to go back to normal. It's starting to heal. But again, I don't think we're going to see ruins. I don't think we're going to see the massive city that...
Like, what people didn't like that we didn't, had a final Mephisto fight in Vessel of Hatred. People kind of felt scammed, and same here. I'm not much for lore, but I wanted an epic, fight, and fight the Lord of Hatred himself and not his dog.
That once was. Now, interesting to note is that Diablo Immortal actually has Westmarch as your big town hub. So I don't know if we're going to see a Westmarch being this massive town hub, or maybe there'll be smaller regions within Westmarch. Maybe some of it will be in ruin, but I don't think it's going to be overrun with monsters. Nonetheless, it will offer some kind of new location visually and thematically and geographically to what we have experienced so far. We haven't been to just a massive city, a metropolis. We'll also likely get to see Kingsport, which is where Linden is from. That's more of the scoundrel hub. But altogether, I think we're going to get to see a lot of nostalgic places from Diablo 2 and 3. Now, even if the new class is not a Templar, if we're going to go with the classic Paladin, the Diablo 2 Paladin, so first off, the term Paladin refers to a number of knightly orders of faith in the light. And the Paladin from Diablo 2 specifically was from the Knights of Westmarch. And as it turns out, who else was formerly a Knight of Westmarch? Lorath Nar. There's just a lot of reason to think we're going to Westmarch. There's lots of tie-ins there for Paladins or Templars, all of which are from around that area, and for Lorath to appear in the story and be affiliated with all this. Now let's talk about narrative predictions here. Whoa. We ended Vessel of Hatred with what? Mephisto has now giga-powered up using the pseudo-corpse of Akarat. He now has what is arguably the most powerful host body that any primeval has ever had. I believe he's going to be going west. Again, maybe he stops by Shansai, maybe not, but he's going to be going west, perhaps to corrupt, or try to corrupt, the Templar Order. Who knows? We have seen Mephisto do things like this in the past, where he corrupts the head of a religion.
He's sneaky.
He did this, for instance, in where we are now.
I still need to watch this cutscenes at some point.
Nahantu. The Church of the Zakarum was
That's how we do it in
corrupted
Kingsport.
by Mephisto. This is what he does. So now he's literally coming back as the Jesus of this religion. So I believe religion and faith in the light and faith in Akarat is all going to be a big part of the story, which again ties very well into having this holy class and even it being the Templars. You know, how many times do we hear the Diablo 3 voice lines, Akarat be praised and Akarat this? And again, this all synergizes together in a package that makes sense, which is what they seem to want to do. It's what they did with Vessel of Hatred, the story, the class, the region, all synergize and fit together. I think we're going to see Tyrael make an appearance. I think...
Man, this guy is going to come back, dude. That's how I do think it's... I'm a little bit disappointed because I expected more. Yeah, maybe. The cutscenes literally built all the hype for the game. I mean, that's... Diablo does it best. Like, the cutscenes are crazy, man. Yeah, if Tyrael comes back, that'd be sick, yo. But who knows for sure. Why is it so loud for me?
Tyrael will likely be a significant part of the story.
Look at this this machine standing there, dude. Yeah, I love this cutscene. Oh, this is so sick, dude.
Is he going to die? I don't know, but I think we're going to see him. Maybe he's going to be aligned with Cormac. I think angels are going to come into the picture somehow. Maybe. Again, we got that teaser. I mean, first off, I thought angels were going to make an appearance in Vessel of Hatred, simply because in Season 4 or 5, Blizzard added an item in the game, a new uber unique, a mythic, that makes you do more damage to angels and demons. So if you're adding this item that does more damage...
Yeah, I remember people were speculating like so crazy when they added this. Like, angels? Oh yeah. Cutscene hype, patch notes, disappointment, the cycle of D4. Yeah, maybe a little bit random. I hope they can break it off at some point, but... I agree with you, like, once they drop, like, the Paladin expansion cinematic trailer, people are gonna go crazy, because you already know it's gonna be good, right? We don't know if the expansion is gonna be good, but we damn sure know that the cinematic of the Paladin is gonna be good. And that's gonna create hype by itself, and then, yeah. Obviously, this is the test of time if the actual expansion is gonna fix the problems that the game has.
It makes you do more damage to angels and demons.
They are coming out swinging.
If you're adding this item that does more damage to angels, well, presumably we're going to have angels to fight at some point. So I thought we're going to see Tyrael and angels in Vessel of Hatred. I am now pushing that back to the next expansion. Now, how this takes place exactly could either be maybe Imperius, the archangel who was the head of the Angerus Council, the one who hated humans and wanted to exterminate us because we are all half demon and half angel. Therefore, we have innate evil in us. Maybe he's going to lead a charge of an angelic host down to take out humanity.
These
perhaps
cutscenes
even
were so
because
epic.
of this insane perversion of the faith in the light that Mephisto has brought. So maybe we have this angelic host come down and trying to exterminate us, and so we are fighting angels that way. Otherwise, it would have to be somehow corrupted angels, I guess. That said, I always had in mind that the invasion from heaven would be an expansion unto itself, so I don't know that I really expect the angelic host to come down and invade just yet. Maybe more just a small cadre of angels. It could also be explained that Vessel of Hatred. Now, we're going to talk a bit more about tiling in a bit, but Vessel of Hatred has multiple meanings, and one is that we ourselves may be the Vessel of Hatred, we the main character, because we have Lilith's essence in us somehow. We have the blood and the petals and all that. So it could be that the angels sense that we are the Vessel of Hatred, and therefore they are coming to kill us and we have to fight them. And speaking of us being the Vessel of Hatred, I do believe that that is going to play into our ability to defeat Mephisto. Again, he is giga-powered now, and we're just some schmuck. But we were seeing signs in the story of Vessel of Hatred of us, coughing up and whatever, struggling with whatever's inside of us. Lilith's essence is doing something within us, and I think she wants revenge against her Poppy here. I don't think Lilith herself will come back. I think if she would, that would completely undermine the wonderful story of the base campaign, which I adored. Her death would effectively be meaningless if she just respawned now. Yes, demons always do respawn, but it can take a long time. She has to be out of the picture for a while, but manifesting in some way, be it as a vision or as just a power within us to overcome Mephisto, I think is an acceptable way for Lilith or her essence to somehow be brought back into the story. Because it certainly is a loose plot end right now of what is going on with this blood petal stuff in us. So I do believe we are going to defeat Mephisto in this expansion. What is he going to be up to? Well, his old tricks was always to bring his brother back, right? It was to bring his brothers back, in fact, to rule. And while I myself have not been one of the people to say, like, wow, the game's called Diablo and Diablo isn't even in it, I think with every...
I hear this so much. Like, there's no Diablo in Diablo 4, so... Hermes is the vessel of hatred, man. Imperius as a boss, man, yeah. Dude, like, fighting any of those angels, and then we're gonna play the Air of Perdition, man. Yeah, Mephisto is... Diablo is not even in Diablo,
I've not been one of the people to say, like, wow, the game's called Diablo and Diablo isn't even in it.
Wow.
I think with every expansion that passes without Diablo, people have more and more of a right to kind of complain about that. So I do believe that we will have Diablo introduced in this expansion, but we're not going to fight him yet. Maybe it's just going to be some kind of like teaser at the very end, but it's likely going to take the form of Mephisto trying to bring him back, which might also be why he's going back to... It could even be the cathedral ruins, who knows? That's where Diablo's soul stone was kept so long ago. It's how he corrupted Lazarus. And plans set in motion by Mephisto, being the puppet master all the way across from the Eastern continent. Now, we mentioned about the title. We're going to make a title prediction. It's unlikely to come true, but Vessel of Hatred, again, works in multiple ways. We could be the Vessel of Hatred. The actual Soul Stone, where is it? The Soul Stone right shard could be the Vessel of Hatred. It could be that Akarat's body now is the Vessel of Hatred. It's a title that works in many ways and is very nuanced. It's actually arguably the best subtitle in any Diablo game yet. They've always been very straightforward, right? Lord of Destruction, that's Baal. Reaper of Souls, that's Malthael. Nothing wrong with those, but now we have taken things to a higher level of writing. And so I expect that trend to be continued into the next expansion. So, using everything we know, this is going to be about religion. This is going to be about faith. It's going to be about Templars, Crusaders. What is their religion about? It is about faith in the light, right? We have Mephisto corrupting this faith in the light. Now, the titles have always been about villainy and bad things. So, what is a title that can work on multiple levels, that incorporates ideas of what is being conveyed here? Mephisto is going to be the big bad. We're not going to call it Lord of Hatred, because we just said Vessel of Hatred. So, Diablo 4, Herald of Darkness. Darkness is opposite of the light, so it works on that front. Darkness is just, ooh, evil, bad things coming. Herald meaning bringer of. It could be a harbinger, could be, you know, whatever. Harbinger is a little bit too wordy. Herald rolls off the tongue a bit easier. Mephisto is coming in as the bringer of darkness. He's removing the light, perhaps even attempting to usher in a new dark age for Sanctuary. Now, as far as predictions go for titles, obviously, like, it's unlikely to be that, but hey, I figured I'll take a long shot, right? This is my Hail Mary play. If I happen to call this, I deserve at least 2 upvotes on this
video. Dude, he's gonna be so right on this.
Okay? Now let's talk a bit about new features that might come with the expansion. So first off, set items. I think set items are a likely feature to return in the expansion.
Do you guys want set items in the game? They hinted at this at, I don't know, some BlizzCon.
Expansion. Why? 6 months prior to release, I interviewed Diablo 4 game director Joe Shelley.
But set items, not in the way that is in Diablo 3, where one set gives you like 10,000% multiplier. Like, I would love to more see like something like, you know, Captain Crimson or the Orkill set in Diablo 3, where you have like a 2 or a 3-piece bonus, like it gives you like cooldown reduction and stuff. But I don't want this like 6-piece set that give you a gazillion trillion multiplicative damage. Yeah. Let's see.
Prior to release, I interviewed Diablo 4 game director Joe Shelley and Diablo general manager Rod Ferguson. I asked them about set items, and they expressed that set items were important. They were going to come to the game, but after launch, that they had to find the right way to add them in. They were aware of the problems that set items had in Diablo 3 and did not want to repeat those mistakes. So, Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred added in rune words, which was a feature that was shown in early development of D4. Didn't come at launch, came later. They finalized the system. I think we might see something similar happen with set items. My only hesitation to feeling confident in set items coming is that Diablo 4's itemization is getting quite full, and I'm not sure that there is enough design space for set items. So I think
if I'm comparing itemization in Diablo 4 to Path of Exile, for example, like especially Path of Exile 1, like we're not full at all.
If they can find an
appropriate
design space for set items, then they're going to come in with this second expansion, Herald of Darkness. I think we're going to get a new type of mount added, and I think it's going to be dire wolves. With Vessel of Hatred, we got the big cat mounts, the jaguars. I think with expansion 2, because West March is so affiliated with the direwolf as it's
riding on a direwolf would be sick, yo.
Joel, I think we're gonna get direwolf mounts. I think we're probably gonna get some kind of new endgame mode. Maybe it'll be something wave based.
So they talked about the endgame mode, like a dungeon escalation in a way. I mean, I don't know. They made it's like part of the season stuff, but it also sounds like new Nightmare Dungeon activity is gonna be a perma addition to the game. So that, and then maybe the Infernal Hordes updates on top of that, plus the boss fight updates. That makes a lot of sense. If they make it well.
Similar to Echoing Nightmares in Diablo 3. Maybe some kind of like tower defense type thing, just, waves of enemies coming at us. Similar a little bit as well to the Infernal Hordes, but we might even get to fight angels in this mode. That's really
maybe like an arena type of mode, like where there's like harder and harder waves in a certain. I mean, this is like the Infernal Hordes, though.
Just guessing, though. Some kind of new game mode is the safe bet. What exactly? Who knows? I think every class will get a couple new skills, new passives, new Paragon boards. I think the level cap will be raised to 70, and I think we might even get some new clan features. This is a gamble, but we saw with Vessel of Hatred they added a party finder. And they added a raid. So they're focusing on social features. So maybe we're going to get something like some kind of guild housing. I think that'd be really cool. Now, base Diablo 4 had the altars.
Bro, like the guild stash that we have in Path of Exile. We need something like that in Diablo, like where you can like trade items between each other and stuff. It's so sad at the moment. Oh, by the way, the video is out. Yeah, I got it here. Nice. If you want to see my summary, guys, it's right here. This is just like, if you missed it, leave a like, leave a comment. We finally got the Diablo 4 roadmap. Helps a lot. 2025, and they just confirmed they're putting leaderboards into the game, and we're getting sort of new endgame content here with dungeon escalation, and we'll see how that's gonna play out. But that's on YouTube right now. I'm gonna pin this here.
Of Lilith, even though they weren't a very popular feature, the expansion added Tenets of Akarat as their version of Altars of Lilith. They added them in a more player-friendly way. I imagine we're going to have something similar in Expansion 2, and it's probably going to be about Rakkus, because Rakkus is a fundamental character in the lore affiliated with Westmarch. Rakkus was the first king of Westmarch. He led the invasion that effectively resulted in the establishment.
I think the Horadrim call is bait. I mean, they did put it in here. Horadric powers. Like, this may or may not then have something to do with the cube. Like, we just don't know, right? I don't know, like Horadric cube, especially like the crafting elements that it brought. And we don't really have any crafting in Diablo at the moment. So all you have is basically the blacksmith and upgrading it. So adding like some sort of crafting would be pretty cool. And it would definitely fit, the season of the Horadrim.
Of Westmarch, and he also was a holy man, not a paladin per se, but he was a fervent believer in the Zakarum faith, the faith that Mephisto corrupted. So we may be going around collecting some kind of statues of Rakkus. Now, lastly, let's talk release date. So first off, I think we're going to get the full reveal this summer.
Yes.
Either at Microsoft's Xbox show, or later in the summer at Gamescom. I think those are going to be one of the two places that Blizzard's going to do the full unveiling of Herald of Darkness. I don't think there's going to be a BlizzCon this year, and I don't think, even if there was, that they would wait until BlizzCon to do the reveal. Now, Diablo 4 released on June 5th, 2023. Vessel of Hatred released on October 7th, 2024. That's 15 months later. So I think it's going to be another 15 months to expansion 2.
I think
it's going to be
collab
on
of
a
Doom.
Tuesday, so I'm going to say January 6th, 2026. But there is one problem with that January
That'll be
date,
so
and that's
sick,
the
though.
fact that it's right after the holidays. And so during the back half of December, a lot of employees are taking their time off. Early January as well, so the odds of an expansion actually launching right after, or any kind of major release, even a season happening right after people are returning from vacation, is kind of unlikely. So I think they're going to
No
have
campfire.
to push
There was an
that
interview.
back a few weeks,
Here.
probably into February. So
link the
maybe we
video.
can go with a February 11th release date then, to give them about a solid month of being back to work at the office to prepare for this significant launch. At that point, we'll be roughly around season 11. They might push it to season.
So this is what we know now. We're not going to be about season 11, man. It's just going to be season 10. But July, August, September, that's only 3 months. This is already 4 months. I mean, with what we know here, unless there's a new season starting in December, it's very likely that it's January. Who knows, dude? Maybe we're just coping too much. They need to add content. I mean, this is like definitely some content, but yeah, we're kind of like not quite sure about it.
12,
there's little
if they don't
details.
want to cut season 11 too short, which could maybe push us as far as April, but I doubt that. Otherwise, they might extend season 10 to get season 11 to start with the launch of the expansion. Because right now, if we're looking at rough estimates of how long seasons have lasted, season 10 probably going to start roughly mid-January. But they have a lot of time to kind of nudge numbers around and adjust season lengths by small amounts to eventually get to a point where everything makes sense. All right, folks, those are all of my predictions, but I turn the question to you. What are your predictions? Do you think any of my predictions are way off? Sound off in the comments. And again, do be sure to check back on this video as we learn new information.
Yeah, I think it aged pretty good already. I hope we're going to get this stuff. How was this? He was just not impressed?
You got 16k accuracy. Whoa. Crazy, dude.
Wait, what is this? Whoa. Or 60k is quite a lot. Yeah, okay, guys, that was pretty much all the news, I think. Here is the video again from Riker. This is another 20-minute interview. I mean, I'm definitely excited. For the Paladin, I'm super excited. But I was hoping for some more information here. Like, I think this is like very few information. But yeah. We will learn more soon, TM. Soon, TM. This is always the classic, man. Yeah, we'll learn much more. Do you only play Diablo? Why do you keep going on the game? No, I don't only play Diablo. Guys, you know, it's 2025, man. You can play more than one video game in your life. If you want to. Ja, danke schön, dir auch. In fact, we're gonna probably go back to Path of Exile now, because there are still drops in Path of Exile, guys. Yeah, traitor! It's like, how can you only play one video game, and then if you do it, you're a traitor? It's so crazy, man. But you can't do this, man, play more than one video game. No, in fact, we just blasted 400 hours of Path of Exile. And we're probably gonna blast some more. So again, guys, this is the video. Hey everybody, it's There's not really much more to go into details here. Yeah, I'm playing Pokemon Snap in secret. That too, my friend. Pokemon Snap, bro. Well, actually, I did used to play a lot of Pokemon. Like 15 years ago. Probably even longer, man. Something like this. But it was fun. Okay, shall we log in, guys? Huntress? Do you like Diablo 2 Jefferson, man? I got something for you. So we have drops as well. Pet drops. Gas explosion. I think we're gonna try the rower today. Oben rechts sieht aus wie Asmodan. Nah, I don't think so though. But yeah, there's a chance. PoE login. Yo, I think they did a new update, right? Changes to Act 3 areas. They did fix like a ton of the layouts apparently here. Yeah, Azarborg. Oh my, this area was so crazy. Yeah, they keep doing good updates, but they still have long way to go. I mean, they need to do this for all the acts and then also for Endgame. Mire, Augury, all this kind of stuff, man. Oof. Oof. But yeah, this is Dawn of the Hunt, boys. Hated the league. So we're 87 here. This is my Boa Java zone. Reinstalling right the hell now. I'm gonna change the title. Wait, why is there so many O's in Explosion? I think we're doing some double typing. Okay. They also increased drop rate for T15 maps. Okay, so we're gonna try the raw one today, because I did try the amulet. We will need some gems. Or shit, I think I need a low spirit gem, right? Is 13 fine? For Le Roja? I hope it is. I've only heard bad things about the new PoE update. Yeah, there's been a lot of feedback. And I definitely want to change some stuff. Okay, we'll need... Is 13 fine? Yeah, they keep improving it. Like this is just another example of it. I don't think I have enough spirit, yeah. Why is it called always with an H? Wait, why does it require level 14? Oh god. Well, I have 16. 60 spirit, bro. I don't need that anymore. So meat shield. Meat shield. Precision and profute. No. Loyalty and minion mastery. I have not played this before. I need more spirit to use Roar. Well, I can just take off clarity. Oh, wait, I need more int. Wait, 60, bro? That's crazy. Yeah, I can take off clarity. Right, that should be 10 spirit. Do I need even more? Plot? +5. I mean, I can also play without the raw amount for now. Until I fix that, because I need some currency for that. I think we're gonna be pretty good like this anyways. I always stayed away from PoE because it seems more complicated. Yeah. Yeah, I might check. Like, I still have the normal chest, basically. Grüße an alle. Ey, Bullet! Grüße gehen raus, Mann. Yeah, so this is a good change for sure. We'll see what they do. Rue is a cat and cat is a Rue. Hi, mom, I'm cute, dog. Hey, bro. Oh, this goes so crazy. I think we're gonna go synthwave, yes. Yeah, let me do a few and then you can join if you want. Okay, so I think I should lower this one to 1. But now I'm gonna have so much spirit. Now we'll see. Untainted? Oh yeah, we can run those in a bit. Oh yeah, maybe you can join there. We can have one more slot, right? For yeah. That sounds good. Oh yeah, I don't think I've even claimed it. Max 4, yeah, we have 4 then. R3 plus pineapple. I'm thinking this one. Helm attachment, buy more. Doesn't even look that cool, does it? That looks cool though. I think my keyboard has like a double click bug. It just keeps clicking twice. It's fucking crazy. So we lost quite some int, man. 50. With this amulet change. Because I think my old amulet had int. It's gonna be a bit annoying. So how much spirit do I need total to use the roar? With the amulet. Let me make the last support for it. Oh, this even needs more in, bro. It's so annoying. Depends. This is the first time playing with the raw. Complex raw that you can ride while you're mounted. But it says 60 spirit. Why do I need more? Okay, this is one more endpoint. What is the wrong one? Yeah, I haven't tried it yesterday. I kind of wanted to, but I didn't get around to it. Wait, I'm gonna join you guys back on Discord. Yeah, Pineapple, we can join these. We can do these maps then. Hey guys. Yo. Wait, why is my Discord? Okay, now it's working. Hey, how's it going, guys?
Yo.
Yo.
The support gem is what makes your war cost more.
Okay, but this base one does not. You have 3 link in it, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I have Roar with
Minion.
meat shield, loyalty, and minion mastery.
Yeah.
They don't give extra costs.
Oh, this needs even more int then. Okay, I see. Okay, this is not ideal. I need int somewhere on my gear, I guess, at some point.
Don't you worry, I just respect to energy shield plus evasion, and I just figured out I need so much int and so much dexterity is crazy.
Yeah, you need a lot of stats, man.
Like,
Because you fucked up.
What do you mean you fucked up?
Yeah, I'll post you my chest and then you see why you fucked up.
Okay, but like, how do I equip this roar now?
How much int does my chest need?
Not enough spirit.
Yeah, but that's the same as mine. But that's not the issue. Like, I have a high 8. My helmet is because it's full.
Okay, so I can.
Oh my god, I just fucking unequipped the mistake.
So we need even
you
more
all-
spirit.
Just get reduced attribute. Damn it. Oh no, it's actually not worth it.
Well, it's gonna be quite annoying.
Yeah, if you get a helmet, a full ES helmet, like 400, 500 ES, that's gonna cost you some
So I'm
int.
missing like 1 freaking
Not
spirit.
even that much. Like, it's 300, but yeah, it costs
Ugh.
It's just, yeah, whatever. I did a workaround.
That's gonna
but
be
it's not
annoying.
ideal. Like, I'm losing
Hey,
some
brothers.
for it. Energy shield.
Okay, I don't know, 30 accuracy rating, that's a lot, right? How much did I lose? Well, I guess it's fine for now. But you need both. Where do you get? Where do you guys get more spirit? Like on your chest at the moment? For the roar? Or did you drop precision and clarity? Because I can't play both.
I dropped clarity.
Yeah, you need precision, but just drop clarity.
Oh, I guess I can. So wait, on Wind Dancer. Okay, I can use precision. Wait, what's the last one? To go back on this one.
Or we say was lagging.
I have to run 2 maps to get to the Untainted.
Okay, can't get to cannibalism either.
Okay, it's still good. It's built.
What did Fabgun do? He also switched to ES.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
It's like yep.
Dude, I told him, and now everyone is switching to ES.
ES plus evasion. Yeah.
Huh?
ES
Yeah,
plus
he's-
evasion, yeah.
He's going with an evasion chest and getting the passive up top that gives you energy shield per evasion on a chest.
Yes.
Yeah. And I told him about the hybrid of clear speed with
Herbs
the
is
spear
going,
and
man.
bosses with GA. What did
Yeah,
he
boys.
say to this?
I don't know. He's still running lightning. He is rocking lightning arrow. Not lightning arrow, lightning spear. Like I think he did
Am I gonna
all
be fine
tier
with
4
this?
bosses with it as well. So
Overall impression of PoE?
Yeah, but what does he do?
It's
for single
okay.
target? He's
There's
using
just some
the same-
problems right now with
No,
it.
no, yeah, he's still using Stormlands with the Sniper's Mark.
Okay, Stormlands. Okay.
Okay, let me try a run.
It's actually pretty insane damage. I really think this is more damage than I had before.
Oh man, it's lagging again. What? Why is the network spiking like crazy? Bro, is the server kind of bad again?
Yep, I'm lagging.
Like holy shit, I can't.
Yeah, I'm opening a chest and nothing happens.
Dude, what are they doing? Okay, Amsterdam, man, come on, save me. I don't think I can even log in. Oh. Maybe this is gonna be more stable now. As a PoE 1 veteran, I didn't think I'd ever say that, but PoE 2 is worse than D4. Oh, guys. Is it early access? Like, we'll see where it's gonna get, right? Okay, this is definitely better, but it's still spiking.
Lol, I have a unique chest that I cannot click.
Unlucky. Oh my god, it's spiking again. Nah, this is unplayable.
I had an. It's the second time now that I'm like hella mad at me. I had an 480.
Okay, guys, it's literally unplayable. Fuck. Is it only the EU server?
Yes,
Maybe we go back to Washington.
but I'm on Paris, and it's fine.
Paris fine? Okay, I'll try Paris.
Are you guys not on Paris?
I'm on
Oh, I'm not.
Amsterdam.
I am the whole day on Paris, actually since last night, and I haven't had a disconnect or anything.
It's still spiking, but it's less.
Yeah, it's the most chill server.
Ah, it's still lagging though.
So what do you think about the D4 update?
Oh, you can't go on the. You can't vault at all. Like evade.
Nope.
On the roar. Is there like an HP bar to the roar?
Left, to the left,
It's still lagging.
to the right from your health globe, but on the left on your screen, there is a bar that fills up when the roar dismounts you.
Let me see if
so
I get
what
when I
where?
get hit.
Hmm?
I don't
Where?
see it.
It's directly over your life last.
Okay, definitely
Oh,
feels
that
cool
bar.
playing on the roar.
Huh?
That bar.
This bar.
Okay.
And like, how does it refill? Like, if I'm just like away from stuff?
No, you dismount and you mount again, and then it's resetted.
So it never.
And-
How do I
and
even
next-
manually dismount? Like, I just click it, go
Just
onto it.
roll.
Just roll.
Just roll.
Ah, okay. So you. Ah, okay. And then this bar. Okay. So when the bar is
And-
like high, you go out of combat, like a little bit at least.
Yeah, you should dismount. Also, when you do.
Very such a different playstyle than what I was doing before.
Okay, and the next one is, if you get dismounted, you count as heavy stunned. You're like stunned for like 2 or 3 seconds.
Yeah. Okay.
So if you get dismounted, press escape, log into character select, and log back in.
That's what the
then-
hardcore dudes are doing. Yes.
And then when you are on the screen is paused, and then you can dodge roll out of it. You're not stunned anymore.
Do you also use the roar on bosses?
No.
It depends on what boss. Because sometimes I need to roll instead of just run.
Yeah. But I mean, you don't lose anything if you just are on the rower and then go out of it, right?
No, the problem is, if the boss hits you with a big hit, you're instantly heavy stunned, and then probably dead. So I'm not on a mount on bosses.
Okay, but where the fuck is my rower now? Okay, there it is. Needs to like despawn, respawn. It's definitely a cool gameplay mechanic if it just wouldn't lag as much, man. Freaking game is still lagging. Oh. My movement speed is so cool. Oh,
Yeah.
big leg spike.
It feels way smoother when you're actually shooting and running.
Bro, why is it lagging so much? Okay, we're gonna go Paris after this.
The Paris is fine.
Don't tell your stream, for fuck's sake. Now they
Everybody go Paris, boys!
and then it's lagging again.
Tonight we all going to Paris!
Fuck them. They're off Paris, for fuck's sake.
Get the fuck away from Paris!
I am the vessel of haters, motherfuckers.
Yeah, so I don't know, like about D4, it's like, I was kind of expecting a bit more information, man. Like, I don't know, there was not much.
Man, that interview, he said so much that didn't answer the question. Man, I was like,
It's like a politician talking, man. It's just like pure, like PR schooling.
yeah.
I mean, it's also like similar to some of the interviews that I did with them. It's like, yeah, they're like trained for this, you know.
This politic talk, I hate this.
I just wish there was like
Oh my god, these
Jonathan and Mark,
explosions.
because they're just gonna answer it.
Yeah, we will see in, what is it? 1 hour, I guess? What is the PoE interview?
Oh, that's another interview. That's right. It's gotta be burning.
Last Epoch interviews also.
Today?
Yeah, before the PoE talk.
Wait, but the PoE talk is like right now, like in an hour, basically.
Then probably the last Epoch talks now. Because it starts before the PoE talk, but goes into the PoE talk.
So the only thing I don't like about the Roa is because sometimes I'd like to play a bit more defensive, but I basically am forced to go close to it and burning. I can't cast my Flame Wall.
Why are you casting Flame Wall?
When I want to be like a bit more ranged.
Ah, okay. Just use a fucking spear.
I can't right now.
Just clear with the spear and do bosses with the GA.
Yeah, maybe I'll get that gear.
It's so amazing. And it's enough if you get a 1 divine spear.
And I thought they changed it. I just ran a 5 mod T15 map. Like, why did it not give me any keys? Ah, it's still spiking like crazy, man. Okay, we're going Paris. Fuck this. Paris it is.
I don't know. I don't have any issues getting keys. I'm getting
mine
like 2 to 3 per map.
Guess you are suspecting to quant on the Atlas.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going there now, so I'm getting a little bit better, but I don't need the overflow right now.
What do you want?
I don't have Exalted for that.
Ruby ring.
Accuracy for...
It's fucking blocked.
I skilled top into the rogues, but I will probably go out of it and skill into essence.
Okay, should we run those maps? I'm just gonna go Paris first.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it's my provider.
I don't think
wait.
any.
I have to run the tower on my screen,
Yeah,
so I
let's do
can
that.
buff the Untainted with more XP.
Yeah, if you guys have an XP map for mine, like I don't have any.
I got dry craft on mine. See.
Okay, I'm gonna be back a second.
Yeah.
It's about a second. I'll take screenshot. EU servers absolutely wrecked. Yeah, I'm feeling that human factor. Like, it's fucking crazy, dude. Oh, it's still so laggy, man. What the fuck? Man, 12 RS. Check Discord.
I got a XP max, 37% increased XP.
Okay, I might check that.
Yeah. What tier?
15.
Okay.
Okay, I'm just gonna invite you guys. Gonna go bathroom for a second, and
I'm gonna grab something to drink. Did we wanna have a +1 with us or?
yeah, I have one. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah, losing the maps to disconnect. Oof. That's how it goes, boys.
Holy shit!
Little snack.
I found a nice spear.
Nice.
If I can, if that could hit accuracy on a slam.
Okay,
It's good, but
can you
it
guys come
doesn't have
to
any-
my hideout?
It doesn't have any crit though.
It doesn't matter. It's still multiple diffs. And
track me
increased
the map.
elemental damage roll is better than a fizz or a lightning roll. Okay, let me put tablets in and hope it hits the tainted.
It would always hit the F-axis on the tablet. Would always hit all maps in range. It's only the.
Nope.
No, it doesn't show. It doesn't show anything on.
On the unique maps, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Who's starting?
I opened already.
Somebody's in Bloomingfields.
I
Look at us all riding on our pet.
Wait, why is yours bigger than mine? What? Maybe
That's
not.
what he said.
No, but look. Like, why is Mercy? Like, it looks bigger, no? Maybe because his character looks bigger. Okay, let's go in. Yeah, let him finish this map.
Oh, I hate the bug that I can't use my spear sometimes. Then I have to dismount, switch weapon.
Oh, hey, Rykard, thanks for the raid, man. Yeah, that was great video. Great interview. Good stuff. We're checking this out earlier. I'm excited for the roadmap. Looking really good. Great stuff, guys. Here's the interview again, if you haven't seen it. Thank you very much, man. Brand is great. Yeah, dude. I really enjoyed my chat with him as well last year in Los Angeles. Was really cool. Yeah, I'm really excited, especially for the leaderboard part of this. And I also love the forensic analysis you did here for the new class and stuff. It was really good, man. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man. I kind of expected a bit more information, though. Like, it was, like, really not that many information here. But it was very nice. Fighting on the mountains. We need this. Yeah, we do. All right, you guys ready to go? Yeah, thanks so much for the interview, dude. It was nice. Hope you guys had a good stream. We are here, Roa Army, man. Look, we can shoot and fight from a mount. Hey, maybe wait for him a second. Dude, this is the fucking Java zone, man. What?
We just clear everything.
Wait, you guys got so strong. What the hell, man? Roa, man. Oh, there's one. He looks so
wall.
stupid, dude.
Just hack the wall. Go, go.
Well, why is this only like 400% XP? Fuck. Should I have crafted more on that map that you gave me, Mercy?
No.
I mean, 400 is still good, but it's not crazy amounts.
Hack the wall, guys.
Okay, man. What's the benefit of riding? You can shoot without being slowed down. You see here, I can just, if I have enough mana, I can just perma-shoot.
That's my mount.
It's in the back, man. But these guys are playing the Java zone, man. How do you have a mount? It's a skill called Summon Roa. It's a new skill they added.
How does it feel, Rob, to be the only one not throwing spear?
It's fine.
I'd be ashamed.
But the AoE on that shit is crazy.
Yep, I clear like 2 screens.
Brah. Fuck, man. I guess I should switch at some point. No, it doesn't have like movement speed bonus per se. It just moves without having a slow penalty. Don't rush so far ahead. I think you're killing stuff without us. I don't know. What's the experience?
Wall.
I got 2 screens.
Yeah, that's definitely too far then. Just a bit. Yeah, but if you see like you're alone, Herbs, like we were all 3 killing like a pack upstairs, and
Yeah, because you were not hugging the wall.
you were like on the other side. Yeah, but then we would have like backtracked a lot. Yeah, we were watching the roadmap. Here's the summary.
How much XP was that?
It was almost half a level for
Oh,
me.
actually, I made a level.
I got 1 bar.
I got nothing. Oh, I made half a level. So what do we go for in the Atlas?
I will probably go a little bit to the right, a little bit up to get some self map sustain.
Okay, wait, I can switch that. So what quantity?
That helps a little bit on Waystones at least.
Who's next?
I don't have any XP map yet.
Okay, to look for a map. Why is your stash so far away from the maps? From the device.
We got a new hideout, right, Herbs?
Yes. I'm just looking for a map.
Lightning Chaos Rest, what do I have on mine? I might just not have enough cold then.
Top stream right now, man. What the hell?
Huh?
He just throws one spear and literally it looks so sick.
But it's gonna be like a lot less. It's actually fine. I guess he has a cold rest on boots.
Did you fully mod it up? Do we only have one revive? No, we don't. Never mind.
I'm at 12%.
Perhaps try go out and pick him up, maybe.
What do you mean?
And why can't he
Yeah,
enter?
I think he can't get in. Yeah, maybe go back so it opens up for him. It's a we had a bug. But it was
Let's go.
oh just go out and pick him up. It should open.
Ah! Luring monsters here.
If not, then
Yeah.
it's too bad.
I have to change the rules to enter the portal.
Oh.
Is he in the guild?
Yes. Wait, what kind of rules can you do? Like, you can make, like... Also, I don't need the stun charm now,
Why do we
right?
change that?
Is it right on the rower? You can't get stunned,
It's
yes?
it's under decorations, and then there is on the bottom is the to hide options thingy, and then it says portal access.
Ah, okay. I might can do that. Because I had some guy at some point who did a trade, and he just jumped into my Giga Juice map and started killing everything. I was like, what the hell?
Yeah, that's why I lock it
Yeah, makes sense.
for only people that are on my friend list.
Okay, let's go, riders. Don't want to be hit by that shit. Ah, what the hell?
Oh, Rob also goes.
Wait, can I port to you?
Alright, should we wait?
Wait, I cannot
Alright.
port?
Portal is up.
To just port from
Yeah,
out.
Huh?
Yeah, I'm coming. I think switching the chest, I lost quite some cold res.
Wait, I can
Which
check.
ore is mine?
Yeah, there you go.
Just find Eddie. Like these roadblocks. Fucking Jefferson, dude.
Behind us is a ram.
He's on death explosion, man. Oh, these guys attacking my roar. His FPS is still fine mostly. Riding the Roa in paradise, boys.
Hell yeah.
With the boys.
Fuck. Ah, fall off. Oh. Yeah.
Need to go left. Some one monster sneaking in, man, here and there and everywhere. Nice.
I got 9% XP.
That's nice.
I had 12, right? I said.
Yeah, I think so.
I made 13%.
Yeah, I have 90. Okay, I think that's it, right?
I think so.
How can I help?
What a nice ride on the rower. What do I do with excess spirit now? So I have even more on the chest.
You gonna get some support gems, I guess.
Nah, I don't have any more links. Maybe I'm gonna play with Auto Roar. I'll try a bit with both. Okay, I can definitely switch the boots.
I hit accuracy on the spear, but it's 90. Oh my god.
Shit, that's not good when you know you can get 500.
Yeah. Man. I should have said.
The range is too
A lot
crazy
of-
sometimes, man.
Hmm?
The range is too crazy sometimes. Like from 2, like how much can you hit?
You can go chaos and it took the accuracy and it made
Made it
from
worse.
the 90. No, 90 made to 138.
Oh, then you just do another
I guess
exalted
it's
and hope for
kinda
a double
cold.
roll.
No, it has to be prefixes.
Oh, it has to be. Oh yeah, yeah, it has to be a T9 roll or something. Yeah. Good luck.
As it is right now, it's garbage.
Roll the fist away or what?
No,
Let's
no,
say they need
the
to
way
unlock
it
the
is
other
right
one.
now, it's not worth rolling it, I think.
Okay.
It had attack speed and it took the attack speed
Okay.
away, and it gave
That's gonna be better.
light radius. So now it's just a garbage one spear.
You're gonna be traveling across Germany from Switzerland to Amsterdam. Is there anything that you recommend? Ooh. Along the Rhine River. The stash is a mess. I mean, it's just a dump tab, pretty much. Mostly. Yeah, I think right next to the river you have like a lot of
Can you link me your spear again?
the wine going on and stuff. That's some pretty cool stuff. I'm not really like much of sightseeing in Germany. Here's my triple tower.
The funny thing is that my spear is actually more damage than yours.
Yeah, but you don't need attack speed on spear.
Hmm?
You don't need attack speed on the spear.
Yeah, it's still more DPS.
Yeah, mine is not that high DPS. Like,
I'll definitely visit some of the forests. Like we have some amazing stuff there.
No, I mean if I load it into POB.
oh,
And Crypt is now a pretty chill map.
The thing is, I'm already crit capped. I'm at 100% crit. With
Like
this
chance
point-
or what?
Yes,
What the fuck? That's crazy.
on the spear.
yeah. After I changed, I was overcapped after I figured out how to read it. I was overcapped. Like I had 134% crit chance.
Hmm?
I had 134% crit chance before I changed it.
I have 106 to 126.
Yeah, it's only the first number that matters.
Yeah.
Yeah. I have 119 right now, but I'm so.
So like the first number is completely irrelevant.
No, the
No, that's
first is the important one.
Oh yeah, the first one. Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I just said it wrong. What the hell? Nürnbergring. Oh yeah, Nürnbergring is nice for sure. Yeah, long term, yes. I'm not sure. Should we do this?
Wait, but I only have 41% on my
probably go down here.
GA.
Probably all the accuracy from the spear.
Huh?
Can I? I didn't even see this.
Almost a challenge.
How much crit did you have on your death harp? No mercy?
I can't remember how much I had. I think I had 80 or something. Around 80.
How do you get to 80?
I don't remember.
I picked all the crit stuff and I'm at 41.
I don't know.
You're mine.
Wait. There has to be something wrong. I'm 41 to 101.
Going up is way better.
A clean kill.
Get it clean. I guess that's chaos damage that was killing me earlier, right? Boss over there.
Wait, the last number is close range, right? This is the crit hit chance at close range. So I'm at 100%. The first number is meaningless on GA. Or is it not?
Abomination. A clean kill.
forgot one. Okay, nice. I need a checkpoint here. These have full res. And level. Yeah, now we're sustaining pretty good, I think. That's still not enough. War in general with the monk skills still possible? Yeah, it probably is, but it's gonna be a lot weaker than before.
A place to put my feet up.
But too bad stats. I didn't even know that I could roll. Hey. Not gear, but fear. Oh, that's probably gonna go over here. Probably just keep progressing in one area. Do I lose a lot? Well, I did need strength. 46. That's a lot. Hey, Champagne Hui. Thanks for the prime. Welcome in. Yeah, this one I'm probably not benefiting from right now, since I lost my energy shield gloves. And all this evasion rating goes for nothing. Was usually a good one-shot protection. We could take these instead. Let's try. Is it 4?
Back to basics.
ASMR apple eating. Well, I actually need to go in the middle here somewhere. This is the good one. Oh, I need to switch back again. Maybe I should play the Roa in these maps. It would seem like a lot faster, right? Let me give it another try. I think we just play full aggressive with Roa. And if I die, it's whatever. And I'm basically not leeching now. That's gonna be a bit of a problem. Just be aggressive. Who cares if you die? I mean, it's gonna be mainly like on death effects. That'll get me. It's very easy to get rid of it. I'm just way too used to evading. Where's the Roa? Bro, it was hiding. Me and my Roa are not friends yet, but I think it's gonna get there. We're just gonna tame it a bit.
You get knocked off?
Not yet. Not once, actually, but...
Oh.
I don't know, I just keep rolling because I'm used to it.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is. It feels like I'm way more tanky on the Roa as well. It's probably just because I'm so aggressive then. And stuff dies. this is way more fun. Okay, you guys are so right. Roa is definitely the player. Oh, level 19 gem. As good as always, level 19. Never mind.
How does your mana look like in No Mercy?
Oh, now I got
Like
knocked off.
almost Orm.
765.
No, I mean I'm almost Orm all the time on the.
Oh
on
yeah,
stone
same.
field.
Because I only throw like one spear, clears everything, and then it takes like 2 seconds, and I throw another, and clears everything.
Yeah, but you're going off charges, right? I'm not doing the charge thing.
Oh yeah.
So.
I swear I ran out of corrupted areas.
But you just rush these to get your Atlas points. I should probably.
Yeah,
do the
right
same.
now I am.
But you just go like
now-
straight, or like did you?
Yeah, you can actually see them on towers. If you zoom really close in on towers in the dust or in the fog, you can actually see if they're corrupted.
Huh. So like what, level 12 or something?
What? Sorry?
Level 12 or something?
Me? What I am right now?
Yeah.
No, 7.
Okay, yeah. I'm only 3, so.
Yeah,
I'm
I
11.
really wanna.
I'm
I
11
really
of
wanna. Yeah, I really wanna get my. No man.
Yeah.
I should just.
I think a spear with elemental damage and 2 high ele rolls is better than this.
Maybe.
Because we are not scaling percentage damage, only flat damage right now. And if you have a percent damage roll, like weapon elemental damage on the weapon, it's like insane more damage. I'm not pulling this out of my ass. Like I said, I invested 1 hour into POVing last night, and this is what it came up with.
Yeah.
That's dedication, man.
Yeah, I
It's
wanted
so
to
easy
know.
with the character import now. Like.
I had to type in every spear myself, all the stats. There is no copy function on the trade side, not like in PoE 1.
Okay.
Or am I retarded and did the stupid thing?
I don't know.
Where
Ask mercy, man.
I haven't done trading into POB.
So when I'm on the trade side and I look at spears, I cannot copy them.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, so I typed in everything manually
That's
for 1
dedication.
hour, and then I came up with the
What a guy.
weapon elemental damage, high lightning all thing. Ah, yeah, you want weapon elemental damage, high lightning, and 1 accuracy roll. Wait, no, actually you want fizz. You want everything fizz and accuracy. Forget what I said before. Let me farm some divine first.
Oh man, this build is really nice after Roa actually. Holy shit. That's much better, man. Holy fuck, I was so slow before. I'm just not quite sure like if I can just go in offensively and everything, but I just leveled up, so YOLO. There is the knockoff.
So am I selling my Doomfletch now too and go full spear?
I don't know.
But like when you get knocked off the rower, it disappears for a while, right? Like,
No, only if it dies.
okay, maybe it died
It's
then.
because when you're in the rower, it cannot take damage. But if you fall off, they can take damage and they can die.
Okay, yeah, that was it then.
It's like you fall off and then it just fucking ran away.
Yeah, like what the hell, man? I'm scared,
Like
you know?
Yoshi.
It's like the Diablo 4 fucking mount, you know? I get fucking
yeah.
scared.
No, it's like Mario and Yoshi.
Yeah, that too.
Come on then. What are you hiding?
Mount Gaming. Oh shit. Maybe a bit too much. But I don't really mind if I die. At least not once. I don't really need to level up to progress now. I mean, obviously it helps. Oh, misclick. I can even do the breach pretty decently now. So how's survivability for you guys now?
I'm not dying.
Nice.
Only if I die to some undeath explosion that I don't see for some stupid reason. Like sometimes I've just been running and I just poofed it. And I was like, huh.
Yeah.
But other than that, I'm not dying.
Now can we check this build? Exclamation mark build. I can actually update some stuff.
Now we're talking.
It's a bit different now. We're gonna make a raw version. There's no checkpoint down there, man. I don't want to walk there. Bro, it's so far. I guess it's the boss. I need to add the Roa stuff into that build, but it's mainly what we have right now. Shocking. thought he was knocked down. I guess he can still do the explosion. I was so sure he was knocked down. Like, I don't understand. But that's fine. Okay, let me check this build. Yeah, so about that. Edit.
I just traded with someone who is named. What are you doing, step minion?
Meat shield. What was the other one? Minion mastery and loyalty. Keyboard is broken. Okay, update. I had to go our stuff, guys.
Let's see. Still louder. Okay, I'll turn you up to 160.
Okay.
Try talking.
Can you? How does it sound now?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna listen to the interview now, guys.
Does that sound alright?
And how does this sound? This is Mark again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. I'm gonna turn it into a stream as well.
We might be able to get it turned up on our end.
Well, I think now is good. I'm gonna try to get a.
Okay.
Ooh. But I have echo when I speak, I think. Yeah, I can hear myself.
Oh, okay. Alright, we'll just get our audio guy to fix that.
Yeah.
Alright. Can you
It's gonna be here,
try again
guys.
now?
All right. Hello. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Okay. I don't think I have echo anymore. How?
Great.
What's? How? I'm still louder than them. Yeah. Maybe turn yourselves up a little bit.
Okay. Hey Jen, are you able to get the sweet. Alright, apparently it's cranked up a bit now. Is that better?
How's that chat?
Is that okay?
Test, test. How is this chat?
I might, Wimmer.
How is this?
Just haven't done one yet.
A bit more. I mean, I can turn them up a little bit more and put them up to 170.
Okay.
All right.
Alright.
Try now.
Alright. Testing 1, 2, 3. Is that okay? Hopefully that's alright.
Okay. Everybody's saying good. And my comparative audio to them is
Alright.
good.
Alright.
Should we play while we listen, guys, or just listen?
Okay. Cool.
For now, I'm gonna listen.
Everyone's saying
indeed.
good. I just hope my OBS doesn't crash during
I
this.
need
Like,
one
I've had
second.
some like OBS issues lately.
Okay.
So hopefully not.
Need
But
a
yeah.
snack for this.
I'm ready to start. I'll do just like a quick intro and then we go. But yeah. Thank you so much for joining me here for a podcast after the launch of Point 2. This is Jonathan and Neon, for those that don't know, directors of JGG. And yeah, we're here to talk about the launch.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's always good to have a chat. Obviously it's a bit of a contentious launch in some ways this time, so I'm sure there's going to be a lot of questions about that. But it's always good to have a chat.
Yeah. No, I do have a lot of questions, so I think we'll just get right into it.
Sure.
A lot of
Okay.
people are pretty unhappy with the current state of the game, especially like our relative power to the monsters earlier on. And obviously we are finding some builds that are feeling okay and that are stronger, but I'm asking, are the slower and more challenging builds the intended pace of the game?
Well, I don't know that. Once again, I mean, we get this question a lot, right? Of just the what is the pace of the game supposed to be? And I honestly find it hard to answer that because of the way that there isn't really an obvious way to even quantify that, given that players have so many different abilities. What I will make all I can say is that if people are unhappy, then we will keep on improving
Let's hear
things
it.
until they're not unhappy anymore. Because ultimately, we want to get the smooth progression where, you know, you start the game, you feel weak, you get stronger, you get stronger, you get stronger, you keep on feeling stronger and stronger. And like you have to have that like progression where you know you're feeling more and more powerful as you're going through. So if you're not feeling that, then that means there's something that we have to improve and get better. So like it really comes down to like, okay, if you're talking about a weaker build, like, well, what build is it? And you know, like then we'll be looking into that and seeing what we can do to improve it. Like we just have to go through these things one at a time.
So I think right now the problem is that it's almost every build this week for a lot of archetypes, and that it's more like
All week together.
it's definitely in the minority that people are like, oh, I found something that works. So it's like almost like the
Right, right.
reverse there. And I guess I'm curious, like what amount of time are you expecting people to take going through the entire campaign, or on your own test run, or like when you're doing test runs, how long do you take on a first campaign run?
You know, I actually haven't measured that on the current like version, and it doesn't necessarily always work that way. Like the number of times I play through the full, and when I say campaign here, I'm talking about 6 acts, not just 3.
Dude, the
Yeah,
chat is
Like
so
if you're talking about
negative.
the amount of time, like
Fuck.
doing that, like I might only do that like that full run like 2 or 3 times in total as we're developing a class.
Yeah.
Like much more often, I'm like either testing this part or I'm testing that part or whatever. And I honestly am not sure exactly what amount of time that's taking. But like as I said, I don't know that like the time. Like the thing is, the presupposition with this question is that like, you know, that we have a goal in mind for the amount of time for the campaign, and the implication of that is that the campaign itself is not fun. But it's like if that's the implication, then we just want to make that fun, right? You know, it's like the campaign should be fun to play. The amount of time it takes, to me, is not nearly as relevant as just make it fun, right? If you aren't having fun, we want to make sure that it is. So like that's why, you know, when we're like, okay, people are saying like we don't like the Act 3 areas, make those shorter. It's like, well, what amount of like I don't think that quantifying that in an amount of time is the right way to look at it. It's like here are some areas that are unfun. I'll make those areas fun, and then whatever the duration of time that takes will not be bothering you, and that may result in the areas becoming shorter. But making it shorter is not like it isn't a time metric that we are looking at to determine whether or not the game is good. It's is the game good fun to play? So like that I guess is kind of the way that I would look at things, and that's I think what puts us a little bit like when it comes to communication with the community, like people will have their opinion about what they think is the reason that the game isn't fun, and they might be right or they might not be right or whatever, but at the end of the day what we're looking at is just like, okay, you're obviously having a bad time, we want to fix that. So we're going to look at like here, like, so what we'll do is we'll be like, okay, so you're saying Act 3 isn't good, we'll look at Act 3, we'll look at the reasons why it might be bad, we'll fix those reasons, and then that may or may not reduce the time. Or in this case, it definitely will. Like it's shortened it by a lot. But to me, it's like the frustrating thing is when you go down a dead end and you're like, okay, you know, like this is bad, or and then like you have to respawn, or then the area doesn't, like the area despawns, and you're like you have to do things again, that kind of stuff, right? That's the stuff that people don't like to do. And so that's where we sort of look at. And so then when it coming back to builds again, once again, it's like, okay, if you're not having fun with your build, then that is a problem. We'll fix that. But it's not like there's a correct pace for the game to be played at as such. We just need to make sure that you're enjoying yourself.
Well, I guess a follow-up to that was I, among with many others, were not expecting a nerf to just how the campaign felt in general, right? In the last interview I heard, it really sounded like the intention was to target things at the top end. But there were so many things that nerfed us during the campaign here. And
the thing I would say about that,
I would like to finish.
Sure. Okay.
A lot of people are really wondering about the long-term direction for the game with that in mind, because they were also not expecting that. So a lot of people are wondering
if the campaign, to be clear,
that was going to be my question.
That was not our intention.
So
yeah, we
should be more powerful than we currently are during the campaign then.
Well, that one I will have to look at specific cases, right? Because like that comes down to like okay, so like we already did something about that, right? Where we like nerfed Monster Life, and it's possible that we'd have to nerf Monster Life again if that's still a problem. Like that's the kind of thing that we can do. But the thing is that like the as I said, like the first thing we heard when everyone was saying this, the first thing we thought was like, what the hell? We didn't even nerf the campaign. Like literally, that's what all the developers were saying. We didn't nerf this. Why is everyone saying we nerfed it? And so like then it's like, well, we found a few things, but like we're still looking for what those things are. And like it's not always
Yeah, then what
necessarily
happened?
obvious
Why does
with
it
all
feel
the
so
changes that
bad?
we make and things, because I can absolutely tell you that our goal here was nerf the end game, right? Like nerf the it wasn't even nerf the end game. What it was nerf the things that were trivializing the end game before you've even managed to get the like your items and stuff like that. Like just the really trivial easy shit. Like that was our intention.
I mean, there were some blatant fuck ups.
Yeah. Like so,
speaking bluntly,
yeah,
right? Like the minion change was just bad.
And when you say the minion
it
change,
should be
are you
more
referring to
friendly.
the rare minions or referring to the player minions? Because those
not like an
both-
accusation, right?
Both of those were
Both
incredibly
were
terrible.
just fuck
yes.
up. Yes.
Yes, those were just fuck ups. And
But
the
it
thing
did
is,
some
it's so
mistakes.
easy to start shit for like that to slip through.
Well, we have a bit of a, and look, a lot of it is just because there's a little bit of like, it's early access, so we're allowed, but we like are firing from the hip a lot here. And the stuff like that, like, let's get it in there, let's try it out, see how people think, and if it's bad, we're just gonna do it, right? Like, we do regress on a decent number of things in the first few days of a release, and so yeah, there are some pretty blatant fuck ups. So yeah, that's exactly what happened with the rare minion life. It was like, why are now, I don't know why it felt this way, but 100% it was the case that the minions was, for some reasons, the rare minions were surviving longer than the rare often, and it's like, well, they don't have anywhere near as much life as the rare, and then again, once people got enough AoE and all of that, it solved it, but it was just a bad experience. There was just nothing good about that.
Right. I think there was definitely a compounding of a few factors that were like on their own relatively small. But the thing is that and this is the question that I have is that like if people are still having a bad time during the campaign, if they're starting fresh now, because bear in mind as well that people will have an experience and then we'll change the balance behind them and then they still remember that the experience was bad and they're not playing it again to know that it got better. So the thing is, if you're playing it again and still having a bad experience in the campaign,
we can chill with this.
then
man.
that would be a thing
more
where it's
scale.
like, okay, well, where are the campaign nerfs actually? Like we have to find where they are, because I don't know that there's anything intentionally done there that we're sort of aware of left. And I think like that one just
But
means
the nerf
that,
auto
I can
support
give
them.
there might
examples.
still be issues.
Yeah.
Sure. We'll go for it.
So
what are some?
So the number one, especially to me, most oppressive thing is the relative speed of monsters compared to our abilities to set things up. Like whenever you're
But
talking,
hang on, but that's not a thing that changed though.
no, but that's been continuously bad. It doesn't matter if it's changed or not.
Okay,
It's-
sure. But what I'm saying is that so this is an
Well,
example.
I think that has
But that's
changed.
just an example of something that's bad. So what I'm saying is that's not a thing that changed. So like, if you're talking about like, is it your intention to nerf the campaign?
But
Then
we
no,
are
because
weaker now,
we
right? A
didn't do
lot of
that.
skills.
But if you're saying that's bad, I mean that's a different question, right?
A lot of skills are weaker now, right?
don't
They're
like the
tuned
vibe
down on
that
a lot of
much, but
things,
yeah.
and things that people are starting with weren't necessarily strong. So that relative speed of the monsters feels extra bad. Like you want us to set up these combos and stuff, right? Where we're throwing down like a cyclone and trying to do like a combo move, but the monsters are way too fast. They're rushing us. It's not even like the bosses are
So
the
the-
main problem, right? Like if you're seeing
So we
like
can-
clips.
Yeah, so let's talk about the monster speed thing. So one of the issues that we have is that if monsters are slower than the
It's
player,
just passion, man.
then
It's
combat
just
is optional.
frustrating.
Like it's just 100% the case. Like you cannot if the monsters are slow, like anytime the monsters are slower than the player, then you can just run past them and they serve no, like they don't, like effectively you can just choose whether or not to engage or not. And like I don't think that kind of gameplay is good. Now there will probably be some areas like, and the thing is, a lot of the time when people talk about stuff like this, it's like there'll be a few areas that are bad. Like I know there are definitely a few areas where like too many of the monsters are fast. So the Faradin are a good example of that. Where like when you go to the last areas of Act 2,
Still passion
like the
for
Faradin
sure.
are just really really fast, and there's kind of nothing slow in the area, and so that's an example where like we probably want to make some changes
I mean,
there.
to get more specific, like I have someone right now literally going through the areas, all areas in the campaign, and listing all the areas that have a disproportionately high number of monsters that are too swarmy or too fast.
Right.
They're doing it literally as we speak, and my intention after this is to go through. And so, like, I mean, a good example is like the canopy, right?
Yeah,
the
for
canopy.
sure.
The monsters are real fast, and then not only that, you're in a ritual with them in a tight, confined space, and it just you end up in this kind of moving around with packs. So if you're not fast enough to kill everything,
shit,
yeah,
Ed.
you just get
How
absolutely
fast are they
swarmed and-
addressing this?
yeah.
I guess I'm
But
a little.
just to
well,
just to continue with that though, I just want to mention that like one of the issues we run into is like people will say, oh, you know, like things should never be faster than the player and that kind of stuff. And it's like, well, if we did that, then the game would feel pretty lame. So it really is a question of like targeted changes, like finding where the worst things are and then solving that issue.
I really disagree with that. So you were saying like if the monsters are slower than the player, then combat is optional. But like it's an ARPG. We want to kill the monsters. That's where all the loot is. That's where our XP is. Like sure, you'll have some speedrun scenarios where people are running past them, but usually what ends up happening is that we're running past them, bunching them up in a large bunch and killing a bunch of them, and that just feels really good. That's a core part of ARPGs for a lot of people. So I don't think that being faster than the monster is as bad as you think it is. Like we actively want to kill monsters. That is the entire premise.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with you that gathering killing is fun, right? And you should still be able to do that. But I would, as I said, I don't think anything about the fact that some monsters are faster than the player prevents that. I don't think you can have areas where everything is slower than the player. Like it really isn't that great. In PoE 1,
Yeah, like all spamming
in the
L, man.
distant past, we had that problem, and it just meant that running past monsters was the thing you did all the time.
Yeah.
And then there were some changes.
This
like,
stuff is
I don't know
over,
how many
Hero,
years
man.
ago it was.
You
like,
can stop with that.
What was it, 4 years or something like that? When was the Act 1
I
like
don't
thing?
remember.
Like we made changes where we made a lot of monsters faster than the player. And at the time, and that wasn't negatively perceived at the time. It
These
just
guys,
made the monsters feel better that we had there. So like you absolutely can have monsters faster than the player, and I do think it's important to have those kinds of situations.
Well,
Like
if you're
it
talking
just
about
shouldn't be that it's it's just that like you need to make sure you're getting the balance right. And I think that that's like a running theme with PoE 2 in general.
I think it
is that
just
the
comes from a
target to
place of
hit
passion, Lord
is
Neutral.
smaller. Like because if we want the combat to be more engaging, then that means there's a smaller target that like it puts more pressure on the balance to be right. And so I think that's the main issue that we're running into is just that like it's okay if everything if okay, so this is sort of a larger topic, right? But effectively it's like in PoE 1 there are so many tools that the knowledge ceiling is absolutely astronomical. And so you have a situation where a good player can completely dominate everything to like the absolute nth degree, right? Now, what that means is that you've got a scenario where the game seems like an impenetrable mountain to a new player because like if you don't know what you're doing, the game is just like impossible to understand. And it's like there's all these tools that you can use to improve yourself, but the existence of everything like that and like having such a huge skill ceiling means that you can just trivialize the game right at the start. And so like what that also means though is that like if we get balance numbers wrong, like if a monster has like double life by accident in PoE 1, it like doesn't even really matter. Whereas if a monster has double life in PoE 2, it matters a lot. And so what I'm saying is that the threshold for what is right is like way tighter in PoE 2, and so that means it will just take longer to balance and get it all correct. But it really is the case, I think, that that it's getting all those numbers right that kind of makes it like that will make the combat ultimately fun at the end of the day. And like if we're doing our job correctly, then we'll still have this situation where a good player feels like they dominate and a bad player feels like they have a good time. But we won't have a situation where if you're a good player, the combat is so trivialized that you literally never have a moment where you're in any danger or have any kind of like level of like sort of interest going on. And I think that's the worry that we have when we're looking at things is like if we get to the point where like a good player never has to face a single challenge ever, then I don't think that that's going to be a game that will ultimately be fun in the long term. And so that's kind of like, and like, so that is to me the reason, like what I fear happening if we just like say, okay, we're just going to like lower everything and make it easy. And that, once again, that isn't to say that we shouldn't necessarily, like maybe Monster Life does have to come down. Like if we're in the wrong band, we just need to lower it and that's fine.
Yo, hey,
like,
Sharon.
we'll get to the point where that is fun. But we'll do that by while still making sure that we have
we just got D4
a good
roadmap
experience for, you know, like for, well, ideally for
and
everyone,
PoE
right? Like
update
it should be the case that is balanceable to that way. It's just a lot harder in PoE 2 context.
Well, I think a large portion want like bosses to be what is the challenging content, whereas right now it's almost the reverse, where there's so many clips of like people like dodge rolling away from like packs, right, and they're getting chased down, maybe not having a counterplay, and they're like, oh my god, I'm just being chased down. So, and also I sort of disagree on the Act 1 changes in PoE 1 not being negatively received. I do remember there was quite a lot of people that really didn't like that because of what you mentioned with like the faster monsters is generally a bad thing. So I definitely do disagree with that.
Just because I'm a like to have things to actually go and start to address. Like, can I get a gauge on what you think is like where in the game it starts to become a problem, or do you think it's like just straight out of the gate?
Straight out of the gate. Like even the second zone, like the first zone might be okay, but the second zone with the wolves, it's like pretty like instant where I don't feel like I'm getting that like ARPG playstyle.
But won't we be hurting more players than we're helping with that?
By making
Like, won't
monsters
that
slower?
immediately make it? Yeah, won't really that immediately mean that like a ton of players who actually enjoy the game because the combat is engaging immediately, like, what doesn't it come
Great
down to them?
filter.
Like what I'm saying is, like, it's easy to say, like, oh, you make the game easier and everyone's happy, but it isn't the case. Like, a lot of people prefer the game to like actually have some challenge in it. Like, for example, right? Okay, so here's the thing, right? So every night I go home and I play, and I like do test runs of everything, right?
It's a
And
fair
like,
point.
if we made it so that there wasn't any challenge for me in Act 1, I wouldn't play the game anymore. But that isn't helping anyone, right? Like, I need to keep playing the game every night to actually enjoy myself. It's like,
But the
if I'm not
overall
enjoying
level is
myself,
too
then
high.
It's like, how can I even develop the game correctly? So on some level, it's like it has to be fun for me. And I know that if you like if you get to the point of having like everything just be trivial, it's like, well, okay, like, why am I even playing this anymore? So that there has to be some level of challenge. Now,
But
There's
not at the very start.
Thinking more on the specific. There's a big spectrum here. Like, for example, I know I have seen the feedback of Act 1 minus Canopy and Mana feel generally good on the pacing, the speed of monsters. You feel like you can almost do no-hit runs, is like kind of what people have said. And then you get to Act 2, and it's not too bad at the very start, and then you get to the like Halani gates, and it's like, okay, now everything's gone off the reservation.
we have
Fair enough,
for
no
that.
problem.
And then you get
there's the
so
Titan Valley as
I've seen
well,
I've seen
yeah.
a decent spectrum like that, and I 100% want to fix that. Like,
right.
so that's why I was asking you for your example, because there's just a lot of people on the different spectrums here that want different things, and so I'm trying to understand what how much we would need to change things for the discussion with you as opposed to with other players.
Right.
So that's all I was asking there, because I do intend on slowing down those extreme zones, and I think there are like 10 of them. And I think that is at least something hopefully a lot of viewers are going to be happy to hear, which is like, okay, cool, they're going to address those. So the Dreadnought, Exile, you've got Canopy. We're going to start, those are the most egregious I'm listing. I'm not saying those are the only problematic ones.
Yeah.
And then you got areas like Titan Valley, which is just like riddled with annoying monsters that are just like out of
The
control.
ones that come off the ground.
And you got heaps of this. So start there. We keep working backwards until we catch as much as we can. And it's going to be a lot of different changes. So one could be, okay, like, why is it that there are 6 different varieties, of which all are just, as you've, heard people mentioning, and I think I saw something that you had thing, which is they're playing PoE 1. I think, which I thought was a funny comparison. Which I'm like, yeah, okay, fair enough. They need to, not every monster needs to slow down, but like, for example, some of them can be fast, and maybe the answer is, okay, they should be weaker. So sure, they engage you, but they die quick. Or maybe the answer is like, there's too many of them, and then in a lot of the cases, it's going to be like, okay, here's 6 different types of packs. Well, 6 of them are fast.
Mark is a
Well,
little
that's
more
problem.
chill.
5 is fast. That's a problem. 4 are fast. That's a problem. 3 are fast. That's probably still a problem. But 2 are fast. That's probably more acceptable. So you get 2 really slow, maybe 2 fast, 2 kind of in the middle, and you get some big slow monsters, some small monsters, and that distribution isn't quite right in a lot of zones. And so that's why I asked, because I would say some zones have a nice, here are the slow monsters, and here are the fast monsters, and it's kind of cool. You get this like up and down pacing, and it can feel kind of fun, where sometimes you're on edge and sometimes you're just obliterating things. And then you get the ones where you're like, holy, I've just been zoned 3 zones in a row where I'm just on edge, getting swarmed, like absolutely. And that creates this extreme negative feeling of like, I can't do the things that my skills want me to do. And that is bad. And that I definitely want to fix that. And I want to fix that imminently. Like, I'm going to immediately get on to doing that. So there is a huge range of spectrum of players that want different things here.
Yeah.
And I want to at least address that thing, because I know that's just bad. Like, I think that's bad for everyone. I don't think that's bad for some people. I think that's bad for, everyone. It's for a huge majority. So we can start there for sure.
But to be clear, though, like, we still do need to have some monsters that are faster than player. It can't be that none are. And like things like the wolves in the second area, like, if we didn't have that, then I think that you wouldn't even, like, once again, you wouldn't get the feeling of like you would immediately out of the gate have the game as just trivial. And like, I think that really would hurt the game a lot. Like, I think that would be a big problem. So it's really just a question of like,
He wants to make a hard game.
if there are parts that are frustrating, we'll address them. But like, it isn't the case that just everything needs to be slower. It really would hurt.
So I think
There's another thing you...
I was just gonna say, I think there's almost like 2 different player bases, where there are a lot of people that just want to blast and maybe have challenging bosses, and then there are people that want like the entire gameplay every second to second moment to be like very engaging. So it's I
Well,
guess like
I don't know that I don't know that I agree with that either, because I don't think it's so binary as you say. Like there is a middle ground that will work. Like I'm almost certain that there is, and the way that you get there is by just looking at the individual cases and just fixing every one of them until like the rough edges are all sawed off, sanded off, and then
I mean,
and
I
then-
like
and
that
it
he
kinda
doesn't want to
works.
make it
Like
super
you
easy,
get to a point where like you just don't get frustrating experiences.
He has a
anymore
point
because
that
you
it
managed
needs to
sort of
be
fix
there needs
all
to be
those
some
cases.
challenges,
And-
of course.
and that point won't be in the situation.
But the challenges should not be
everything is
frustrating.
Like we really will still have a level of engagement there.
I guess the problem with everything being so fast, and part of why I pointed out like everything almost, is because it's such a heavy focus on combo gameplay right now, but it feels like the speed of the monsters are heavily incentivizing like one button builds. Like as soon as I could, I was like, the less I can do, the better everything will feel, just because I don't have time to set up combos. We're getting completely
People like
overwhelmed.
one-button builds, man.
That's why I pointed out
Well-
everything as a bit of an issue.
Well, it isn't necessarily the case that you have to use a combo on every monster. Like, if you've got stuff that's fast, you don't use combos on that, and because it's disrupting you. But then also, it is also important that that monsters do disrupt your combos, because otherwise your gameplay just degenerates into doing like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. Like the monsters have to be able. Like,
That's
there
what
has
we're
to be
doing.
Situations
Yes,
where
that's
your
true.
plans are disrupted in order to like have a situation where you can respond to things, like you actually get some counterplay on stuff like that. And so the monster designs have to reflect that on some level. But like it's always an amount, right? Like there's an amount of that you need, and there's probably too much of that going on. But you still need an amount of that, or it just becomes all flat.
We've we've been talking about like, look, the last few days we've been talking about some like pretty extreme considerations and things, and like, talking about
It's like
the monster life is the main thing, because which you could argue is player damage, right? They're obviously
Well, it's
proportionate
monster life
to
is the
some
easiest way.
degree.
If everything is too weak, then monster life is the way to solve it.
Oh yeah, if there's a few outliers of builds that are find the tricks to do good, then yes, it is. I bring all players up or bring all monsters down. They're the same thing. And like we have been talking about a lot of this, and like actually going like, what would we willing to do here? How would we be willing to change it? What are we willing to test? What are we willing to try? And like there's heaps of things on the cards here. Like kind of honestly everything's kind of been on the cards, as long as we don't feel like at the end of the day that we've taken the teeth out of the game in terms of difficulty. Like that is what's important to us, is making the game still have a feeling of hard, being difficult. And I would say out more than just bosses. Like it shouldn't just be that the bosses are the only thing that's difficult.
Sure.
And we certainly don't want it to devolve into what I would argue is well, I know this is like way further away, but like, again, we're talking about changing up. It could be changing anything here. The one thing I also worry about is getting to the thing where I would argue a lot of the difficulty in PoE 1 outside of a lot of the boss fights is just like you occasionally just instantaneously
the
die
raid.
to something and you're like, I don't even know what I died
Yo,
to.
D, I put the
And,
bow in here.
A lot of that is where you get like,
You're watching Death
it isn't
Update.
necessarily from monsters being too hard, and it is often from just like spam and too much stuff going on, combined with
welcome.
like daemons and volatiles and all of that. So
Yeah.
making sure we avoid that as well. But it does mean in the sense that then you kind of get that like, okay, you have to have it be that you're engaging with the monsters for it to be difficult. Which kind of means monsters do need to actually pose a threat, and you need to be able to see what they're doing and react to what they're doing. Now, I wouldn't say that's universally perfect, but that's an argument for like, not wanting to get it to the point where it's too much of that, just like, well,
Keyboard
I guess
stuff,
that's an argument for de-swarming things, as you said, which I agree with, by the
Yeah.
way. That is
No, that's
like,
good.
an important thing, because it is kind of getting towards that, and that contributes towards where things are slow and stuff. But I wouldn't personally argue that every zone feels swarmy. I think there's a swarmy argument. I 100% want to focus on solving first, and then there's like certain things are fast and certain things are slow, and maybe there's that. So yeah, I'm not entirely sure where I was going with that, but I just want to. I guess it's more just giving my sense of where I want to make sure we don't end up is in that place, just to make sure, and we want to be real careful about not getting to that point. So I would actually say we're probably a bit too far there in a lot of the areas, but I don't think it is a universal problem right now.
I think also, especially even though
take it?
warrior is or May skills are particularly strong now due to being able to use a shield, but it can feel very bad that like every damage node like has a downside, whereas isn't really the case for the other builds, where like with the maces, it's like, yeah, you get 40% increased damage, but 5% reduced attack speed. And reduced attack speed, especially with all these combos, can feel particularly bad compared to others. I would say like maces are kind of good right now, but a lot of that is the shield.
I actually do think there is a bit too much of the. I actually like a little bit of like here maybe a cluster or two having the kind of upside downside, but it's honestly something we've aside. You know, obviously keystones have upside downside, but yes, there's true that probably there's kind of too many passives, especially in the warrior section, that are a little bit too giving downsides, where it was something honestly that's a bit experimental to PoE 2. Like, we didn't have that in PoE 1, and we were like, let's give it a go, and maybe we went a little bit overboard with it in that part of the tree. But I don't hate it as a concept. I think it's just that it's a little bit too saturated there. I will agree with you there 100%. I would say, as people hopefully would know, we're going to iterate on that passive tree a million times, so it'll find its sweet spot for sure.
I don't think that's going to be a big problem.
I do think it's important though that like keystones can be felt. And so,
well, we're not talking keystone.
Sorry, I didn't mean to say keystone. I was saying notables can be felt. And so part of the reason for the upside downside thing is that like it lets you do a larger damage bonus because
you're
of the downside,
boss, right?
and therefore you're going to really feel that damage bonus.
No, they are good. I think it's the frequency of them in that part of the tree.
But I'm saying that you can find another way maybe to do that. But it's like
take it.
I do think that like having that feeling of like I really felt that node is something that we like. That is a thing that you do get, and that you know
that is important in our passive tree philosophy. Yes, is that the before and after of taking a notable, especially the first. Obviously, nodes become less valuable as you get higher level because they're just saturating into a bunch of diminishing return. Well, not diminishing returns, but more like the 500 to 520% increased is going to matter less than the 0 to 20 and whatnot, but. Especially for the first chunk of the game, we want it to be that every notable is felt. Like I definitely now can feel the difference. And I would say, a lot don't hit that mark.
Hey, Bog,
some
what's
do,
up?
some don't. But yeah, we've been trying new
You're watching
things
PoE 2 updates.
Yeah.
Bit of a pivot.
Yeah. So the next question, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that you have only done like the crazy large changes between seasons, and you talked a little bit about that. You felt forced to treat the game like it was released. Are you still happy with doing only large balance changes between patches, or is that something you would maybe revisit with something like every 2 weeks, especially with like a warning period, like changes are coming in 4 days?
It's hard. I don't think that you can just nerf people in the middle of a league no matter what. Like we get highly punished for that. And
that's what Blizzard did.
People are going to be unhappy about nerfs whenever we do them, as you know, like as we can see. But like it is actually strictly worse if you get nerfed while you're playing the game. Now we're in a position now where because things like are probably possibly undertuned, that we can just do mid-league buffs, and so that means you'll see way more patch changes happening now because like it's okay to do major buffs during the middle of a league,
which we
just can't do. Yeah, which we're doing now.
I generated a relatively large list yesterday. Which I know we have that whole philosophical discussion earlier about player power. Well, like there are many builds, many skills that are underneath because obviously otherwise I wouldn't be have spent a good chunk of the day going through and assessing what needs to be increased, right? So like I don't want it to take as like I don't want people to take away from that as being like no, we're happy with the current balance. Like obviously not. We're still going to make changes. We're still going through everything and we'll get to that sweet spot for sure, but like
I mean it's going to end up feeling like a season of buffs this time, and the reason why it'll feel that way is because like the medicine has gone down now we can start on all of the actual like like all of the positive buff parts, and so it's like the last season we just weren't even in a situation where we could even do that, right? Because it's like you already had
we genuinely tried to
one shot everything.
We genuinely tried to. We had this plan of like bring all the top end outliers down and then make sure everything is feeling good in the middle, and we started with the bringing outliers down, and then all of a sudden, and this is why the patch notes were so late, we were like, oh no, like we're like running out of time here. Like we thought we could get through more of the balance and start bringing more things up. We didn't get to do all that we had hoped to do. but like by that point it's kind of too late, and so like we're going in, and then now our idea here is like we thought we were like literally up until the last minute we're like, okay, we're gonna keep going, right, let's start buffing, let's look at weak things, and like it just ended up being too time consuming. And so the answer here is now though it's like, well, let's just keep going. And so obviously the first few days is really like looking at all the player feedback and going, what are the biggest problems, right? And this is where you get the Act 3 changes, you get the minion builds, you get the big things. And we are trying to address all of that. And I understand just game-wide balance is a big thing. But now it's just going to be like, all right, this skill, like, let's go. What are we changing? Going through literally every single one on every single skill tree and every single reservation. And then we're going to go, okay, well, you've still got Blood Mage and Acolyte of Chiola sitting there at 0%, 0.1% played. Okay, well, clearly not doing well enough. Let's target that and just go on and just keep, we're just going to keep iterating through until we can get as far as we can. And maybe we catch everything, maybe we don't, but like the intention is to not stop just because the release day happened. Like we had a goal, we didn't achieve that goal, and so we just need to keep going.
Let me see what's
And
the
do you have like a rough idea? Like you were saying you were working on a lot of things to be buffed. Do you have a rough idea on how early we could be seeing those already?
Well, we'll be seeing them continuously. Like okay, so this was a
Like 2 days.
yeah.
Okay,
Like this was a
perfect,
funny
that's
thing
what I wanted.
because okay, like so like
days.
one of the things I think that was majorly misinterpreted that things we're working on post was like this was
Yeah.
the things we were working on that day. Like literally that was that day's worth of work that we were talking about. And then the next day it's like, well, now we're doing this Act 3 stuff. And like today we'll be doing a bunch of other stuff. And like, you know what I'm saying? It's like every day we're going to be like continuing to iterate and do stuff. It's like, so the idea that
That's
someone's
cool.
like, oh, they're not even acknowledging this thing. It's like, well, come on. We've literally had like, that was one work day.
Come on.
Yeah.
You know, like
Yeah.
there's more stuff coming, right? Like,
Which
you know,
we need to be more clear about.
Sure,
so
sure.
We'll try to be more
Right.
more specific about that. But yes,
I mean,
like,
the one that I found the most funny with that is it's like I'm like, okay, we're gonna look into all this Act 3 stuff, but in the meantime, we'll just add some checkpoints. And it's like, the reason I put that in there is because like that's literally a thing we already noticed was bad, and it's like it's not like hurting anyone to add some more. So it's like the idea that we're like, oh, we're just gonna solve the whole
Just
thing by adding
meme-worthy.
checkpoints was like ridiculous. Like
Yeah.
obviously that wasn't the case. It was just like, here's just the thing that I can just.
I mean, if you compare
tell
this to
someone, "Hey, go
Blizzard,
do
it's
this
crazy,
while I'm
right?
looking at this, you know, and like, and so they did that, and so then that'll go in the next version. But you know, like it's like, then it's like the next like 4 hours after that, I'm like sitting there going through areas and trying to work out what's, you know, like what needs to improve about them.
Yeah, so checkpoints is kind of something I want to talk about with the large zones and stuff. And you posted, you made a post yesterday talking about that several Act 3 zones would be reduced in size. But as a core idea, is Path of Exile 2 being aimed more at like doing one long playthrough and finishing up one character rather than do like 5 to 10 characters and the people that are playing thousands of hours per year?
I mean, I don't. That's once again, it's not like I'm not targeting one or the other. Like your second. I mean, like if you're doing multiple playthroughs, the game is a lot faster just due to the like items and stuff that you have. Like that is definitely the case. You know, like
Well, a big thing
it's
that's
like,
missing.
making multiple characters in a league is certainly something that I expect and want you to be able to do.
Well, a big thing that's missing comparatively to PoE 1 is our ability to speed ourselves up, right, on our second characters. In PoE 1, you have things like 7 League Step and stuff like that. And at least so far, we don't have that many alternatives for that. And our movement abilities are completely different. No Quicksilver. So even though like we can kill the bosses faster, but since the zones are so large, we can't get like the same amount of speed on our second and third character onwards that we would be expecting in PoE 1.
Well, is the zone largeness issue like I mean, Act 3 was the one I would say that was like pretty obvious as far as like things like that go. But if it comes to other zones, it's just a question of what are those zones and which are the issues. And like also the other thing is that like generally speaking, like once you know how the zone works, there are ways then to like to know what you're looking for and sort of how to go places and what to do. So to the extent that isn't the case, that's why like when we're looking at that's why when we're looking at Act 3, it's not just make this zone smaller. It's like what's actually the reason why a player who is experienced is not able to find the thing that they're looking for, right? And that's where we come to like, oh, there's this whole area over here that you could just walk down and you have no idea whether or not that's important or not. And so then you end up doing that and it just wastes a bunch of your time. But like the intention is to make it so that like if you know what you're doing, then you know where to go and like you don't have a problem with that. So like that's why a lot of the changes in Act 3 are just like, okay, yeah, like you randomly get bad luck, and then the Chimera wetland has the stupid Y fork thing in it, and like takes ages to go one way or the other. It's like you get rid of all of that stuff, and then the zones won't feel so large because like you'll know where you're going and you'll know how to get, it kind of works out that way.
But I do know the layouts, so and they are very large even with knowing the layouts.
Hey,
just
everybody,
because
it's
our
Rocky.
movement speed is like relatively slow. Like even like Matland waterways before they're getting reworked. Hopefully the rework makes them a lot slower. But I know exactly where I'm going. I'm not like backtracking into the wrong area, making it longer. It is just a lot of these zones are very long.
That area in particular, like I understand that area is a challenging one, and it's hard for us to actually fix like trivially because just the way that the level generation works there, there's not an easy like. It's not okay. Like other areas we can change the layouts very easily because like of the way that our generation works. But that area has a very fixed type of layout, and so it's going to take more effort, which is why it was on the list because I didn't have an immediate like thing I could do that day to sort that one out. But like I understand that that's an area of concern for people. But like once again, it's like that's a specific area, and I wouldn't say that like. That the issues that area has would apply to the whole game. Like that's just an area, a specific problem for that particular area.
So, is speeding the player up an option? Like, is that something you'd be willing to consider?
Well, it sort of depends on how it was done. Like,
just like 5-10% movement speed baseline.
We've discussed some things in that area, like before. I'm not necessarily against that, but it would have to be done in a way that didn't compromise the combat and
get the roar.
Like, the like it shouldn't be the case that you because this is the issue with this, right, is that speeding up the player is if you speed up the player to the point where they're once again faster, then always faster than the monsters, then you get back to the like combat doesn't work anymore, like combat is optional kind of like situation again. So like we would have to find a way to do that wasn't going to like break that as well. So there might be something we can do there, and we've kind of been discussing that. Because I'm not exactly wanting to subject people to like running when they're not doing anything, right? But it's just a question of finding a way to do that that's not gonna.
It's hard to say anything specific because like there's a little bit of like the moment we say a specific solution, people might hold us accountable to that in a degree, and
like we haven't tried it yet, so we can't.
But we have been talking about it. We do have some options we want to try. We just don't want to talk about them before we try them.
Right.
But like, yes, I agree. Now you mentioned one other thing there, just because I don't want to gloss over things too much, which is you mentioned the Twink unique problem.
Yeah.
Which is 7 lead steps. There are many more items in PoE 1 that you can use to streamline the efficiency on reroll. That is still very deficient. Yes, it will come in time, I assure you. It's just a matter of we did higher level uniques this time. Obviously, they're not going to have low level item requirements. Maybe next time there's a more even split. I don't know. We just need to keep going with the uniques, and we'll eventually get there. We do have some designs that achieve specifically the low level high movement speed boots. We do have that as a thing that I definitely already have designed. I think it's just waiting on the art, and then it's going to go in. But yeah, there's going to be a lot more of those coming over time as well. Like that will solve itself in due time for sure. And
but is there like the question is okay? So is for damage, the twinking situation is not bad right now, right?
It's not as damage. It's not as bad. Again, you can kill stuff fast.
It's the movement speed specifically that we're.
And the fact that we don't have movement abilities, like in the same way, like there's only so much speed you get with shield charge. Like if I'm doing like a third or fourth character, I can definitely get enough damage, right? It's rough on my first character,
but you don't at least have to use movement abilities as the solution to this. And I would prefer that wasn't the solution because. Then you end up with a kind of like pretty lame sort of gameplay thing going on there. Like there's going to be a better way to improve that without having a ability as a solution.
We have some things on the cards. We just need to test them out and try them and be able to actually have a good argument as to why they work, why they are good, and we convince ourselves, damn, we should have done this before, or they're bad, and we're like, here's why they're bad, and we can explain what we tried and why it's bad. But yeah, again, we're always a bit on discussing what those will be because. Yes, again, they're being held accountable. People get their hopes up for it, and then we have to say it doesn't work. So, like, there's a little bit of like, let us just try these things, and then we'll see what we come up with, and we'll tell people the moment that we have it. But again, it's not a piece of. It certainly is something that's come up, and will come up every single repeat of the league, and so it's not like off our radar by any means.
Okay, that's good. So obviously a bit of a different question, but on console, debuffs have the option to be at the bottom of the screen. Could that be a toggleable option for PC? Just can be rough to like
I'll look
move
into
your
that.
eyes.
It wasn't on my radar. We might be able to do something.
We
with that.
have a full buff UI rework going on at some
Cool.
point soon. It was planned for earlier, where like
Man, they're doing a lot.
so this can be part of the consideration, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, our UX guy's currently working on. Has it on top 5 of his list, kind of thing, of things that we're going to just do to improve the system.
That wasn't to do with moving them, but we can add that to the list of things that we
Yeah,
might.
I mean,
want
it's
to
the
do.
whole
If
they
people
go
like it, we
they
do
can
it.
go behind the boss's life bars and
Yeah.
all that problem. And hopefully, if it's good enough as well, we can port that to PoE 1 because it's a more egregious problem there for sure.
Yeah. The next question is about in PoE 1 we have a lot of player agency over how we solve early problems. Like the skill tree has a lot of temporary fixes for a build early on, where if your gear isn't up to scratch, you can get 30 to like strength dex int, you can get leech, you can get resists, even like specific ones like firefall,
everybody,
lightning,
it's Rocky.
etc. You can get very easy access to fixing mana and stuff like that. And a lot of things that are like temporary fixes that you later on fix with gear. And the crafting bench also helps a lot more with that in PoE 1. And I know runes are meant to be the solution here. But
Using bolt
we don't really
speed.
get enough sockets early on. We don't get enough gear early on. And we then don't have any way at all to really fix this.
So why is it that you're not getting enough sockets early on?
Well, they're just not dropping. Even if you're checking
Why?
the vendor, like I'm checking the vendor every time I level up. I'm disenchanting everything. I still don't get enough because the game is very difficult right now. So you try to keep getting gear upgrades. There is not enough loot. There is a lot of people complaining about not enough
I
drops.
don't get the same experience of not getting enough sockets.
Maybe they were playing in group.
Like, I would say that probably 80% of the gear I'd be wearing pretty much through the whole campaign would have sockets like in there. So like if that's the case, then like there must be something I'm not understanding about like why that people feeling that way, because that's just like a totally
I
different
felt that
experience
way
than what I
too.
see when I'm playing myself.
Yeah, I mean,
Like,
I would
the,
love
the,
to.
the intention.
Sorry, go on.
The intention is that you use socketables to fix those problems, and it is fundamentally identical to the crafting bench as far as the resultant, like ability to fix issues on your character. Like there's nothing about the crafting bench that really changes anything that way, other than it's being less intuitive to use for new players.
Well, it is a lot
really it's just to
stronger.
make.
Well, there's the power. Yeah, there is the power.
Well, okay, so sure, there's the
yes.
power, but like I mean that's a different question again, right? Like if you're talking about fixing problems, then that just comes down to the values on the mods, and like
Oh,
what
man.
those should be.
Which aren't
but-
necessarily right.
Right, but the thing is that it's supposed to be that
Yeah,
you're
I
getting
think-
enough sockets to be able to do that. And I mean, I don't buy stuff from the vendors. Just as a qualifying thing, that I don't buy socketables from the vendors and do that thing. I know people do that.
I mean,
That's
in
not a thing
group,
that
the
I'm
loot
doing.
is
I mean, I
definitely
might do it like
shit.
if I've got like like a stack of 9 shards and I'm like, okay, I want a socket right now. I might like do that, but generally speaking,
In
that's
solo
not what
should
I'm
be
doing.
much
So
better.
like, there's clearly some disconnect here, as far as like what the amount of loot that you're getting versus what I'm seeing, I suppose. So like, I guess I just need to understand why. Like, why does it feel so different for
It
different
might be
people?
it might have a relatively high swinginess or something that we need to find a way, like adding more. Like I know something that was suggested was adding more artificers orbs to fixed quest rewards through the game to minimize the RNG outcome.
Right.
Because we
That
added
would-
those quite late. We
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
end
yeah.
up putting them in
It's true.
any.
So that's something that we could definitely
yeah.
do, which would mean you just get more of them during campaign, and I'd be totally open to that. Like, that's totally reasonable.
A second thing I'd like to do soon is explore. I mean, sort of unrelated, but is that casters don't have
Yep.
their weapon crafting
Yep.
bench,
And we do need to.
and
We
so
do
we
need.
want to
We
add
do need to
sockets
fix.
caster
We have to add
weapons.
sockets to caster weapons. That needs to come as well.
Now there is one slight concern that I have seen echoed in a decent bit of feedback, which is that the runes are, which is mitigated with more artificers orbs for sure, but the runes are creating a bit of a sense of making it like the thing with that the PoE 1 sockets created, which is like replacing items becoming slightly harder.
Yep.
So there's a little bit of just making sure we're careful about that as well. But being able to have more artificers orbs and thus socket more gear will mitigate that, so that when you get your upgrade, you're able to add a socket to it.
I think
But I would say that
Mark
it's
is a lot
definitely
more
the hard code
open.
drops that would be
But
the
Jonathan
thing
not
that-
so
because
much,
If
is he?
it's not, happening to everyone, then it is a thing that will, that would better off solving that way.
But yeah, the caster weapons getting rune sockets and rune, obviously, runes for them, and adding deterministic artificers orbs to the campaign is certainly two things on my immediate radar to help at least mitigate some of this. I might do a quick review on the power pass of the runes as well. I just don't want them to be too much about giving damage, but it might be a lot of the more utility and defensive ones are just on the weak side, and those can certainly come up immediately.
Well, the problem that you have, once again, is that, so I sort of mentioned this earlier, but if the tools that you have are too powerful, then the people who know to use them are benefited to a larger degree compared to the people who don't, and what you're doing there...
Yeah, but just drop more items with sockets.
Then you end up in a situation where content will, be...
Thank you, Bench.
A new player goes into this and it's like, well, I didn't know about this, and then you get screwed over. And so things like
we'll also be going back to Diablo in a few weeks.
Tree can be this way, where it's like, okay, well, you had to know to pick this, and if you didn't know to do that, then you're screwed, right? Like that's the kind of thing that's like a bit of a problem. And so we just have to be really careful about that. And that's actually one of the reasons, by the way,
look at this.
why lesser runes exist, because if you knew to put a lightning damage rune in your weapon, then you would just completely ridiculous compared to anyone who didn't know that. And so it's like you've got it shouldn't be that just a single there's a tool like that which you just with knowledge alone, it's like you're completely you're completely overpowered compared to other people. So you just have to be we just have to be really careful with that stuff.
Well,
it's important. It's also,
Reddit is so crazy.
Oh no, you're gone.
It's just important to make sure that the solutions are very front facing, because that passive tree stuff, in PoE 1, sure, I agreed, and it seems obvious to a bunch of people, but then also there's two problems going on there in the PoE 1, which is it adds to a sense of complexity because it's like, here are the things you must know before you start playing to have a good time. And I know that's one small piece of that puzzle, or that problem. And the second thing is, looking at PoE 1 from that crafting bench, is that the crafting bench is in your hideout and not in any town, which I agree is a downside. Ideally, it would be more in your face. And so, a lot of people just forget to use it and forget that it exists. And that is a thing where, again, if you know, and you have a good time, and if you don't know, and you're suffering. So whatever the solutions end up being, we definitely need to make sure are very front-facing, in your face, and are here's clearly the very intuitive way to solve these problems. So that's just an important piece of philosophy we need to make sure we maintain.
A lot of that can be solved through quests, though, right? You can have an NPC early giving one of those runes and even telling you hey, chuck this in your weapon for more damage if you're using a bow.
Surely, if the runes are there to solve problems, then ideally, we're not telling you exactly which one to use, right? Because it should be dependent on what your problem is. But we do need to make sure that people have got enough artificers orb to make sure they can do that. That's the main thing that I would say.
Yeah, but you were talking about the problem that you're rewarded for knowledge, which I don't think necessarily is a bad thing. I think that is a good thing.
No, you 100% should be rewarded for knowledge. The question is, was the degree of the reward? Because if it is as high as the point where just knowing this makes
I'm always trying to be positive about stuff. Either way,
then, that means that
I still did enjoy my PoE experience.
It means that the balance has to be. Surely monsters would have to be harder if that was the case, and so it's I don't think that can be something that we don't want to have to make the monsters harder, so therefore we have to just be a little bit careful about that.
There's a fine line there for sure, but there's some improvements around here to be made, and there's some good takeaways from that anyway, right? When the
I hope he's going to ask about PoE 1,
and I think it's also a matter of okay, I think there is a guaranteed rune from Ogden Village. Maybe that's too late. We should be doing that earlier, or having more of them. Again, more of that deterministic outcomes, but also
I think the drop rate is
that you're going to get that in advance would be helpful. I don't think we quite have that displayed.
Give it a guaranteed earlier.
Some of those the world map icons where you go and get a specific reward it's not necessarily explaining to the user what they're going to get, and so they might just be it's just another one of those. I don't need another tier 4 skill gem, but they don't. That's because maybe they think it's that. So bit of information improvements and a bit of just some power adjustments, some more determinism, especially with Artificer's Orbs. I actually 100% agree with that. I think if we hadn't have added that system so late into the development, we would have actually put that more throughout 100% anyway, so we should just do it now. But yeah, well, 100% some improvements there.
Another thing I'm curious about then, I asked about the skill tree. Do you feel like the skill tree gives a good, or does a good enough job of doing temporary solutions right now that you can later out gear, or like, is that something you'd be open to looking at?
Well, our core philosophy there was that
I think the skill tree is way too confusing still.
the gear should give you base stats and the tree should multiply them, which makes the tree implicitly
I feel there's too many support
worse
gems
at then solving the problem.
that
So
feel kind of useless. There's like
intention
200
there is
choices
that,
for a new player
Now, whether or not
for support gems. And most of them are very
we haven't
complicated.
really rediscussed it since then, I still believe that's a great thing to have.
There aren't the other thing that, just as a side note, is that there aren't runes that give you attributes.
Slot
right?
machine.
Correct.
Gamba.
And so that means that you can't solve attribute requirements with runes, which is something that I brought up a bit ago, but like we didn't have time to look at what the implications of that were.
My sole fear with that is that it means that it is even harder now to replace an item with another item.
That is the concern.
Yeah, it is. That's why like something like 30 dex, 30 strength, etc. was obviously very nice in PoE 1. And it does feel a little bit like, oof, I wish I didn't have to take that, but that gives you like incentive to fix that through gear later. And obviously we have so much resist on the skill tree in PoE 1 too. I remember like, because the first time I played PoE 2, we didn't know anything about the skill tree and stuff like that. And I remember thinking, I was in like Act 2 somewhere, and I hadn't pre-planned my day. I hadn't like looked at the data mines or anything like that. So I was like, okay, let's go look at the skill tree where the resists are, because I'm like 10%, 15% on the different res, so I'll pick up 15 on the skill tree. And there was just that one in like warrior left start.
They mean like
and
passive
I was very
tree, right?
surprised for that. So like, what's the reason for not having that much resist on the tree?
Because once again, as Mark said, the tree is the theory of it is that the tree enhances what your items are doing, in order to make the But I mean, look, there's something to think about again. Like
Yeah,
there might be something to that we should be reconsidering.
Yeah.
I think it would be cool to have
We'll
a solution
100% go have a
with rest, yeah.
discussion about this afterwards,
Right.
for sure. Like I certainly have a whole bunch of thoughts on this real quick, and I definitely want to go over it and just reevaluate this, because like we did make a lot of these philosophical decisions, right? We were like, tree should multiply, obviously aside from attributes, and gear should give the base, and like, you know, because an alternate solution might just be that the resistances given by the runes are like way too low as well, right? Like that certainly, because if you think of like the tree for one on obviously PoE 1, and you combine that with the crafting bench on PoE 1, like the amount of resistances you're getting there, even from the lowest tier crafts and the tree, is enough to certainly be able to solve any problem. So there's a little bit of just like making sure we don't want to make it too trivial. Well,
the other thing as well is that the monsters are balanced, assuming a different amount of resist than they were in PoE 1. So that like changes things a little bit as well. You know, like the expectation is not that you have like high resistances through the game necessarily. Like the expectation is that the expectation is that you should be able
Through
to
the
get
campaign, though.
from merely overcoming the negative resistances you get from going through the acts. Like if you're at 0%, you should be like that should be enough, and then any improvement you have over that is supposed to be just like something that's making your character better. But if the monster life or monster damage is not calibrated correctly, then it won't feel that way to the player. But like that was kind of like balancing around 0 was like another idea that we had to try and make it so that you always knew the amount of resistances you were supposed to have. Like being that like if the number is red, you need more, and if the number is not red, then you have enough. Like that was kind of the theory in order to make it more obvious, what people are supposed to do there.
The other thing about the tree that can be a bit tricky here is that when you have that problem, like you probably have that problem immediately, where you're like, oh, I'm dying to all this fire damage. To this boss, I don't have enough fire resistance. The answer can't be like, okay, I need to look at my tree and get some fire resist, because that's too late, right? Like you need to solve this problem more immediately. Right. So having a more immediate solution is ideally what it would be. So ideally there you'd be like, okay, I'm going to swap this item for this item, or maybe put this rune in, and now I might have another go and have a good time. Where if the answer is like, okay, there's resistance nodes over here, I just need to get 6 more levels so I can get them to then go and fight the boss. like I understand there's a level of like obviously they're good at forward thinking problem solving, but like when you're like in the moment and you're like, damn, I'm struggling right now. What am I going to do right now? It needs to be a more immediate solution, and that's where
why a rune can
that's
be a
where the
better
passive
answer.
tree solves it in one regard but doesn't solve it in another regard, and it's important that yes, the runes are there to solve that problem and certain items are there. And sure, it's easy to, it is not necessarily incorrect to say that those tools aren't as readily available as they should be.
Yeah. Yeah, I also think part of it is that we're definitely not dropping enough gear. Like the state of my gear, it's quite rough. Like a lot of the things I've found throughout the campaign ends up being 1 or 2 stat items, if that.
But isn't that just the? But like, okay, but this is the thing I would say about that is like, okay, when you're saying your gear isn't good enough, you're also just saying the monsters are too powerful. Like it can just be the monsters. Like I don't think that it needs like.
Skill issue. It's a chat, man.
There's an element here of like you might just be conditioned to
Triangle
wearing rares
beats
in every
the
slot
skill.
all the time, which doesn't have to be the case.
Well-
like the gear power is entirely relative to monster power. So if you're saying your gear isn't good enough, it doesn't have to be the gear needs to get better. It can just be that the monsters are too hard.
Sure, if you're talking about also like damage and like I said speed, but okay, can you give me an idea then? On,
But
when
that's
do you
important though,
think
because one of the things that PoE 2 has gotten us is that you're not just saturating on rares like halfway through Act 1 anymore. Like you actually do, and what that actually means is that you have situations where you change from a rare to a magic. In some cases, you're like changing around your gear through the campaign, and it results in way more like gear upgrades as you go through the campaign. Like there's way more often because you'll downgrade to a blue, but then you'll find a regal, and you'll
Gonna go
upgrade it,
Bathroom
and then
for a
you'll add
sec.
some more mods and so on. And like the amount of gear changes that are happening through the campaign is very, very high. And so if we just dropped more gear, then we would lose out on that. And whereas if we lower monster power, then you're improving the like we wouldn't need to do that. And once again, that doesn't necessarily say that the gear is in exactly the right place. But what I am saying is that like it isn't just buff items. Like it is a question of player power relative to monster power.
But the thing is, like, we aren't switching out gear a lot, though. I think a lot of us feel like we're like finally finding, let's say, like a glove with 60 life and 15 fire risk, and then we end up keeping that all the way until maps because we aren't really finding anything else. We have very little currency to craft with and stuff, and a lot of people also reported finding like a large chunk of their majority of their currency in Act 1, where maybe people find as much as like 3 to 10 exalts in Act 1, and then find 0 in Act 2 and 3, so it seems like very, very early heavy.
I can't really explain why that would happen, because like the gear, like the way that loot drops doesn't change. The only thing that changes is the number of magic and rare monsters that exist.
Like a lot of
so over
RNG.
time, the
5
amount of loot you
regals?
get
Yeah.
increases through the game just because the number of rare and magic monsters increases. And due
Right.
to the way the currency drops work in PoE 2, the more of those you get, the more rare currency you'll get, which means that like it'll just feels like you get more currency. So like that isn't a phenomenon that I understand.
You found
for
6x.
Sure. Like you should be getting more currency as you go through the act.
It's just
for sure.
RNG.
Like that is as far as I understand.
Several
Thankfully,
times I've been joking about making new characters to farm currency, and a lot of people like said they agreed. So
Thankfully, we can relatively easily, if we need to, pretty much after this, add some logging for that and go and see what's actually happening. Because
But that is unusual. Like I can't explain why that would be the case.
I concur. There isn't. It shouldn't work that way. It shouldn't be that way. So if that is
But
the
it
case,
maybe
which
is. It's
isn't
coding.
necessarily true, but it could be. We should never. We're never going to rule out any bug or unintended thing where we can
yeah,
get some logging for that relatively fast and just check the data and actually see what's happening.
But I also do want to understand why some people feel like they get a lot of currency and others don't. Like I don't. Once again, I just don't understand what can be the responsible for that.
It's RNG.
Because like it's like I wouldn't say that every time I want 6 mods I can get them, but I would say that I'm using exalts like all through the campaign. I'm using regals all through the campaign. I'm like rolling like up from whites to rares like pretty continuously as you're going through. So like there's something odd about that I need to understand.
yeah. I mean, even like I would say myself, I got very like few regals and stuff to use. Like definitely was not on the rich end during the campaign.
Well, how many is a few?
I'd say through the campaign I dropped.
Isn't there some
probably
mechanic
4
that
regals.
tracks this? Like a transmog?
Hang on, but we're not talking about dropping only. We're talking about disenchanting too, right?
So, because of crafting being so RNG, I will generally have opted in. I've tried both, obviously, between like disenchanting, but I find that I benefit more from gambling than from actually trying to crafting. My experience with crafting is picking
Well,
up
if
every
you're-
blue, looking for one stat, regaling, and then that missing and the item not being usable.
If you're not disenchanting rares, then you certainly won't get a lot of regals. Like
Sure,
that
but
is
I've
the
tried
case.
both.
Right. Well, I can't say much as to that, but like that is the reason you don't have regals if you're, if you know, like that is where like the primary source of regals through the campaign would be disenchanting. Like that isn't to say that gambling isn't better. Maybe it is, but
Right.
you know, like that it does explain that particular one currency item at least.
It's also quite a few alchemies and stuff as well.
Yeah, alchemies are kind of not really intended to be that common anymore because the intended way to go through to rare is more via regaling. So like alchemies are like relative, like
Then you have a
alchemies
3
are the
stack
kind
and you
of
still
like,
need to
oh,
like
awesome, I got an alchemy.
X
That's like a kind of that's
3
the
times,
uncommon thing that you
ideally.
do occasionally, not the like kind of common workaday crafting that you're doing all the time. So like yeah, it should be that the regals are the primary.
I also would
source
love that
of-
you can
of
change your sentence, man.
crafted rares.
Yeah.
in that
A
regard.
sentence
Well, the
change.
good benefit here is we have so many players right now that we can just get some data and get some analytics very, very quickly about what this actually is.
Yeah.
And you might find that it's just very sensitive to, you know, there's always just going to be a portion of unlucky players and a portion of lucky players. Like, I
Yeah.
definitely know that there's a lot of swinginess, of course, and that can happen. And again, that it might just be that. And I know you've probably played more than most, so arguably you should have the you should have the most amount of data from a purely anecdotal perspective. So, you know, you probably have the best average going on, the most accurate average, I should say. But that being said, like we have the capacity to look into this very quickly, and we can just
Yeah.
do so probably even today and figure out what's
Awesome.
going on and whether or not it meets our expectations. So.
The next thing I want to ask you about is the ailment thresholds. You have like how easy it is for the player to be stunned, player to be frozen and stuff. And I would say that feels a little bit overly punishing when we don't have as many solutions or tools, right? Because we have one charm slot, and it is quite difficult to get a second or third. And that's competing for freeze immune, stun immune, poison immune, ignite immune, and
Dude.
chaos immune. Chaos resist. And bleed. Now, I would say poison, ignite, and bleed from the monsters don't actually do that much right now. But if it did, like this would be a very, very heavily competed for, like singular solution to doing anything
But
with
there's
that.
only charms.
And as an addendum to the
I
question,
guess.
I wonder, would you consider letting belts get more implicit charm slots based on item level? So like maybe at like 50 plus, they have 2, and at 81, they get 3.
I mean, we probably will increase the number of charm slots. Like that is something that we like kind of were intending to do and never got to yet.
That's nice.
But I don't think that the ailment threshold was in the right place before. Like, effectively, ailments didn't exist before we changed that. So like we need like
It's just so
we needed
frustrating when you lose
we needed
control over
something
your
that was gonna
character.
actually cause them to happen. Like, you know, during the campaign,
just
we got
annoying.
frozen like 3 times the whole campaign. It kind of was a bit. It was a bit silly.
Do you know we didn't actually universally double the stunning? This I know you mentioned that just to
Yeah,
clear
it was
that
only
up.
it was ailments that
The
changed, not stunning.
they
Yeah,
stun you more as things get higher level. The expected amount of stun threshold you should have goes up. So it's not, but it's pretty minimal.
Yeah, they're
for our
like very
entire
on the
campaign.
defensive.
But what we also increased is the
Especially Jonathan seems very on the defensive.
You gain a bunch of
rather
stun
than
threshold when you get light stun, so you have way lower
being a
probability
bit
of getting
more
stun locked.
open to some of the feedback.
But then I would
Mark
also
is
point out, like,
different
some of those
right now.
charms just suck because it doesn't even mitigate the stun that stunned you. And that is just something that we were like, we initially did, and they were like, oh, we need to change this, and then it just got lost in the weeds. So, like, the other thing is changing those, and I know the resistance ones work this way as well. Like, those just need to also cancel out the thing that caused it, or mitigate the thing that caused it, and those where some do and some don't. So that needs to change 100%. And then, yes, we need more slots. I think we're actually going to support up to 6 slots. That isn't to say that everyone will trivially have 6, but there is UI
But
for it.
6 is only 6 is a thing you might be able to do with uniques and stuff like that. It's not something that you get.
But it was certainly our expectation, or intention, I should say, that we give out more slots so that people are running more. Like 1 is not what you should be running. Like 2 certainly at high end minimum, and like probably 3 and like sometimes 4 wouldn't be unreasonable.
Okay.
But it's interesting that even the ailment threshold
6
change
slots,
we made has not really affected most of the ailments that you just said. Like you just were saying that, like, you know, that bleed, poison, and stuff are not really doing much yet, and it's like,
yeah,
like
it's mostly
that
stun
wasn't
and
even,
freeze.
like even halving that number apparently wasn't enough to make those be a
Let's
thing
see
that
the
you need to
setup.
care about. Like only frozen is the one that really kind of changed, I think, and like for the most part that you actually notice. The stun thing is separate; it's not part of the ailment threshold change.
Yeah, I mean, but if
so
they did do a
but-
lot of damage, that would be very overwhelming right now, and things we can deal with.
Well, but I mean, yeah, like it's not like we want it to be overwhelming.
It's a
but
bit of a
we want it
different.
to
It's a bit of a different game,
Right,
Like
but
when
we-
you get the mod and modifiers and map mods and everything
Right.
involved.
Sure,
Yeah.
sure. But you know, it does need to happen sometimes in order for it to actually be something that's worth mitigating. So now we just need to look at the actual, the charm stuff as well.
And do you think the implicit will be tied to item level at all? So it'll be something that you don't necessarily have to do a crazy investment or
I
path
don't,
on the tree?
I don't know what the answer to that is. I have
Okay.
to think about how we want to introduce that. Like that is a one way. I mean, but there might be other ways. I just have to look at that.
The other thing is like charm. There's a level of like reviewing charms in general is just how, you know, aside from how many you have and not just their implicit, like their base value. There's also just like, I'd say a lot of the modifiers on them are just absolutely like nonsense. It's like, oh, recover 4 mana when it procs. It's like, okay, thanks. That's not a useful thing to happen. So there's a bunch of affixes there we just need to make better as well, and we may as well probably do that at the same time, unless of course it makes it take longer, in which we'd rather just get out the number of charms first. So yeah.
Yeah. In PoE 1, we have masteries. I'm a huge fan of those, especially for temporary solutions. Is that something you're open to bringing back in PoE 2?
I'm not a huge fan of them because they ended up devaluing the notables a lot. Like the notables became really bland when masteries were introduced, and it's like, and it also means that like the where you are on the tree didn't matter as much either, which like kind of wasn't amazing. So I think that we like prefer to have it be a situation where the notables are more interesting, and I do think that in PoE 2 the notables are very.
I think they
interesting.
do
Like, it's
stay
something
criticism,
that, like
but
I think that is notably good.
not sure if they take it so
so
serious.
More work
Like,
to do there,
yeah,
though.
but there is more work to do. But I don't love the way that the masteries kind of like blandified the notables, and so yeah, I think we can. That's.
I think a lot of
I
people
think I
will miss
prefer,
Chris Wilson, or are
just-
missing him already.
Yeah, putting the power in the notables rather than the masteries.
But I don't feel like they're directly competing at each other, right? You can still have like really interesting masteries and notables. Like those notables can still be super interesting.
I mean, there's only so many stats that can exist, but I mean, look, fundamentally everything competes with every other thing because of the way that, like, you know, due to mod dilution. So like you have to, you know, you have to budget that in some level. Otherwise, you just get a situation where you've got so many effects on your character that like everything, that like nothing, no one thing matters at all. So like that's, you know, just.
I'm a bit more torn about this one personally because I do agree there are downsides, but on the other hand, it's the one that added it to PoE 1, so like I'm a little bit like.
Well, I don't think it was obvious at the time.
Yeah.
He was the
what
one.
downside that would have. I mean, that was certainly not something that I would be against.
There's
at
also
all, but,
just like the passive tree is like overwhelmingly complicated to people.
Right.
And so having this extra layer on it was probably my biggest thing of like,
Right.
oh no, we made the thing that scares people the most more scary.
Right.
Because there's this extra layer that they have to, an extra keyword they have to know about. And that was my main thing of like, maybe we should just simplify the thing that is like the scariest thing. Like that was a big argument to me, but there are, you know, there's intermediary grounds there as well. But yeah, there's like downsides to it for sure. Like I agree. There's also maybe a way to make them work. I don't know.
But I mean, what's the goal of it, right? Like, if the goal is to give you temporary solutions, then we don't necessarily have to solve it there. We could just solve it in a different place, and then it wouldn't be necessarily something that's.
That is also true.
That's going to give you the downsides that we see that those ones having.
It's also
is
just
always
as
true,
a player, it is just very fun. Like I absolutely enjoy, and it definitely, I can tell you, it does not make me feel like notables are devalued. I was even more exciting. 'Cause you
More
really
Souls-like.
Identify
notable.
that in the.
I feel Jonathan wants the game to be very in the direction of Souls games, right? But there is like a reason why RPGs are a bit different.
Like the thing that's in front of you that you're enjoying. You know what I mean? Like it's harder to appreciate.
I don't think a lot of people would agree with that sentiment
Sure.
of
Because
making
you're
it
thinking
more
about that, you're thinking,
Souls-like.
I want the
Especially
you
in a
can at least
season-based
rest
game.
assured that we're going to think about why they were important and what we could do to solve them, whether it be that means or another. Like, the good thing about these is all of the things, almost everything you bring up is going to result in some
Dude,
sort of
Reddit is
multi-hour discussion
crazy.
between us over the next week. So,
That's good.
Oh man.
Well,
yeah, which is the huge benefit of these things for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, thank you for doing it. But the next one's something I
Oh,
care a lot about,
gee.
especially as a hardcore player. Defenses seem very undertuned compared to offense, and just like anecdotally, if the two options, right? If we look at it in a bit of hyperbole, where I get to watch like tankiness be out of hand or offense be out of hand. So like literally somebody walking up to a boss and one-shotting it. Or looking at somebody standing there be immortal, right? I always think like if one should be out of hand, it's more interesting when the defensive one is out of hand. You still get to see the boss abilities and stuff like that. It seems so much easier always, and I think most patches have been like this, where it's always easier to scale offense rather than defense. And I wonder a little bit how you feel about that.
Well, you're not wrong that often the best defense is stacking all of the damage.
A great offense is the best defense.
I mean, we've suffered from this for a long while. It is ultimately a consequence of just having the game be, like, again, talking about the hip firing and things be a bit unregulated with respect to the levels of uniques and builds and stuff going everywhere and hard to think of it all. And like, but it is generally true that we have more offensive. I guess people find damage in general to be more fun as an investment avenue.
That
for
is
sure.
the real thing.
Especially if you're in softcore.
Would prefer
Like you always go full deeps.
Offense generally.
I agree with that.
Mostly the case.
But then, shouldn't defense be even more encouraged then for the people that want to? Because even as a hardcore player, I almost feel like it's the opposite. Like anecdotally, for example, for point one and full disclosure, I have not been able to get to Arbiter yet. Right, we're very early in the league, so I don't know if you made them do less damage. But in point one, other people were doing some testing, and I asked softcore players to try a little bit. And there were people that were getting one-shot by Arbiter moves with 15k life. Some that are like kind of hard. So as a hardcore player,
life.
what I felt like then, I was like, well, and since I can't really tank, like there are multiple moves here that I can't tank. Not just like one big telegraphed one-shot, but there are multiple here that I can't tank. So what I did to over-prepare instead was I went in with so much damage that I just one-shot the boss. Which is a little bit deflating for me. I would say Arbiter was one of the least fun bosses, whereas I would way rather go in and be so tanky that I can make a few mistakes, and then end up leaving.
It's quite hard to split the difference between being tanky and being immortal. Like surprisingly hard.
Just
to get
don't
that,
give you a lot
right?
recovery.
And when I say that, it's because you can regenerate life very quickly.
Yeah, you need the nerve recovery.
If you don't die. Like, okay, and the other thing as well is that boss abilities that do those big hits take a long time, right? And like the bosses often can't hit you again immediately afterwards. It's like they'll do their big ability, and it's not like it's going to just immediately follow up with something that's going to chip you down either.
Depends.
So
Yeah,
like,
but
if
we
you
can't
fail,
tank them.
no, but what I'm getting towards is that if you don't have something that's going to do a lot of damage at the for those big hits, like we just have to be very careful, because like if like let's say that one of those big hits did only like, you know, a third of your life, you know, something like
then
that.
you just press a fluff.
I don't think that then the boss would ever be able to kill you ever, because it would have to effectively be able to do three of those, like of those things before you can regenerate them. So what you're really asking for And well, this is something we discussed a lot in the past, by the way. What you're asking for is for a more attrition-based gameplay style, like a more MMO style like thing.
So yeah.
And what you're really saying then is that you want flasks to do way less regeneration,
Yeah.
and you want regeneration to be controlled way more in general, and then have a more attrition-based gameplay style. And that kind of just isn't a PoE way of doing things. Now, like, I mean, that could be a thing we could change to. Like, that would be an option that we would have.
No, he has a
but it would
point on
be
this
like-
one.
It would be a
The chat is so
balanced change
negative,
of the
man.
universe to do something like that. Like, it would be a complete redesign of all the damage and like.
Why are
bosses
people
and,
so
like, the way
negative?
everything works. Like,
He makes a great point
change,
here. I
change to
feel.
more attrition.
This is
style
hard to
would just
fix.
Be like an apocalyptic level of balance change.
Because then
compared
you
to
just
what
be
we have.
immortal.
I mean, I'm not 100% sure I agree with that. And I was going to ask, do you think the goal of a difficult boss should be to kill the player or to deny the player the loot?
I don't understand what that means.
So when you're leaning more towards attrition-based gameplay, right? You're recognizing as a player that you've entered a fight that you're maybe not fully ready for. You're maybe getting the boss to 30%. You're not able to finish it, and you're like, I have to leave. I have to leave this fight. I'm not strong enough. As opposed to punching the player with death, you're already just taking away the loot anyway. There's not an XP loss anyway at the moment.
I mean, that's. I guess we're not thinking in those terms at all. Like, we're just like. But okay, sure. You're talking. Okay, like so. Okay, so that question I would say only makes sense in an attrition-based gameplay context, which is not what we
only
have.
makes sense.
So like, it kind of means that like the boss doing abilities to be able to the boss trying to win is and trying to kill you versus denying you the loot isn't a different circumstance unless.
Should we
unless
play
there's
meanwhile,
attrition,
guys?
which we don't have. So like, you know,
I think you're gonna play meanwhile.
So what I'm saying is, so what are you not agreeing with then about?
Well, I
that
think you do have attrition-based combat on a lot of bosses, right? Because there are many of the like campaign bosses that don't necessarily have one-shots. But even just on like as a Viper,
We're
as
at
an
a breach
example,
ring.
right? I was having a like quite long fight because I wasn't particularly powerful at Viper. So I think I had to reset 7 times without it killing me. But 7 times before I was able to actually kill Viper on my build because I was running out of flasks. And you don't have a good way to regen them during the fight.
So I'm not when I'm talking about attrition gameplay, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about attrition in the sense that your life pool is something that goes down over long periods of time rather than something that moves around.
Well,
like,
it
from
effectively
bottom to
is
top
through
all
the
time.
flask, right?
Well, yes.
Like, I was no longer able to
so,
recover.
So yes, to the extent that we have attrition-based gameplay, the attrition is through the flask. You are correct. Like, attrition via flask is what we have. What I'm saying though there.
Yeah. I'm not sure about ND4.
Well, okay, sure, fair enough. Like,
Pick
yeah,
it up.
the flasks do give you the attrition, and so therefore
The campaign is quite attrition.
in
It's just that
way,
the
yes, ways.
kind of cap comes off, so to speak, at end game, where like it can be very. It's certainly the case with a concept like Leech that the moment that a boss can't one-shot you at all, which.
Well, okay, like if you removed all sources of flask charge gain out, like that you could do in a boss fight, then you could probably
I like my roar.
reduce the size of the big monster hits.
Well, just to check real quick as well, just because we're specifically talking about Arbiter, there's kind of a few things going on. Like, it is the intention that the skills, and which happens in the game and PoE 1 as well, and like some people might argue it's some sort of bad design or not. I kind of like it. There are other skills that are more like your personal agility or dexterity based, and you have to avoid them, and that's like, you know, stand in the elder donuts and the, you know, the dances and the like move into the lanes and the, you know, bullet hells-esque things where it's like that's not really your character as much. Like, are you thinking those are fine, or are those, whether or not they're exactly tuned in this context, like in terms of timing, but are you okay with the idea that those kill you and you don't get to make, like, whether or not they could be more lenient is a different question, but like, are you okay with those killing you and kind of your defenses don't really matter? Like, are those the problem? Is what I'm just trying to understand exactly what skills are a problem.
Yeah, so for the Arbiter, I feel like there are multiple, right? You have the corridor move. That was pretty much always a one-shot, right?
Oh
And
my God.
sometimes, obviously, like you were saying, that wasn't like the main topic, but they can spawn almost too far away. I remember seeing a clip of
Well, I
like
should
Quinn
keep
running
playing that
slightly in the wrong
offensive.
direction, and then he sees the corridors the other way, and he's
probably,
like,
yeah.
"Oh, it's over for me." You have the Arbiter move where he does like the fake out meteor, where he starts like firing the beam into it and stuff. I guess the way, like, as a player, I would want defense to be is the more I invest into defense, the larger my room for error should be, which is where I'm feeling there's a big disjoint now, right? Where it just isn't, and then I'm entirely incentivized to go full offense because I'm still having enough defense. That
I'm
those,
full
like,
offense,
those
boys.
mid-range hits and small hits, they're still not one-shotting me. So all I need to be able to do is tank them, and then yeah, I just don't have an option for huge one-shots at all.
Okay, so yeah, I understand the point of view from that one. The main thing is just we're going to have to be really careful with the balance to make sure that it isn't now just like, 20% of investment of the way there. Now you don't get one shot by them, so you just hold down, whatever button on the boss or whatever, and now you're leeching permanently and you're fine. That's the concern. So like, if it is a like universal, okay, like for example, would it be okay that, I mean, look, the corridor, let's use that as the example. So the corridor obviously has some like, okay, it's too hard to get, we need to probably improve the way the lanes spawn such that you don't get into that situation where like, this is literally impossible for me to run.
Maybe I
down
should
unless
play
have
more
X
defensive,
or
man.
Y. There is the thing where like, okay, for example, if like life regen wasn't regulated, like, do you really think any player in the game, like this is, I'm not saying this is wrong or right, should just be able to AFK in that?
Any player,
curious.
Yeah, so definitely I prefer that over watching people one-shot bosses. 100%. With enough investment.
Well, look, no, we won't disagree, but just like, I'm just curious, do you actually think it should be okay or able to...
It's chaos damage.
Yeah, I'm not entirely against something just being a straight up one-shot. Like failing the memory game, for example, in PoE1. Like, I'm not inherently against that. But I do think the current ones are a little bit like too fast to be those one-shots.
Yeah, I agree. I just think there is two problems here, which I'm interested in. One is mechanics feeling fair, which there are things here that are unfair, and that is bad, and they need changing. And I will get that adjusted today. And I'll get that on live as soon as I can.
You need more chill,
which might even also be today. The other thing would be that the bigger thing, which is that investing in defense is...
They wanted to say upgrades tomorrow already.
Not allowing you to mitigate it. So different from the corridor skill, there's just like whether or not investing in defense enough, it gives you enough defense against things in general, against the bosses, which maybe isn't the case. It might be that yes, you investing in defense needs to be more advantageous right now for sure. And like, don't get me wrong, there's nothing more, and I've spoken about this before in the past, there's nothing more demoralizing than putting hundreds of hours into a boss and then it's just like deleted. And it's like, oh, great. That
was last patch.
It's also demoralizing to just watch someone sit there and face tank it and just attack it with no, like, not even having to move. Like, that's also
especially without the gear.
Like, it's kind of it's almost a bit ridiculous to discuss like which of these two horrible outcomes is better. Like, like surely the actual answer is like neither of them should be happening.
No, I agree. It's just that it's pretty rare that we've seen defense be the really OP one. That's all, right? Like, we very often see offense.
Maybe it is, but like, I think that's probably also a lot around the fact that people like building glass cannons.
Do we have this?
Like, that is a thing people just like doing. And so, like, the amount of incentivization, and so then there's the issue of like, well, I mean, let me put it this way. Even if right now, and I don't know whether this is the case or not, like, it probably isn't, but even if defense was overtuned compared to damage, I think that you're still not going to incentivize people to do that until you get to the point where they're immortal. Like, I don't think getting 80% of the way to immortality is actually enough even for people to still not want to build glass cannons.
This is endgame boss in D4.
Like, that issue of like, it's just really, really hard to get that balance right. So the like, and that isn't to say that we won't try.
It shouldn't be like
I'm
this.
just saying that like it is people. There just tends to be an erring on the side of offense for that reason, and I don't think either immortality or insta-killing bosses is right. So, like, the people probably concentrate on the damage more.
Yeah, especially, I mean, we have a bigger problem, especially with just in general, just thinking about it, like, damage also now resulting in crowd control amplifies the problem even further.
Yeah.
Because having the boss be heavy stunned and or frozen or whatever, like, majority of the fight is just even more of a reason to just go ballistic on damage. Yeah, there are problems here, 100%. I'm just thinking of random other things that.
Well, yeah, I
also
have
help
other
mitigate it.
questions about defense as well. So armor break, I would say, like, effectively disables armor, right, as a defense for hardcore. It's sort of like when it comes around, it kind of like shuts down your main form of defense. You're feeling like very tanky if you do invest into armor. Well, ideally, I do still armor needs a buff. But I guess the problem I have with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm in PoE 1 is that it's just so crazy to me to have something effectively shut down your defense from time to time. So, yeah, are you happy with Armor Break and Fizz Overwhelm being in the game?
Well, in PoE 2 context, I am not happy with the current state of Monster Armor Break. No. That is also on my change today list. So... I need to. There's a few things. It was meant to be that they're breaking flat amounts of armor, and that isn't. So if the more you stack, the less significant the armor break becomes from the enemy. I suspect there might be some sources of percentage based in there, which are just like, it disincentivizes. I mean, it just means that the more you have, the more you're relying on armor, the more punished it's going to be. So I just need to do a quick audit. There's not that many sources, thankfully, so it won't take long, and I just need to make sure that it's working. And then there are possibly cases where it is just doing too much. And yeah, it's just like, yeah, it acts as an insane weakness. But yeah, no, 100% agreed. It is not in the right spot, and also on the today list. So I need to make sure that we go back, get the community team to go back through this afterwards and make sure I don't forget about all these things. But no, that one I already have. There was that and the speed and a bunch of these other, and Arbiter, and there's a whole bunch of stuff here.
Yeah, we've gone over a lot already. Do you think in the short term we could see just like a straight up number buff to armor while you're trying to work out a long-term solution?
Oh no, but I'm not talking about a long-term solution for the armor break thing. I'm talking about it'll be solved.
No, I know, but like that's what I mean for armor too.
I see what you're saying. Sorry, misunderstood. Yeah, sure. I can't be able to immediately say that.
In order to change armor, we'd need to be able to understand why it's bad. And I don't think just changing the number right now is right for that.
Okay, that's fair.
Like, I don't think we've fully understood the issue there.
We did a few things. Like, there was some overwhelm on some bosses, and we removed it. And there was... there were too many skills converting too much into element. And I think we pushed back a lot of that. So, like... It obviously makes the armor more effective against those abilities, and like there's a lot more of that we probably need to reevaluate as well, just across the board.
Yeah.
But that stuff's really fast to change. As for just a global number shift,
but that's an example right there of why just changing the number wouldn't have even helped, right? Like if the problem is elemental damage, then making armor stronger wouldn't have done anything for that. So like, it's so important to understand the reason before we just make changes.
Obviously, the danger there by moving more fizz is it then makes it worse for non-armor builds as well, but that increases the power of armor differential to the others, and so there's you've got to be careful with that. But look, maybe
because
maybe there's something we can do more imminently.
Anecdotally, I would definitely love more access to different forms of defense, and I know that is definitely an EA problem where just not everything is in yet. But just to like anecdotally run you through my experience, I am a Smith Okutava, so I have like the shared res and the shared max res. So I'm 89, 90, 90, and for a long time I was like 85, 86, 87, so very high alley res. And on top of that, I was wearing a
which means yes, currently moving more into fizz is probably going to be to your detriment.
Yeah, sure. But even with that, and a Cloak of Flames, and I can't remember the name, Hollow something, but there's the unique helmet with like 15% fizz reduction. Even with all of that mitigation, I was like, at the start of today's stream, I was very rough until I got my 4th lab. That I was able to like improve it a little bit, but it felt a little bit weird to me as a player that I've like my entire ascendancy was defense based. I picked up every defense I could on the tree, and I was trying so hard to get really good gear too, and it was very rough on defense.
I mean, what I immediately probably will do after is I'm just going to grab your character, put it locally, and then just kind of just have a look at that, just so I can get a better exact understanding.
Just
but,
put
like,
it locally,
sure.
man.
I can give you a snapshot before I because now with regen it has been
Yeah,
we
it's
can,
better now.
We have it all.
We have it all. Don't worry.
Perfect.
We can take
Perfect.
anyone's character from live and just play with it. It's not a
Perfect.
Copy paste.
The regen did make a big difference, but I'm still seeing a lot of issues there. Another thing that has been brought up a lot, and I thought was a really good point, was
Elon
we
Smith.
see chaos damage very early in PoE 2. In PoE 1, it was like generally something we'd see a lot later.
They just rank it.
Would you be open to considering something like
They took our charge.
Chaos Soul Core being a rune instead, something that we can like get early? It's definitely a big part of what makes Viper so scary. Is it's almost impossible to get Chaos Res early on.
I think I had one 9% ring.
Yeah.
Oh, they're cooking.
Sounds like a sort of more of a hardcore related concern, because in standard you wouldn't like it's just balanced to be okay. But in hardcore, where you're wanting to definitely not die, it's like a different concern.
Or just do
I
more
wouldn't have
damage.
thought about it in that way previously.
It is sort of a medium
the
core
chaos-
concern, because like if you can't get past the boss, you are just stuck there.
Oh sure, but like I mean the damage, like it's balanced assuming 0 chaos resist, right? So like
Well,
the,
Viper's hard.
it is hard. It is a
think-
hard
I
fight.
think she's
That's
the
just a
hardest boss
side
in the
note
game.
that's separate. But
Yeah.
like in terms of just the fact that it's chaos damage, I don't think is as relevant in standard play, because like the
One of the hardest
we're balanced
fights for
assuming
sure.
you have no chaos
Well,
resistance, and so therefore,
What does she do that's
you know,
chaos? Obviously, the big
Yeah.
purple meteor storm that
Yeah.
I want to make some changes to, because it just creates too much mess on the ground. It's a little bit lacking
Right.
clarity or that fairness
Well,
problem. And
I mean,
then
the
how
spare
many of her
things,
skills?
right? I'm assuming.
So
They
the
might
way
be
it works
fusing
is,
too.
aside from poison itself dealing chaos damage, the only other things that are chaos damage are anything that is purple.
Yeah.
So,
So the-
all of her
just-
green stabs and slashes, none of that is chaos, and none of it
So
should
it's
be
physical.
chaos.
It's
I should
physical
say.
hits, and then the poison. If it poisons you, then it is
Yep.
chaos damage. But because the poison damage is based on the hit, your armor effectively mitigates the your
Chaos
armor
damage.
mitigates the chaos damage because it reduced the hit size.
Right.
So yeah.
So, yeah, the meteor thing is a problem, but it's like more of a fairness problem, because ideally you should be able to dodge that pretty reliably every time. Right now, it's a bit of a mess.
It is hard to
Um,
dodge that.
Yes, but aside from that, it would
Dude,
only
in
be the
group it
poison
was
of
crazy.
which, yes, your other defenses would. I mean, armor in particular and evasion would mitigate.
Right.
But yes, I do. It is the case, by the way, that if a thing like any snake spitter that's spitting at you with some green poison thing, that aside from the poison debuff, which I believe you said kind of wasn't that dangerous earlier in general, and maybe there are certain cases where it is.
It's definitely dangerous if you're playing an evasion card. Like that poison
but
feels
that-
lethal, and that's once again because the armor didn't.
The hit is
Yeah, yeah.
never chaos damage,
Yeah.
just to be
Okay.
clear. Which
I,
in PoE 1 it is. It's like half chaos, half fizz.
yeah. No, I did not know that. I fully thought the spares from the side, which a lot of people say is the most dangerous attack, I thought that was chaos. Because it's a very heavy
Just
hit.
fizz.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's probably just more of a Viper is too hard problem.
Right. Makes sense.
I remember hard stuck in
I wanted
Viper
to
for
ask a
3
little
hours
bit
for some
about-
people.
She's very hard. I wanted to ask you a little bit about pushing. As a player, I experience that sometimes, like as like it's almost seems like desync to me, if I'm being frank.
F this Viper
Um,
boss.
Is there an option to have more source of push resistance? Something, for example, like the more strength the character has, or wearing heavy armor. It does seem a little silly to a lot of people that like people maybe have
Push
300, 500
resistance.
strength, or they're wearing like full plate, but like yeah, a lot of monsters are just pushing you around very easily.
It doesn't currently exist as a concept of mitigating it, because it was meant to be more of a physical thing of. Well, there's two things. There's like monsters pushing you because you literally cannot occupy the same space as them.
So here are we talking right now about monster charge abilities, or are we talking about like a
Just like
sword,
when they-
like a
yeah.
sword swing?
The number one thing that has been noticeable for me is that like little, I think it's called an antlion maybe or something. It's like the little like yellow beast that like rolls on you. That still does take you for a ride.
Okay, sure.
Um,
Well, in that case, it's probably just a matter of fixing that particular thing. Like, I suspect that the answer to this one is not we need a mitigation, really. It's more just like we just need to look at places that are like just monsters that are bad and just fix them individually.
There are certain things I wanted to do, like I wanted it to be, and there were technical limitations here that we probably need to reevaluate. But I wanted it to be when you were blocking or parrying and you got hit, you got knocked less back because you technically did deflect them.
Right.
In the parry case in particular, and
In some cases, there's just push direction. Like maybe the ant
Yeah,
lions
and
are
then
not
some-
pushing you
well,
side with that thing.
the
And
charges and things taking you a ride has been like honestly the bane of my year.
that's just a
Yeah.
that's more of a just specific setup of specific monsters and stuff like that. Like, did we fix what's his name, the lumberjack guy?
In theory, but it seems to regress.
It still happens sometimes.
It seems to
there's
just break every.
I don't think this is a like balance question. I think it's just a technical like we just need to fix some places and
Yeah. I just wonder.
There is also some desync we need to fix because
yeah, sure. There's also that.
annoying.
Yeah. Is pushing something you would consider temporarily removing until you have fixed the issue?
Not at all. No. It will make the game feel like dog shit if we do that. Like, there's just lots of things that you need to have.
Dog
You need
shit.
to have some pushing in order to make work. Like,
Okay.
I think it's more just specific monsters.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm not 100% sure I agree with that, but we'll move
It is
on.
what it is.
That's because you haven't seen it without it. Like, yeah.
That's fair. That's true.
If we
there's a
turn
lot
off
of
all
things-
sources of pushing, it would just be it would be a disaster.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. So during early access, we've talked about like respecs and lowering respec costs and stuff, and I wanted to bring up the point that a lot of players are using a large amount of their gold on gambling, because a lot of people are falling behind or feeling behind on gear. So I wonder if you would
People like
consider
their
further
gamble.
lowering costs and even like reopen the conversation on ascendancy respec during early access, especially since you've been talking about that you are going to be buffing things. So let's say somebody is like, oh wow, Flame Blast looks really cool. I would love to be able to try that, but maybe redoing the entire campaign again, which can be over 20 hours for a lot of people, feels very prohibitive.
I do find it to be, maybe not. I do find it to be very fucking cheap right now. Is the thing.
Exactly. I can't say personally I've run into that as a problem. Like, I'll respec my character all the time. I don't even think twice about it. Like, it's not been a concern.
They be
really.
cooking.
I guess it depends how much you gamble or not.
It probably
Well, at
does.
that point, yeah. But even like I'm saying, even if you're just like early, so I don't think it takes that long to actually do a pretty substantial
I
respec.
have to admit that I haven't been gambling in my playthroughs really. Like, I was like probably about 6 months ago. I was doing that all the time, and I just haven't really been doing it recently.
When we did the like gold model and respec costs, we had assumptions of like here's how much people will spend on vendors and here's how much, and there's
Yeah.
probably look, those assumptions assume a perfect world of that person exactly doing that thing, and so yes, if anyone was to stray from
Campaign
that
is hell.
assumption, then no, I'm not going to be able to
Try it
afford
in a
one thing over
group.
the
I think
other.
it's even crazier.
What I'm actually hearing right now, by the
But-
way, from this and an earlier conversation we had, is that I need to not be I need to do some disenchantless runs, because apparently I'm not testing something that players are actually doing. Like, my runs are entirely like I disenchant every rare on my runs generally, and so if that's a different behavior, then I need to test that and see what the
I guess we are
experience is like.
selling.
Because like the whole like there's not enough currency thing, there's not, like stuff like that, and like and if you're telling me that you're like selling your rares and buying gambling all the time, and then you're also saying you don't have gold for respecs, it's like, well, this is just like a materially different playstyle that I'm not currently testing myself.
Right.
So like I think that that's what I need to do to see what's going on with that.
And with the last point I made, would you, especially with the fact that there are going to be buffs coming during this, would you be?
I don't think that anything changes between early access and not early access regard, by the way. Like, I think that if the argument is that it should, like, I think the argument is the same regardless of whether it's early access. Like, I don't think the early access is a part of this decision regardless. It's just, what is the price supposed to be? We should get it correctly to that
Well,
price.
sure, but I'm
think
talking about
otherwise it-
ascendancy respec was what I wanted to.
Yeah, otherwise
sure.
it depends a little bit on the severity of the change. But like,
You're gonna blast this guy.
Like, it depends partly also on just how much we change. Without knowing the you know how big those changes are, because I need to get in there and actually do them first, and then make that
Warrior
decision. Really.
boys. What is he doing?
Like, there are certainly options there. It is important to me to make sure that I understand exactly where I sit on the ascendancy class respec thing, because the moment that's turned on, it ain't going back. So that is blocked by me, and I will take whatever is necessary on that one. I understand it.
Well,
it is more.
Can I ask you a question about it then?
Sure.
No more potions.
Do you feel like it is absolutely necessary to have those both be permanent choices? Because you already do have the character class itself be a permanent choice, right?
Oh no, and I'm like, I do understand. Do be clear, I am on the fence about this. Like, I can't say that. Like, I'm like, oh, I can't believe PoE1 has ascendancy class respeccing. Like, I'm all for that as well. It's just I'm also for
then allow
the
it.
more permanent decision. I'm just like, I need to find the variable that makes me be able to, or the articulation to be able to go one way or the other. And it's very easy to just fold on that. Like, very easy. It'd be very easy to just be like, we're going to change it right now.
Yeah, just allow it to
But it's not, when you have the things that you can't come back from, like, you definitely want to be certain to some degree.
Allow the fun.
There are some other staff that share the same sentiment as me, and I might just go and have a bigger discussion and actually
change it
like,
now.
It is true, it's not really fair to make people have to wait for that decision on my behalf. I kind of was like, look, by
it's
release,
such an
post
early
access,
decision,
you will have that decision one way or the other, and that will be the way it
Make
is.
it cost $1 million gold.
Yeah, fair enough. If the argument is like, if, look,
Something like
it's going to
that.
come up every single time, which is fair, people care about it, then I probably need to press the decision sooner than later. So I'll just get that answered sooner. And,
Just make it a high cost.
Not have people
One
wait so
divine
long.
orb.
Hopefully, for
1 million
everyone's sake,
gold.
it's the answer you want. But if it isn't, well, you might just have to deal with it.
That's fair. That's fair.
I think just gold is better.
I
$1 million
think I was
gold.
curious about, like, so you went with the decision to keep that energy shield does not get bled, which is sort of like giving monsters a form to be immune, right? Like, it feels very similar to like a monster.
I don't think that we've actually come to a decision on this really. Like, there wasn't like I think after the last time this was discussed, we never actually went back and talked about it. So I wouldn't say we've decided that. It's more just that it just went in like that because we didn't get another chance to talk about it. So I don't know that we have a real answer as to what we want to do with that yet.
Okay.
Like, we probably will revisit that.
I personally am just all for changing it, to be honest.
Okay, well, sure. Then I mean, I have no objection to that. I was not.
We
I-
made
I
the
was not-
decision a while back. Like, I don't see why it can't.
I did want to bring up, if you do make it like that on players too, remember to put bleed immune on CI.
We will definitely change CI, but it is a thing that the players are now going to have to deal with who aren't CI, just as a light, a note as a thing that will happen.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that bleed is exactly breaking the bank right now, is it? Or it was for a while. There was a period there where like bleed was just brutal. Like, what changed to make that not the case? Like, I'm talking pre-release. Like, could you remember when the frickin' like prowlers and G14 bled you? And,
we had bleed on a lot more things,
Yeah.
and then there was some crazy damage multipliers on it. Some that I can't remember why they were, but I mean, again, pre-release numbers, things.
Cool.
Which was also unfun, by the way.
Yeah, they really removed it. I'm just saying, like, I don't remember what happened.
Yeah. I have a question about Ignite Prolif, specifically with the monsters needing to stand still for, or like needing to be near the source for 2 seconds to be able to proliferate.
It probably needs to be buffed.
It's on the today list.
Okay.
It was actually on my yesterday list.
That's a big list.
Cool.
It sucks.
I know we've had a lot of heavy questions, but I have a bit of a lighter question for myself. Like, how are you feeling about the current like Blessed Orb and Divine Orb being bundled together?
I don't have a problem with it. I mean, is there anything?
I would say I don't have
is
a
a
feeling one way or
blessing?
the other, really. It's just how do you feel about it?
I definitely like. I don't know if this is just a PoE1 player thing, but
Yeah, I was about to
definitely
say, what
feel
the
like
hell
it's
is a blessed
missing.
orb?
Because like I would
see.
never divine an item Like, because the divine it's a big investment, right? Like we use it a lot on like uniques or like when a main weapon is like in need of it. But
Okay, are you saying that you believe that
Or implicit, okay.
this is reducing the desire to actually use divines?
It's just that I would never use it for just an implicit on an item. So it just makes an item feel like pretty much permanently worse than what it should be, I guess, is like my personal anecdotal feeling as a player.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
is that partly also just because the ranges and or power of an implicit is just too weak as well?
Yeah, potentially.
They're not exactly impactful in most regards. Some are good, some are very good.
I can't say this is something we've really thought about.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's just
It's
goes
just
on
a
the
thing
list
that
of
kind of
stuff to think.
happened, and then
Yeah.
like, yeah, we honestly it just went under the radar the whole time. So
Yeah.
if there are more opinions on that, I'd be like really happy to hear them.
What is this?
Yeah. It was just something I was curious about, so far to bring it up. The next thing is about movement speed. In PoE 1, we have a lot more things like Whirling Blades, Frostblink, etc. And in PoE 1, I feel like it's a bit more viable to completely forego movement speed on boots and go for like triple energy shield. But obviously, movement abilities aren't in the same spot in PoE 2. Is there ever a world where you either like think about like removing the hidden movement reductions on shield and armor, give like a implicit movement speed to boots or something like that, so they scale a little bit? With, like,
I
the
would
higher
say
bases?
Amazon PvP Yeti. I would love
Well,
that.
I mean, you're
Implicit
just,
MS
are you
on
just
boots.
saying here, just make movement speed on the player faster?
So, for example, like one idea that I saw was if you, let's say that some bases have 5, 10, and 15 movement speed, so like that the higher bases are slightly better, and maybe even like scale less, right? So that some of your movement speed is guaranteed, or make it like a lot easier to roll movement speed, like increase the weight that it can roll.
Well, I don't necessarily think it's bad to have a base type that where you've got a mod that, you know, that's somewhat mandatory. Like that's okay. But it sounds like but if you're
Well, as a
like
player, it just
like if honestly, because I mean the thing is in PoE 1 they're really people
Jonathan,
going
man.
around like surely it isn't common that people don't have movement speed on their boots in PoE 1. I mean, I guess
I've
it's
done it on
technically
quite a lot.
viable if you just. You
I mean,
reckon?
before you had
quite
Temporalis
a lot
in
of,
PoE
like, triple
2.
energy shield boots and stuff. Or
Right.
especially different in PoE 1 because we have
It's
the
specialized
influence
knowledge.
things
Right,
and
right.
stuff
Again,
like that.
seasoned players, not like
Right.
Yeah,
just
not new
like
players, sure.
random.
But it is an option, and it isn't really in PoE 2. Like movement speed is a lot more mandatory.
I mean, I don't know. To me, like I mean, sure, I do not disagree with the fact that there can be scenarios in PoE 1 where that's not the case, but I would still say it's basically mandatory there for them. Like for most of your PoE playing career, I would say that you're
Well,
going to be wanting to get movement speed on your boots. You know.
I would even argue like the single best boot in PoE 1, which is the Ralakesh and Patience, they don't have movement speed on them, and like they're still considered like
Right.
pretty much the best boot.
Right. But I mean, isn't it fundamentally then just the back to the question of like, you want to move faster?
Yeah, for sure, it is.
Sure. So I mean, I guess that would be the so
At the
really
end
it
of
just
the day,
comes back
what
to
people
that.
want. Move
Right.
faster implicitly.
People
and less
wanna move
dependency on
faster.
mod, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, whether or not it's the implicit
Which
or
is
based on the mod or anything, it's just I want to move faster, right? Like it feels like that's really the core.
Which
of it.
comes back to the we
Yeah.
need to have those discussions and
Right.
Yeah.
It's similar.
A difference in PoE 2 is that the implicits of uniques, especially things like life sprig, will scale into the endgame. Where, like, if I find a life sprig on my level 80 character now, it's never going to be usable early game. But the explicits on life sprig, and a lot of other caster uniques and things like that, they don't scale either. So have you explored the idea of the actual explicit scaling or the implicit not scaling so that you can find these like twink leveling uniques? Like what are your thoughts around the uniques there?
I don't think we would want uniques to have the explicit scale like that. That's kind of not what uniques are about. So I just not that is not a particular solution. That
The
I would
bigger
want.
question's about whether or not the implicit, the skill should or shouldn't level up with the item.
Well,
I mean, it currently does, right?
It does.
It
and
does. But something that could be interesting is that if you find a life spring on a level 80 character, it can scale up to that level. So it would scale with your character. That would make it feel really good as a leveling item, for example. That you can use it at level 1, you hit level 3.
I really don't like that kind of thing. The whole like item that just scales with your character. Like, I don't think that we want to move in a direction where you'll have less times when you put items on your character as you level up. Like, that doesn't feel like the right direction to me.
But there's also more whether, and there's a second part to that, which is whether or not life sprig should even have high level requirements ever, which is a more thing that's come up a bit.
That's a separate question. That that's come up. I'm kind of not quite sure about that one at the moment.
That's fair.
Yeah.
Well, there'll be more discussion.
I mean, so one thing that was proposed and as a potential solution to this is that just the like. I feel like maybe you didn't like this. I can't remember who didn't like this. Someone didn't like this. Because I proposed that we make it so that the implicit skill on uniques has like a cap level, but then that does level up as you go through the game. Like it's not that it levels up. Zoom. Like it is capped to the level of where you are.
Yeah,
so
the life bar from bosses should be above them.
You can still equip it at low levels, and then and then that will go with you effectively. And somehow I see that as different from like your items changing as you level up. That to me, that's not quite the same thing. So like that would potentially be an option. I don't remember why there was some reason why we didn't do that, but like it might still be on the cards.
That's fair.
Wait, so you're saying what? You're saying if you find it at level 80.
I'm saying if you find it at level 80. 16 skill, but you can still equip it. It doesn't change the level requirement.
That sounds like
skill gets down leveled to the maximum that it can be for the.
Oh sure,
yeah,
I thought that's what he's proposed just a second ago, but
no, he's talking about the explicit scaling.
No, there's a second thing there.
The second one was that, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Maybe I misunderstood then. Okay, right. Sorry. In that case, then sure. Like,
I mean, I would personally prefer to just be like, you can drop a low-level life sprig, and that's you use a low-level.
Yeah, but I don't love that either, honestly.
But I don't hate that.
Yeah.
And there's a part of me that also kind of liked the idea that there were some uniques that were more valuable to find at lower levels, which I thought was kind of interesting. But I don't know whether players actually like that or not, so that's just kind of like a random other thing.
That's fair.
But
I don't hate that.
Yeah.
I was just curious, because we do find them a lot. Another question is about the minion resurrect timer. It keeps resetting like the entire timer every time a monster dies. And that can feel very frustrating. So I wondered, how do you feel about that? That the entire timer resets?
Well, if you don't have that, it feels a lot more frustrating. Let me tell you. Like that was how it was until we changed it, and like it was so bad. Because what happens is that like the monsters, that your minions just die one at a time, and then they can never really accomplish anything, and it's just like.
They buffed them a lot,
Trust
right?
me, that was a buff. That change. Yeah. Like that was a massive improvement. So yeah, like until you experience it the other way, you will understand if you play it the other way.
There might be an intermediary there. I want to explore some options.
Well, it's
for
also...
example, like instead of resetting the entire timer, it adds to the timer based on like the cost of the minion or something like that. We might be able to do something like that. So
but I don't know. But that's not going to fix the fundamental issue, which is that minions work best when there's lots of minions. And so the issue that we had is that you just get into a situation where they just trickle in and die one at a time.
No matter what, they have to revive all at the same time.
That has to happen, yes.
I'm just saying it could be that, like, okay, let's say everyone's dead but one.
Right. So it increases a bit, but not as much.
And so instead of like, all about to revive except for one, he died.
Yeah, that actually is viable, and that maybe is a change we could make.
And like, would you ever be open to adding a keystone that changes the behavior?
I was actually thinking about that earlier today, and I
don't know about you, but I don't almost ever use any keystones.
To see how bad it is.
Yeah.
but that was probably a negative thought I shouldn't be having.
No, that's fair. I mean, I think a lot of people would like to see it.
Sure. I think the thing Mark just said is much more reasonable, and so we should probably do something with that. Yeah.
Convocation, is that something on the table? It's like maybe a spirit skill or something?
Not using any keystones.
I don't love it.
That's fair.
I don't love it.
I'm kind of like, I could see a world where reservation cooldown, or you have to earn it, or something like that.
If it to go in, it would have to be different enough that players probably wouldn't see it as convocation anymore. Like I suspect that's kind of the reality. Like yeah, like as Mark said, you'd have to add some kind of conditions, or you'd have to do something, and it's like at that point, it's not even doing the thing the players want it for anyway. So it's like,
Yeah.
you know, like
That being said,
Yeah.
it might still just be better, and there might be some room for it. But,
I don't love it.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I
I
don't
know,
love it.
I know.
Like I would much rather find a better solution to that issue.
Okay. When it comes to map completion, obviously there's been some changes this patch. But one thing that easily feels the worst is when there is one monster just like really far away, and the checkpoint system doesn't really cut it there.
It happens so many
Would you
times.
consider making the completion of a map be like 90%
Hey, thanks, Mercy.
of
You
the
have a good
rares
night.
instead of 100? Because the bad feeling is very often
GG.
try to just one
I'll also be
monster
working
the
tomorrow
other side
again.
of the map, and I have to like do so much backtracking.
Well, I
Sleep up.
want to solve this problem.
Hey, why?
I
What's
don't know
up?
that that's the answer.
Welcome in.
But I understand the issue. Like,
I
there's
mean,
been a few
we
different
straight up
approaches.
we straight up discussed last night that like
Well,
just having the minimap
yeah,
icons on.
There was a
always
discussion of
prob-
doing
That'd be
icons on
good.
all the time, right? Because you're not gonna miss the monsters if you.
What did
see
you
them
say?
all
The
the
main
time.
reason
just
for
cut
that
out.
is like the current way it works is that it's like when 200 remaining they appear, and on some maps that's like you kill 3 packs and they appear, and other maps it's like you got to clear 80% of it before they appear, and
I also got to get
obviously
some
that's
food.
kind of weird and bad anyway.
Yeah.
It's just that we kind of want to, like, the main thing we're worried about
Yeah.
with that change is the whole you just play on the minimap, like you're not even
Yeah.
looking into the game. And so
But I think
That's
that
what people are
fear-
I'm
doing
very
already.
in favor of that.
well,
I love that
okay,
change.
like,
The
do we
minimap.
just turn off?
Yeah,
like,
literally just showing from the start. Like I love that initially for sure.
Yeah.
At least for
Ah,
me.
okay. So I thought you
Right.
said you loved the idea of not looking at the game and only playing off the minimap.
One
I
of the
kinda do that
tests,
anyway.
one of the like when we were trying to find that NVIDIA crash,
Yeah.
the one of our developers like tried
I think
playing
that
with
would
just
be
the
good.
graphics turned off, like they just had the minimap and they played literally to the end of Act 2 with just no graphics, and they're like. And the funny thing was like, what the hell? How did you even manage to get through 2 acts like that? And he's like, oh, Huntress OP. I was like, okay, like this is so it is
that is
actually
fun.
possible to play entirely with the minimap, no graphics at all, apparently.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
That's fun. No, I would love that.
Yeah. I
What do you do to the boss?
I want to
though?
change that imminently. The thing with the 90% thing you're suggesting, by the way, there is like, let's say the map only has 3 rares. Is it just
Right.
2 out of 3?
Sure.
Does it like round down? Does it round up? Is it if there's only 2 rares? Is it literally just
Probably
one?
just enable seeing the res on the
I
minimap.
agree.
It's probably
I like
better
that.
just to do
I
that.
agree.
Yeah,
I
that
like
would be
that.
a good change. From the
Another
very beginning.
Quick question about Delirium. It seems very fast. Obviously, we're a bit slower now. Any thoughts on Delirium speed?
We I very specifically
Any
made
thoughts
a
on the
number of
graphics?
builds and tested them just before this 020 release, and I was actually surprised how well I was doing. And I was like, okay, like I thought this was a big problem, and I was like, I'll just actually go and actually test it myself. So it could be like, okay, here's I'd like to know a bit more here, I guess, which is like, is it certain maps over others?
Yeah,
Because
100%. Like, because it
Okay,
still
so there's a-
expands like a
there's a good-
donut, right?
Yeah, which we do, and we do kind of have to balance it around probably the bottom. Maybe it's yeah, sure. There's probably a point where it's balanced around an assumption of like being more acceptable maps instead of the worst ones, and so I just need to shift that assumption and then change it. But yeah, I did specifically personally test this on a number of characters pre 020, and I was actually I was like, I expected it to be way worse than it was. That being said, I wasn't using like a massive range of maps for testing that. I was
Yeah.
like, you know, probably 5 or 6 different things on many different characters. So,
Alright.
yeah, sure. I will look at that as well. I'll add it to the today list.
Yeah.
It's going to be a big day.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate you
The
guys. doing
today list is gonna be
that.
over a week.
So obviously, PoE, you're not necessarily tied to like the warrior being melee, right? Like right now, I'm playing artillery ballista. Would it be possible to implement some sort of favorite system that I can just tick like artillery ballista with a little heart on it? So then when I go to like level up those gems, I don't have to in the bottom left search artillery ballista and
Well,
untick the.
I would suggest just having a tab for equipped gems would be the way to do that.
Yeah.
Like you just have a tab
Yep.
that just shows you the equipped gems. You just click on
Perfect.
and you level up that way.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
all the classes, then
then
my
that's what- yeah.
gems, and then all gems is
Right.
probably what it should be. Yeah.
Yeah, not recommended.
Another question: the Smith's hammer ability. I was watching. I have not used
Quinn's
it myself, but I
videos.
saw Quinn69 using it, and it looked pretty painful with like a little like ting. tink, and then going out and hitting twice. Any improvements?
And then
to that?
still DDPS.
So there were meant to be some changes that were made to this that I even specifically spoke about, I think, with maybe Darth and Gazzy or whatever when we had that last one.
Yeah.
And those changes didn't occur. They have occurred locally. They should be in a imminent patch coming out. Like that's it somehow got missed, I think, or I don't know. I actually don't know what happened there, but that was a sheer mistake. Straight up.
All good.
Good stuff.
Whenever,
fast
so
with
there are
this.
multiple skills that can use chargers. A few players have reported that like they might want to use chargers on a specific skill. Would there be a way to like deactivate that a skill uses chargers, but you still want to use that skill, but you don't want it to be empowered?
This was something that came up like probably about 3 or 4 days before we shipped. Actually, you was talk because I mean the obvious case is barrage on the Huntress, right?
Yeah.
Like whether or not you want to do that. So I think like I'd have to look into whether or not this is going to be okay, but we could have a support gem that does that like gives some other power boost, but says it can't consume charges or something, and then that way you could use that with barrage if you wanted to disable it for that or something like that. So I think that'd probably be the way. But I have to think about exactly what that should be, but something along those lines would be the way.
Should
I'd do
work.
Yeah. I have a little like just interesting question about how do you feel like class identity revolves more around weapons, right? Because like I'm a warrior build, but a lot of people would inherently think like warrior is maces, but yeah, like the class identity is more around the weapons themselves. And I was curious how you feel about that.
Well, we explicitly moved to having 12 classes partly because of that, like to make that the case. Like we want that, and this is actually was driven part like I mean, so when we were talking about like adding weapon types and so on, there was this thing where we're like, okay, if you're, you know what it actually was? It's okay. So we had the spear base type, and we're like, okay, because this is like way back, like a long time ago, and we're like, okay, what is gonna make a person who selects a ranger ever switch to spears and do that? That's just incredibly unlikely to actually happen. It's like ultimately the purpose of the classes at the start are kind of to give you a stereotype to like to go to. Now you don't have to follow that, obviously, like everything's open, but giving players like a thing where they're like, okay, like I know what I'm gonna do, like I'm gonna do this thing. It's like it's kind of important for new players to have that happen. So I think it is overall very positive and kind of like why we did that in the first place. And I mean, like an evidence of that in PoE 1 is like, yeah, players who select ranger, like even though there's all this whole thing about being able to become a melee ranger, like it takes a long time before someone would even experiment with that if they're a new player. Like they just wouldn't even cross their mind to like change weapon type like that once they've already started. So effectively just due to that, we needed to have some way to make it so that, you know, from the very beginning, you kind of know, like you've got some idea in your head about what kind of thing you want to play.
Okay. Yeah. The next question is about corrupted items, and you added, in my opinion, a very fun new unique strongbox. Actually, whoever made the Venture strongbox, chef's kiss. Love that thing. Please put it in PoE 1 as well. Coolest thing ever. But I find corrupted items a little frustrating too, due to quality and sockets. I don't know if the answer is just like that they always have quality and sockets, but obviously it's items that we can't recombinate anyway. And I just want to hear your thoughts on a balance pass from that. It's very frustrating to get a really cool unique that is or rare that is effectively useless.
Yeah, something needs to change there. Like it isn't right.
We actually removed some corrupted drops before 020 went out, and then because we were like, wait, hold on, getting corrupted items just sucks.
Yeah.
Like this isn't a good thing.
I think it's only from the ascendancy.
Choice is great.
Yeah.
So we just straight up were like, we need to just start removing the corrupted drops and find a different way or a different item mechanic or do something with them.
Cool.
I've only pretty
100%
much
just
seen
like,
it
what
in
is
the
this
ascendancy
random
trials.
white corrupted item on the ground, like that is never going to be of use to anyone.
Right.
Yeah.
So, we just need to fix that for sure.
Cool. Is there a possibility of the runes being added to the currency stash tab?
Yes, please.
I believe we would. So what was
We're adding a Socketables affinity.
Yeah.
And
Oh, yes.
we're adding a bunch of affinities. I think it's like Socketables, fragments, which will include tablets.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
obviously fragments. Breach and or catalysts.
Cool.
Expedition and thus also logbooks and the currency. You know, we're adding a whole bunch of them. I think there's 5, 6, 7 maybe different affinities that we're meant to be adding within like, you know.
Oh, that's
I would expect
so
to see that
cool.
within a week probably is my like guess.
Man,
We're
they're
not going
so
to add.
fast with
This is
stuff.
like currently it has the whole you have to have the stash tab in order to have the affinity, and we're like having to divorce that a little bit so that we can just have the affinities because the tabs take longer to make. And so that we're doing that work currently, and I would expect to have all of that. So you can use your premium quads, whatever, to stash all of those.
Cool. Actually, almost through with all of my questions here. So this isn't something, sadly, that I've been able to interact too much with. But I wanted to talk a little bit about recombinators anyway, and just see if you guys have looked into the data a little bit. Obviously, I've seen a clip of, for example, Karn having like the 0.91 chance to recombinate. Just what do you guys think of recombinator use this early, basically?
I don't think we've even had enough real
experience. Kind of waiting for more info and data there for sure.
Yeah.
I did worry that there'd be that people would start seeing those very low values because they're using
like 2 hours in?
extremely rare item
Roughly
modifiers, or numbers of
Nah, I
mods,
think it's more like 20 questions.
Like, oh my god, it says less than 1% or less than 2. This whole system sucks.
There was a real it's interesting because like with recombinators, I feel like every time we've ever even looked at them, they've always got this thing of like this tension between like they're so OP and yet also they look so underpowered. Like when you like, they've got this like horrible tension like that. However, what I do think that this system is compared to the previous one is so much better is that if you're using them for the like low number of mod cases, then like you can get relatively good weights. But we do have the ability to do more specific balance here if we want to. So like we'll just adjust it. Like honestly, I have to admit, like I haven't even recombinated anything on live myself yet. So it's just not I can't really say anything about.
Yeah, that's fair. It's something I haven't.
Right. Like I just don't know how it feels enough,
There were 2 major item systems that I was like expecting to get a bunch of feedback on, and then would calibrate. One was recombinating, and the other, which I am very thoroughly looking for, and maybe you have some opinions on it, is how the new map drop progression works. And I know there is there's one thing I changed last night, which is to make it a bit easier to get guaranteed maps from the fixed last rare and last final boss. But the other thing is there is currently a bug which I saw, which is sometimes the boss's drop isn't +1 level, which I don't know how that happens, but I've seen that. But assuming those are fixed, I am very curious to know and kind of just get people's feeling on that. I've seen some people get through the tiers very, very quickly, which is fine because they have proven that they can, and that's fine, and they weren't at the whims of the RNG as much. But I'm looking for a lot of feedback on that, and I'm hoping to start getting a bit more of that as people get into Endgame.
I have anecdotally heard people telling me that they're happier with how Endgame is now than how it was in 0.1.
I have also heard that.
The Waystone stuff is good.
Again, very anecdotally. So
especially when it comes to sustain, I'm the wrong person to ask because I was shocked at one of the previous podcasts when people were saying they were struggling with sustain. So I thought it was funny when you basically said skill issue.
That was also the case for us, which is why we changed it.
So that's why we just were like, let's fully redo this.
So I'm the wrong person to ask for about sustain, and obviously there's no issues for me with sustain now. I've talked to my community a little about this, and it was pretty split with the new like how you unlock Atlas points. A lot of people didn't like it. I personally like it a lot more. I had a strong dislike for the do 10 tier 1 maps, do 10 tier 2 maps. So I love the new way, but a lot of people in my community didn't. So you're definitely gonna have to get more feedback there. I'm just not 100% sure. I think the issue that people in my chat were saying was that they were struggling to see the corruption. So maybe even like some sort of indicator of like not an arrow, but like more.
When you say C, do you mean in like out of the fog of war or in the fog of war?
Both, I guess. Like just. Like, do you know the way we have the beams towards the pillars right now? I guess people
that's why I'm asking. Like, are you saying just like physically you don't see them when they're revealed, or
just before the patch went out, we were like, we actually did go, do we want these to be visible in fog of war or not? And they were, by the way. And then we were like, I think maybe actually we don't, because you're going to spend too much of your playtime just looking in fog of war, and I want you to be looking in the revealed section more. And so that's why I did change it, so that some things are in fog of war, but it's like not that many. So towers and citadels being that, and then
you could have like a very short distance, maybe. Or something like that,
but we don't currently have a distance in fog of war. You can see it's just either it is or it isn't, and so maybe we can mess with that and have it be like, you can see like sense. Some depth in or something like that, just to make it a bit better. But
But
I mean,
at
it's
least
good
for
feedback.
myself, I
It's
like
good to
it.
know.
Yeah.
So that's about the Atlas points. If you do get any more, and of course, if you
You can
happen to
probably
get a
tell
collective from
by
your
these patterns.
community
Yeah.
in particular as well, and of course, people are going to post it. You have my Discord as well. Just tell me, because I'm very, very
Yeah.
curious about the map drops and how people feel about now that it's like way more deterministic for both sustaining and going up the tiers.
Yeah.
Now, obviously,
Much
not a
better.
huge amount of people collectively as in the end game, but like it's enough to start getting stuff. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I'd really, really, really like to make sure we got that right. So, if any of that comes up, just give me a yell.
I have one last question about PoE2, and then I have a few quick fire questions about PoE1, and then we're done.
Ooh, PoE1,
How
let's
do you
see.
feel about the removal of clear speed, things like Herald of Ice, but then sort of adding it back in with effectively a few players are telling me the Lightning Strike and Aroa effectively just swaps it from Herald of Ice to the Roa and the Lightning Strike.
Well,
They're gonna nerf it.
I don't know whether or not the balance of those is correct, quite frankly.
it's not quite like there's probably misbalance here, 100%, but it's not quite the same as what the Heralds were doing.
Yeah.
But it is still a balance anomaly for sure. Like I certainly have people playing, I know people who are playing Lightning Archers right now, and they're like, why am I suffering like this? I'm going to swap to Lightning Spear, which I assume is what you meant.
Yeah, Root 2 made me promise to ask that.
Yeah, so look, it's pretty clear. It is the number one played build right now is Lightning Spear Amazon, and that for good reason, right? Like, it wasn't the intention to be like we removed this thing and added this thing. That isn't intentional. That it ends up playing that strong.
Oh, they're gonna nerf it, man.
It's like a clear like. I mean, just use it and the whole screen implodes, right?
But the trouble we have now is, like, you know, this is what people are doing now.
Yeah.
And we nerf that. Like, you know.
No,
like,
that's fair.
The answer is usually that we can't very easily.
That's fair.
So, you know.
Yep. So a few PoE1 questions and then nothing. Do we have a rough estimate at all for 326?
I mean, are we telling people? Have we said anything about
yeah,
that?
I think we were like, I think last we said was May and around that territory, or at least towards the latter half
wait, you
of May.
cut out. You cut out.
No, sorry, I'd said nothing.
No!
I was just pretending. No, towards the end of May was what we
Okay.
last said, and the intention is still that is currently on track. Obviously, all these things are kind of like, you know, up to within a 2-week
Yeah.
kind of band. 'cause,
End of
you know,
May,
things happen.
boys.
That being said, if you're not hearing about things by the end of May, or at least, then I'd be very, very surprised.
Yeah.
You should be for sure.
Cool.
Should be,
Um,
yeah.
Awesome. Any chance of WSD and PoE1? Have you thought more about it?
It's not really a question of thinking about it. It's a question of like, I mean, I would put it in tomorrow if we could.
Yeah.
The problem is that the character rigs are just not set up for it. And so I will just mention like kind of like the long-term plan here. So once every microtransaction from PoE1 works in PoE2, at that point, it will mean that we could then port the character rigs from PoE2 back to PoE1 and rig the old character models and items onto them. And that would then mean that we would have access to the animation library and everything that we have in PoE2 in PoE1, which would then mean that we could put WASD in, basically.
Okay.
So what I'm saying is
Yeah.
that like in the like,
That's cool.
but this will take a while, right? But like
Yeah.
in the long term, this can happen. But like it would effectively like yeah, we always sort of imagined that we would take the PoE2 character rigs and port them back to PoE1 once
Do
the
it today.
microtransaction had all been ported over.
Yeah.
But it requires 100%. 'Cause obviously, we can't turn a microtransaction off in PoE1 you already bought. So like therefore, we have to wait until we've got full compatibility before we can do that.
Another thing is like incentivized to make a change.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
need
And
a
the
lot of
reason for
setting up.
that is
That we have to rig everything to all
we
the
currently have
stupid
to
PoE1 character
we
models
have to
every time.
currently do
Yeah.
So the moment that we can finally get rid of those PoE1 character models, like character rigs, that means
Okay.
that it just reduces our workload a crap ton. So yeah, and then
Also,
at that point we could add WS.
We've got a pretty large rigging department right now,
Yeah.
and
Rigging.
they are spending probably the majority of their life all rigging microtransactions to
Yeah, yeah.
PoE2 characters right now. That
So
is
awesome.
what they're doing. So
So I mean, eventually it will get to the point where that is the case.
Cool. I have the same question, but with pausing. So for PoE1.
That one, I think that they even tried to do that.
It was almost there.
It was almost there, and then there was like a couple of
What was
things.
the
So,
problem?
like, it is our intention to get that in.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Another thing that I really love in PoE2, the highlight effect. Like when I right click a transmute and it shows like what items this works on. It's really nice quality
Oh,
of life.
right. Well, I mean, there shouldn't be any reason we can't do that, right? Should be fine. I mean, I don't know why that would be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, should be
Sure.
fine. Yeah,
I
we
mean,
can
stuff
probably
like
do that.
100%.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
either we're just not going to. It just
Yeah, yeah.
won't. It
Yeah.
won't,
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
it won't just happen.
Cool.
Sure.
Final question is, Val Orbs in PoE2 can change the magnitude of unique items. Is that something we could ever see in PoE1?
Well, the amount of work that it would take. So here's the thing, right? Like that for every unique,
Yeah.
we have manual work to do to work out what to do there.
Yeah.
And obviously in PoE2, given that there weren't all the uniques made already, like we were able to do that. So like I'm not going to say never in PoE1, but just the amount of work it would take to like look at the balance of every single unique and do that work would be quite
And then
large. Like,
most would take only like 2 seconds and would just be
sure,
fine.
sure,
But
there's like implications
it's
for a lot of
Yeah.
it's like yeah. There's
Makes
just
sense.
a lot of uniques in PoE1, right? Like a lot.
Awesome. That was all the questions I had. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I know this was super welcome by me and the community. We
That
really
was
appreciate
nice,
it.
guys.
I know it was a bit combative today, but I promise it's from
Sure.
love for the game.
Well, actually,
and,
so I at the beginning, I obviously got out of bed on the wrong side of the bed this morning because I was feeling a little bit anxious, probably more than I should have done, and I apologize for that because that was
That's all
probably
good.
not great. But yeah, for,
Yeah,
I
that
don't know,
was
for
a bit
whatever reason, I
noticeable.
just kind of as I said, was just feeling a bit this earlier.
no,
but, yeah.
I appreciate it. I actually, compared to most, I think we came out of this one with like, here's like actually like 15 changes we're just going to go make like immediately, which is
Right.
awesome. And some we knew about, some we didn't,
still
and
there,
some
yeah.
and a whole bunch of discussion.
Pump this out tomorrow.
The value coming out of this, I feel very, very good about, honestly. And I'm hoping we can get a lot of those changes, and I'm hoping it. Obviously, it'll help, but like, it is
Work in
it
progress.
is good because I mean, at the end of the day, it's just creating that collaborative environment between developer and player base that, and using users as the intermediary. And I'm sure a lot of these opinions yourself, you're part of that. But it is very important that we keep doing this because it will create greatness.
Yeah, no, I really appreciate you guys coming here. I've actually like as a rule for my podcast, I actually took something Jonathan said to heart really, really hard that I really liked. And you said that you really like when the interviewer like when it's their questions and not just on behalf of others because they're able to do better follow-ups and stuff. So I've
Yeah.
tried hard to focus on that as well, that it's things that I am able to do follow-ups on. So but yeah,
Alright.
thank you
Awesome.
guys
Cool.
so much for your
Thank
time.
My first div. Hey, congrats.
Yeah, thank you, and thank everyone for watching
Yep.
and playing.
That was
We
nice,
appreciate
guys.
it.
Here it is.
Bye.
Congrats. Golden boy.
Hey.
That's big. Yeah, GG. That was pretty nice. This guy wants to buy this? Okay, sure. Yeah, good stuff, guys. Well, they do want to change a lot, man. The thing is just, when will they? They said it's on their list, like, for today. What can I do with it? Are you playing Trade League? You can get, like, 60 exalts for it, or 50 or whatever. You can kind of see here if you go on the currency exchange. I want Divine. I have... Yeah, you can see 54 now, actually. It's going pretty crazy, man. Yeah, like, I wouldn't use it. Like, you can, like, get gear if you're playing trade, Golden Boy. Transform them into Divines. But yeah, it was a good interview, man. Let me see if Herbs is still here. I think there's some good stuff. Oh, wait, shit, did I not unmute? Okay, no, I did. Hey, are you still here?
Yeah.
Were you
What
listening?
the fuck?
Were you listening
What
to the
the fuck?
interview?
Yeah, I watched it all.
Yeah, it started a bit
It started like
a bit
yeah,
salty overall.
gun
but
on the chest and
a little bit. Yeah, that was like some very harsh
ready to push the
reaction.
button.
But towards the end, it was very positive. I think. Like,
Holy shit! How fast they are reacting, right?
yeah, I was like, this is on my list for today. He said this live, so we'll see later today or tonight or tomorrow morning, guys, if this is going to be done.
Oh yeah, and those are the changes that coming next week. Wait, what?
Yeah.
next week.
It-
People
yeah.
were complaining like yesterday about it, and they're introducing it next week. Holy shit!
Yeah.
That's like Diablo. Okay, 3 months, maybe next season, maybe
The leaderboards,
maybe not
man, next year.
season.
Next year, dude. Just fucking leaderboards. Oh.
Oh, we can.
Yeah, it's cool to see. Like, let's see if they follow up on it, right? I mean, you can say a lot, but I think they will, but let's see.
Dude, he said changes are coming later tonight.
Yeah, yeah.
The first changes. Holy shit, man.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Oh, it's so amazing, eh? But
Yeah.
yeah, he also he also kind of said that that they already know that lightning spear is a bit overpowered.
Yeah, they're probably gonna nerf it long term, but I also said like they're not sure if they should change it mid-season, but that means that you're not gonna play anything else but lightning spear at some point, I guess, right?
I mean, they just buffed it yesterday, right?
Yeah. We'll probably switch to some lightning spears. Yeah, but on the campaign stuff, that was like discussed very early on. They didn't really come to a conclusion there. I feel like they were like not agreeing with the movement speed of the monsters or with the movement speed of the character that much. So I don't know. That's why they started off like kind of rough in the beginning. We'll see. They didn't really say like they already redesigning some of the areas. They already did redesign Act 3 and Act 2, and 1 is still coming, like making the areas smaller, and they already did nerf the health of the bosses. I think they should still do something about overall stuff with movement speed, with some of the clunkiness. But we'll see.
Okay, Ascendancy respec is on the menu eventually.
Yeah, that's last time. I think they should just do it. Like, it should just be a significant price, right? Like,
No,
I don't know, like 1 million gold or something. I think that'd be fair.
To me, it sounded like, well, it's definitely coming out with release. Because if
Well,
people
not if
mention
Mark
it
has its
enough-
way, but yeah.
Yeah, no, he said if he hears the question often enough, then it's kind of a must that it has to change.
Yeah, just keep talking about that. That's gonna be fun. Yeah.
Holy shit, eh? Yeah, good changes coming this week.
Lightning
players eating
spear.
good.
Lightning spear gone, man. Pepper hands.
No, it's not gone. They're not.
Yeah,
going to
we'll see.
They're not going to nerf it.
I mean, they're probably not gonna like make it completely gone, but yeah, we'll see.
I don't think he was pissed that so many people are playing it. I mean, it's kind of the purpose, right? To test it right now.
You really want D4 movement speed style? I mean, I don't want D4 movement speed style. It's just like a bit faster in the campaign.
Yeah.
I mean, in the end game, PoE is way faster than D4. I don't know who I'm trading with. Is it this guy?
Yeah, you can finish maps in like say 10 to 20 seconds.
I mean, if it's a crypt, like a small map.
If it's a city square.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
Oh wait.
Okay, I'll mute for a sec. Anyways, guys, we're gonna be playing a lot more tomorrow. I really like my rower, so we're gonna like play a lot on the rower tomorrow. I think that's gonna be kind of fun. His ability is kind of strong for sure. Okay, guys, I gotta go get some dinner, and then I have to do some work tomorrow. But we'll be back in the early evening tomorrow, I think, and we'll see where we're gonna go. I didn't really get to play that much today, with all the interviews and the D4 news and stuff. But yeah, it's gonna be fun. Thank you guys for watching. You can check me out on X, YouTube, or even if you have a phone. Oh my god, why is it double typing? TikTok, yeah. GG, have a great night, guys, and thanks for watching. Take it easy, fam. We will be back blasting on the Roja tomorrow. Gonna be fun. Aye. Do we even have some stuff here? Alright. Have a good night, boys. GG. See, I have like so many screens here. It's crazy. Dun, 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 dun. Yo, GG. Thanks, Bullet.